everyone, my name is Aditya Chalukdar. My in-game name is Venom Nightwing and I play as a supporter soldier for Team Venom Legends. So it's been quite a long journey till PMPL, but this season we're back with more grind, more dedication and more focus. Qualifying for PMPL means that you've already gone through a lot of top class competition and will only rise from here. We know that the teams in the tournament are all as good as every other team and that's why they're here. But my team wants to stand apart and break our limits. Last time we had a good run throughout the group stage, but we couldn't carry our performance to the finals and we were really disappointed. But this time the competition is with ourselves and we're ready to break our limits and show everyone what we're made of. I hope our fans will be with us all throughout our journey and support us with all their hearts. Watch our matches live on the official broadcast channels of PUBG Mobile. This is Nightwing. Thank you and take care.
हेलो गाइस, मेरो नाम चाहिँ अजय श्रेष्ठ हो र मेरो इन गेम रोल चाहिँ सपोर्टर र असल्टर हो। अहिलेसम्मको पिएमपिएल जर्नी एकदमै टफ रहेको थियो र अब आउने सिजन अझै टफ हुनेवाला छ र त्यसको लागि हामीलाई अझै ग्राइन्ड, अझै डेडिकेसन अनि अझै फोकस गर्नुपर्छ र हामी त्यही कुरामा लागू परिरहेको छौँ। पहिलाको पालीको सिजनको पिएमपिएल चाहिँ हामी विजेता रहेको छौँ र अब आउने सिजनको पिएमपिएल चाहिँ हामी डोमिनेट गरेर जित्नेछौँ। पहिलाको पालीको सिजन चाहिँ एकदमै क्लोज कल रहेको थियो, त्यही कारणले यो पालि चाहिँ हामीले अझै मेहनत गरेर यसलाई कसरी अझै राम्ररी जित्ने भन्ने तिर लागेको छौँ र लास्टमा फ्यान्सहरूलाई यही भन्न चाहन्छु कि अहिलेसम्मको जर्नीमा धेरै सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भयो, धेरै माया गरिदिनु भयो, त्यसको लागि एकदमै धेरै धन्यवाद। र हाम्रो जति पनि गेम प्लेहरू हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ PUBG मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्स अफिसियल च्यानलमा लाइभ हुन्छ, त्यसमा आएर हेरिदिनु होला, सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला। धन्यवाद।
हेलो गाइज, म चाहिँ अनिस र म चाहिँ पिएन क्रुको इन्ट्री फेभर र यसपालि पिएमपिएल सिजन 4 एकदम टफ हुनुको कारणले हामी एकदम हाम्रो मेहनत गरेको छौँ र पिएमजिसी पुग्नको लागि हाम्रो एकदम ड्रिम छ। सधैँ जस्तो हामीले यसरी नै सपोर्ट गरिदिराख्नु होला, यसरी नै माया गरिदिराख्नु होला र हाम्रो PUBG मोबाइल अफिसियल च्यानलमा त्यहाँ हाम्रो लाइभ हुने गर्छ, त्यहाँ गएर हामीले सपोर्ट गर्न नभुल्नु होला। थ्याङ्क यू सो मच।
हेलो एभ्रीबडी, फेरि पनि स्वागत छ पिएमपिएल सिजन 4 मा खेल्ने नेपाली टिम्सहरुसँग हामी कुराकानी जारी राखेको छौं। त्यो मध्ये आज हामीसँग रहनेवाला छ वान अफ द स्ट्रङ टिम, त्यो हुनेवाला छ 7C स्पोर्ट्स। हामी प्लेयरसँग कुरा गर्नेवाला छौं उनीहरुको टिमको बारेमा अनि टिमले के कस्तो तयारी गरेको छ त्यो बारेमा पनि बुझ्नेवाला छौं। भिडियो सुरु गर्नेवाला छौं प्लेयरहरुको परिचय सँगसँगै।
मेरो नाम चाहिँ पुकार अधिकारी, म चाहिँ 7C को लाइन खेल्छु। मेरो गेममा नेम चाहिँ 7C स्मोकी अनि मेरो गेममा रोल चाहिँ इन्टरफेयरिङ।
नमस्ते, मेरो नाम चाहिँ दिपक थापा, म चाहिँ 7C स्पोर्ट्सको लागि खेल्छु र मेरो इन गेम नेम चाहिँ 7C आले रहेको छ र मेरो टिममा रोल चाहिँ एज अ एसल्टर किल पिकिङ रहेको छ।
7C कहीं न कहीं एउटा ट्रान्जिसन फेजमा रहेको छ, किनभने प्रिभियस लाइन्स मध्येबाट केही प्लेयर्सहरू चाहिँ तलमाथि भएको छन्, बट आफू पहिलेबाट अहिलेसम्म सेम लाइनअपको साथमा अथवा टिमको साथमा चाहिँ जोडिरहेको छ। सो नयाँ रोस्टर चेन्जले 7C लाई एफेक्ट गर्ला त यो पालिको पर्फर्मेन्समा?
अहिले चाहिँ हामी अब हाम्रो प्र्याक्टिसहरू भइरहेछ, सबै अब टिमहरू सँगै खेलिरहेछौँ। अहिले चाहिँ अब राम्रो सिनर्जीहरू बसि नै रहेछ, अब हेरौँ अब के हुन्छ।
हामीले पहिला आफूलाई डिफ्रेन्ट इभेन्टमा खेलेको चाहिँ देखेको छौँ, बट बिग स्टेज रहनेवाला छ पिएमपिएल चाहिँ, के त्यसको लागि रेडी हुनुहुन्छ तपाईँ?
म चाहिँ जति पनि ठुलो मतलब स्टेज होस् अहिलेसम्म मैले आफूलाई मतलब त्यो स्टेजमा ढाल्दै आइरहेको छु र पिएमपिएल सिजन 4 मा पनि म पक्कै आफ्नो फुल कन्फिडेन्टको साथ खेल्छु।
कम्युनिकेसनको ग्याप हुँदैन नयाँ लाइनअप भएपछि तपाईँको लागि?
12 सम्म म इन्डियाको वेस्ट बेङ्गलमा बसेर पढाइ गर्थेँ र वेस्ट बेङ्गलमा चाहिँ बेङ्गली ल्याङ्ग्वेज हुनाले म पनि बेङ्गली ल्याङ्ग्वेज मतलब बोल्न पनि सक्छु र बुझ्न पनि सक्छु। त्यही भएर अहिले बिडीको प्लेयर भएर त्यति खासै कम्युनिकेसनको ग्याप चाहिँ भएको छैन भनौँ।
ओके, दुईजना नयाँ प्लेयर हुनुहुन्छ यसमा, ओके, तपाईँ पहिलेबाट खेल्दै हुनुहुन्छ, सो बिचमा तपाईँ बफर बन्नुपर्ने हुन्छ, तपाईँ ब्रिज बस्तो बन्नुपर्ने हुन्छ, किन भन्दा उनीहरूको मेसेज कन्भे गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ, अथवा गेम प्लेलाई पोर्ट्रे गर्नुपर्ने हुन्छ रेस्ट अफ द रोस्टरसँगमा। अब थोरै गेम बाहेक एक्स्ट्रा बर्डन फिल हुँदैन?
तिनीहरूले पनि हिन्दी चाहिँ बुझ्छन् कि, त्यो मजाले बुझ्छन् फियर मेमहरूले चाहिँ, अनि हिन्दी पनि उहाँहरूले पनि बुझ्छ त्यो मजाले होइन, अनि सजिलो हुन्छ कि हामीलाई।
बट म अघिल्लो सिजनको बारेमा तपाईँसँग सोध्न चाहेँ। हामीले देखेको थियौँ कि सुपर विकेन्डमा अलिकति 7C स्ट्रगल गरेको थियो, किनभने प्राइज पुल आउँछ सुपर विकेन्डको गेममा, त्यो कम रहेको थियो 7Cको थ्रुबाट। अहिलेको के प्लान छ?
सुपर विकेन्डमा चाहिँ लाइक अब अलिक हामीलाई गाह्रै भएको थियो होइन, अब गेमहरू हामीले अब त्यही एनालाइज गऱ्यौँ, अनि त्यो पछि अलिक सजिलो भयो। सुपर विकेन्डमा चाहिँ हामीलाई गाह्रै भएको थियो चिकन त्यो निकाल्न, अब त्यही हो।
बट अहिलेको जुन रोस्टरहरू बनेको छ, नयाँ कम्बो बनेको छ, फ्रेस हुनसक्छ, डिफ्रेन्ट फ्लेभर हुनसक्छ, बट यसलाई एग्रेसिभ क्याटेगोरीमा राख्न सक्नुहुन्छ तपाईँ टिमलाई, या प्यासिभतिर धकेल्नुहुन्छ, अथवा तपाईँको के थट रहेको छ अहिलेको लाइनअप हेर्ने भने?
पर्सनली म चाहिँ एउटा एग्रेसिभ प्लेयर हो, तर मेरो एडिसन पछि चाहिँ मेमो, फियर अनि स्मोकी सबै एग्रेसिभ प्लेयर हुनाले अहिले टिम एकदमै एग्रेसिभ र किल चाहिँ आउने प्लेसमेन्टमा चाहिँ हल्का कमी भइरहेछ, त्यसलाई हामीले फिगर आउट गर्न कोसिस गरिरहेछौँ।
पिएमपिएलकै कुरा गर्ने भने तपाईँको फाइनल्समा राम्रो पर्फर्मेन्स भएको थियो। अघिल्लोचोटिको कुरा गर्ने भने चाहिँ कसैले नोटिस गर्न भ्याएन, बट 7Cले चाहिँ समवेयर अराउन्ड टप 3मा चाहिँ स्पोर्ट्स सेक्टर गरेको थियो। फाइनल्समा चाहिँ कसरी फिक्स भएको थियो इस्युहरू?
लाइक हामीले त्यही अब लिग स्टेजमा हामीले अब गेमहरू हेऱ्यौँ, आफ्नो के गल्ती छ हेऱ्यौँ होइन, अनि त्यो अब त्यही फाइनलमा हामीले सुधार्न ट्राई गऱ्यौँ, त्यही गल्ती दोहोऱ्याएनौँ कि हामीले।
सो अब 7C रेडी छ पिएमपिएलको लागि, पक्कै पनि जिसीको लागि जाने पनि कोसिस रहनेवाला छ। जिसीको कुरा लिएर तपाईँहरूको थट प्रोसेस के रहेको छ? के सोच्दै हुनुहुन्छ जिसीको बारेमा? चान्स छ, एउटा ड्रिमको पनि कुरा हुन्छ?
जिसी चाहिँ अभियसली हाम्रो मेन टार्गेट नै हुनेवाला छ। जिसी जति पनि टिमहरू छ सबै जिसी नै गर्न खोजिरहेको हुन्छ, त्यही भएर हाम्रो अल्टिमेट गोल नै पनि जिसी नै हुन्छ।
सो जिसी पुग्ने, नेपाललाई रिप्रेजेन्ट गर्ने अथवा आफूलाई देखाउने, एक्सपोजर पाउने प्लेटफर्म पनि बन्न पाए, बट पक्कै पनि फ्यान्सहरू पछाडिपट्टि रहेको छन्, टिमलाई सपोर्ट गरेको छन् अप्स एन्ड डाउन्समा, उनीहरूको लागि के मेसेज दिन चाहनुहुन्छ भने?
सपोर्ट चाहिँ गरिराखौँ होइन, अब त्यो जे भए पनि टिममा सपोर्ट चाहिँ गरिराखौँ, सपोर्ट गर्न।
तपाईँ के एड गर्न चाहनुहुन्छ?
त्यही हो, सबै टिमलाई सपोर्ट गर्नुहोस्, सबै नेपाली हो, अनि बाहिरको टिमलाई पनि सपोर्ट गर्नुहोस्। च्याटमा के नराम्रो लेख्थ्यो भने टिमको मनोबल अथवा एउटा इन्डिभिजुअल प्लेयरको मनोबल घट्ने गर्दछ, त्यही भएर सबैलाई सकेसम्म पोजिटिभ कमेन्ट्सहरू नै गरिदिनुहोस्, त्यति भन्न चाहन्छु।
उनीहरू थिए 7Cका प्लेयर्सहरू। टिम के कसरी प्रिपेयर गर्दैछ, बिचमा आउन सक्ने समस्याहरूलाई कसरी ट्याकल गर्ने त, त्यो बारेमा के चलिरहेको छ टिमको बिचमा कुराकानी, त्यो सेयर गर्दै थिए हामी। यस्तै कुराकानी बाँकी अरू टिम्सहरूसँग पनि गर्नेवाला छ, त्यो तिनजेलको लागि स्टे ट्युन।
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4 Pro Analysis. This is Super Johnny, joined by Fixes right next to me, and we're going to be breaking down what we expect to go down in this season of PMPL South Asia Season 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a new season, we've got a set of fresh players coming in. All the old gods are already over here.
Yeah.
I'm getting excited for it to start.
Exactly, and the excitement does not end there because there's $150,000 on the line. But some things are going to remain the same, like we're going to have the league play days and the super weekend. But along with that, in this video, we're going to be talking about what we expect to happen, as I said. So the top 3 teams, the dark horses of this tournament, the rivalries that we're going to see, and of course, the top players that we expect from this tournament. So with that out of the way, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this show started. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, so we're going to be starting things off with the top 3 teams of this tournament, or at least what we feel the top 3 are going to be like. And those 3 teams are ZEUS Esports, DRS, and Stalwart Esports. So let's start off with the awkward conversation as to why we have DRS in the top 3 this time.
Well, why not? Because they have been so consistent. They've got the best players in the region. They've stuck on with each other for quite some time. And I really feel that is their best strength, right? When we used to anticipate that Galzin will be the difference maker, it was not the case. I mean, it was, of course, AJ and Mr. Bor also chiming in. And if we talk about, you know, their possible weaknesses, Johnny, has to come down to the fact that, well, this team does need to understand they need to take some early game fights.
Exactly. But if we talk about consistency that DRS have displayed, there's another team in the list that have been as, or if not more consistent than them, and that is ZEUS Esports.
well, the gods themselves, right? And they do have Godless with them, and of course with a little bit of IC and ABDE. They've all been so good. In terms of their fragging potential, yes, I have been loving them. But again, that is one of those things that sort of sets them back a little bit, because sometimes they get overwhelmed and tend to engage in a lot of fights, sort of getting early eliminated.
And we know what it takes to overwhelm ZEUS Esports. It takes a team like Astra Academy, which is now Stalwart Esports.
Well, I mean, a lot of changes we've seen in, of course, the banner, but the players are pretty much similar. You've been talking about these lads, they're amazing, right? You've got Action, you've got Pika, and we do still remember the glimpses of that Erangel match where they went massive. But again, if you talk about their shortcomings, I really feel they could do better in terms of their rotations, their macro rotations, perhaps. If they sort of have it, then they're good to go.
Exactly, and we're going to find out what's going to happen with these lads once they step into PMPL South Asia Season 4 this time. But after this, we have to talk about the individual players, so we're going to have a look at the top 3 players of the tournament next. Now, the top 3 players. We've mentioned a few of them before in this video as well, so we're going to be starting things off with Godless from Team ZEUS, followed by his own teammate, IC, and then we have Sandesh from T2K on the 3rd position.
Yeah, I would love to start off with Sandesh first, because I really believe he's a complete package, right? If you need a sniper, he's there. If you need an assaulter, he certainly is. Then I'm going to move on to Godless. And again, he also does deliver in both the fronts, right? We have seen him getting really up close and personal, and even from the backline, sometimes he gets really nasty with those bolt action shots. But if you talk about consistency, I think this is where IC really comes in. And he certainly had been one of those picks that we never really thought would be there, but has been such a tremendous performer for ZEUS Esports.
Exactly, and these 3 players will be really key in helping their teams get to the top of that leaderboard, because again, there's a lot on the line for everyone. And now let's talk about what we love the most, as fixers like to call it, the masala, the rivalries of this tournament. And starting things off, DRS versus ZEUS Esports.
Well, that has been going on since the last 2 seasons, and this season, of course, we are going to expect nothing less than that. And these 2 teams have different style of gameplay, but again, in terms of the standings, they somehow meet against each other, and it does turn really nasty.
It's always going to be either the first or the second where we find these 2. But moving on to the second rivalry award, I feel like the second rivalry is going to be like, it's going to be Pablo going up against R3D Esports from their own region.
Well, it's a pretty much a homegrown rivalry that we have seen, right? Which really started off during the NC, where Pablo did manage to snatch it away from I8, and now I8 did respond with that PMC of victory. So now, with the title on the line, they've also got to prove that they are the best in the region.
Exactly. They might be friends at home, but once you get inside the game, it's all about the business. So there's one more thing that we have to talk about right now, and that is going to be the dark horses of the tournament. The teams that, if they actually pop off, can actually be a tough competition for everyone else to beat. And those teams are going to be Wizards with Vibes and Paradox, all the way from Wildcard region.
Yeah, I mean, of course, 100%. Because we haven't seen a lot out of them. The big question over here is, how are they going to play under pressure? Now, we've been talking about these 2 teams. I also would love to talk about Team Raw, right? In the Nepal region, they have been phenomenal. And this has always been with the Nepalis, that every single time they come into the major tournaments, they tend to get really, really sturdy, and they do perform.
Exactly, and that has been the history with the team. But will this time be any different? Only time will tell. And as I said, how the teams are going to perform, only time will tell. Well, the time is right now, because the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be starting on the 21st of September. So do make sure you are tuned in for all the action on PUBG Mobile official YouTube channels. And well, we're going to be waiting to see you guys right on the battlefield.
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4. We're back. Yes, we're back with this awesome looking virtual setup right here this time around. Of course, we've got the gang joining us along with that, but it is a huge thanks. First things first, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Book Up Your Fun. I'm going to be your host, Bloro. Joining us, of course, like I say about the gang, we've got Ocean Sharma and Iceberg Johnny. How are you guys doing?
Well, pretty amazing, pretty good. If we just have to talk about it. And Johnny, I mean, again.
Well, Varun. How excited are you, mate? We're back, but this time around there's no studio. We're all in the virtual world, dude.
I mean, it is going to be exciting though. I mean, because the matches are still going to be there, and as you mentioned, I mean, this is the 4th season. The stakes are always, I mean, they keep on increasing with every season we have. So this time it's going to be 4 times more intense, I guess, for every single one present.
Every single tournament, every single time we jump into the saga, it is going to get fierce because these teams, they know what is on stake. With that, let's move on and have a look at the format that is going to be showcasing how the entire journey is going to be showcased in the next few weeks, Johnny.
Exactly. I mean, it is going to be super exciting because, like always, we're going to have our league play days and the super weekends as well. So 2 days of weekdays, and then the top 16 teams from there will be moving to the super weekend. After 3 weeks, the top 16 making it to the Pro League finals. I mean, we have seen this time and time again, Blotter, and it is quite interesting right now because as we move forward, things, I mean, we were talking about changes, right? There are always changes that happen. This time there's going to be something different as well, but we're going to talk about that a little bit later.
Absolutely will once we get to that point. But right now, as we move on across from the format itself, let's move on and, of course, have a look at the overall schedule for the 4 weeks. As Johnny so perfectly mentioned, we're looking at 2 days of league plays where these 20 teams are going to be able to participate and showcase the best possible synergistic performance that they possibly can. Why? Well, because, again, as so perfectly mentioned by Johnny, only 16 teams are going to move away from those league plays into that week's super weekend. And that is where the crux of the matter is, because that is where the points will matter the most, Johnny.
Exactly, and I mean, it is going to be so important for the teams to actually perform on the league play days because not just the top 16 teams moving forward, I mean, every single team will be playing 8 games in the league play days, and then if they qualify, they get to play the 15 games that will be there in the super weekend. So if you mess up a single match, it might cost you those points that you will be able to earn for yourselves from those 15 games.
Absolutely, and to be in that finals, that is going to be the most important things that these teams are going to be working towards. With that, when it comes down to what's at stake, we've got $150,000 on the line for these teams, but of course, that is also being subdivided where we do have the awesome opportunity for the teams that will participate in the super weekends, walking away with $1,000 per match win. Johnny.
Exactly, this is what I was talking about. I mean, as you mentioned, winner chicken dinner for those super weekends, $1,000 for every single game. I mean, for participating in the league stages, you do get $2,500 already. But apart from the prize pool that is in the finals, the $10,000 that are going to be the $6,500 for second position, I mean, it's going to be so important for these teams to actually build a bank for themselves in the league stages itself.
Absolutely, Varun. Once again, I mean, this is all going to be brought down based on how they play their games. And in those games, what is on stake? Well, it's the points. It is definitely the points. You walk away with a chicken dinner, all right, good. You got the 15 points secured for yourself. But more importantly than that is going to be that kill point. 1 kill, 1 point is what you walk away with. And that is where it gets that much more critical for those aggressive teams that are going to be participating. Along with that, as we talk about the entire saga, we've got the awesome opportunity where we are going to be introduced to these 20 teams. Of course, from them, we've got 12 invited teams from the previous season. That was PMPL Season 3. But there's more. Johnny.
Exactly, the teams that have qualified through the national championship and made it all the way here through the national championships and also the respective PMCOs. And talking about those teams, I mean, Wizards with Vibes is one of the new names joining us along with Team Raw, Ruthless, Aggressive Warriors. A really interesting team that we're going to have to look at because while the name is going to be new, but the players that are playing for the squad, we have seen them before as part of different teams. from the region of Pakistan, the team to focus your eye on is always going to be I8. I mean, they just keep on improving with every season that they make it over here. But this time, I mean, they are going to try and go for the trophy straight away. But talking about the new names, Team Paradox, all the way from Australia.
Oh, yes, that is where things are going to get that much more hectic. And also coming back to the Pakistan region itself, there's clarity in esports right there. That, I believe, Ocean is going to be bringing in that X factor. With that, let's move the conversation on. Of course, we've spoken about there are 20 teams participating, but those teams have been subdivided in individual groups. Ocean. All right. We've got Ocean having some technical issues, which is no problem at all, as me and Johnny can take you through all these groups. And we've got Group A on our screens, where the real soldiers are going to be chiming in. The team that was so good. But on the other front, Johnny, I want to talk about ZEUS Esports. The way they've showcased in Season 3 of PMPL, the first week itself, they asserted dominance. Do you think they're probably going to be able to bring that again?
I mean, I hope so, and I hope they are a little bit more consistent as well with their domination, because that's it. That's all we remember about them, right? Them dominating week 1, because there was a drastic fall off in their standings in the later weeks. Week 2 would not see them make it to the Super Weekend. Week 3 they were barely able to make it on the other side. But as we move on to the next group, this is where things get interesting, because we have PN Crew coming in with a massive roster change. Sandesh is not there anymore. R3D Esports, we do see them be quite consistent to making it to this stage of the tournament. But I mean, last season as well, it was sort of a mediocre performance. This time I expect a lot from them, because R3D Esports, with the experience that they gain, they come back stronger. Same goes for Venom Legends. I mean, that is always one of those deadly teams. But talk about death and you see ZEUS Esports.
Oh yes, every single time we know when it comes down to ZEUS Esports games, they are going to be dominating on that 1 point per kill, and that is what makes this team stand out. I mean, as soon as you know that ZEUS Esports is in the lobby, well, you better start fearing. But that's not it, because the groups go on forth to Group C, where we are going to be looking at 7C Esports along with A1 Esports, 2 incredible teams that have been so wonderfully aggressive. But in all of that, we were talking about the X Factor. We've got from the Nepal region, of course, the Ruthless aggressive warriors coming in as well, Johnny.
Exactly, and this is what I meant when I said the name might be new, but the players that you are going to see playing for the banner, they're still going to be the same. We have seen Sada before, we have seen blah 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 Joker be sort of outperforming players in the previous tournaments, but Stalwart Esports is here, ladies and gentlemen. This is a new sort of Stalwart Esports revamped edition, I guess you could call it, because we have seen these players play before under a different banner, and now they're going to be playing under the banner of Stalwart Esports. But still, these are the same guys that absolutely decimated ZEUS Esports and all the other competition in the previous South Asia Championship. So
they most certainly did.
Keep our eyes on them.
That is so true, mate. I mean, this team, you talk right off the bat, first talking about Pika itself. I mean, the dude have been so very good. But this time around, we'll see if this roster is going to be able to help them be that synergistic as they have been in the past. Along with that, as we move on to Group D, we do have Deadeye's guys, High Voltage, Business with Vibes, a team that is going to be another team to talk about, wherein it is the X Factor. But alongside that, Ocean, I want you to discuss about Clarity Esports, Bablu, of course. What are your expectations, dude?
I mean, I do have huge expectations when it comes down to Bablu Clarity Esports, because we know that, I mean, they have performed with the back and forth game that there is, but not like 5 people. It's gonna be amazing, to be honest.
True. Absolutely. This is going to be so very true indeed. But with that, as we've got 4 more teams to get introduced, we are going to be moving on to, of course, the final group. The Group E. Now, this is Varun where things get interesting. As you were mentioning, from Australia, we've got Paradox joining in. Of course, from Mongolia, we do know that S9 is going to be there. And this, I mean, every single time we jump in with this group, I think it's going to be an X factor throughout from all of these regions.
Exactly. I mean, as you said, this group is the X factor from all the different regions. I mean, we have Train to Kill from Nepal. Since the addition of Sandesh to Train to Kill, I believe we're going to see Jane go back to the same form, the same Jane we remember from Season 2, which was he was basically handing death cards to everyone.
Oh, yes.
Future Station as well is going to be super interesting, since there has been a merger with another team from their own region. C9 Esports, a team that can pop off out of nowhere, and they're going to be hitting some really, really nutty shots. But then we have Paradox. I've seen Azrael and Optus in the past. I believe it was Wildcard Season 1, and these two players have a really unique skill set, and it's going to be super exciting to watch them in this Season 4 as well.
Absolutely. Another point to actually bring up along with that, Varun, is going to be when it comes down to Train to Kill, right? We do see Sandesh right there. Of course, we've seen him play with PN Crew earlier. Now, I am anticipating some sort of a rivalry, perhaps, that's going to be created between the two teams. What do you think?
I mean, you can always anticipate that, but I don't think so. I mean, these lads are really good friends outside of the game as well. I mean, so it is still going to be the rivalry inside of the game, but let's see. There might be just some interesting finishes between Train to Kill and PN Crew in the matches that we are going to witness in front of us right now.
Exactly, because I mean, what I'm talking about is Sandesh basically getting all the secrets from PN Crew, spending the time there, getting experience there, is going to just bring that in to Train to Kill and be that X factor for Train to Kill in their performance altogether. But this is Group E. Now, Group E, again, like we said, is the X factor, but when we start things off, it is, of course, going to be only 16 teams that will be participating. So we're going to be moving away from one group to the next as we move along with the flow of the show and one game to the next. With that, it seems like Ocean is back. Are you there, mate? All right, he will be back. He will be joining us real soon. But talking about the show itself, I mean, I could not get more excited. PMPL Season 4, virtual studio all here, looking absolutely pristine. But I cannot, of course, forget or reminiscent about, well, PMPL Season 3, because that was the stage, that was the awesome glory, and in that, we had the real soldiers bring in that awesome, glorious moments for themselves, and of course, they were the reigning champions. But this time around, we'll see if DRS is going to be able to bring themselves up. With that, let's move on with DRS and get their stats on the screens to be able to showcase what they did in the previous season, Varun.
Exactly, and as we are talking about DRS, I mean, I'm going to take something that was said earlier by Nima in the interview that we were watching while the countdown was going on. I'm sorry, it was AJ. And what was said was, like, the challenge is going to be tougher. They're going to have to try something. No, DRS was an incredible team in Season 3 as well. I believe, the level of competition is going to go up. I believe these lads have improved as well based on the recent performances, and they're always going to be the biggest threat to anyone that is going to go up against them, especially because of the fact that this team is really, really good at their positioning inside the map, and it becomes really hard to find openings in those team fights. Look at this clip as well. I mean, Yalzin and AJ from the flank, they just committed one person to draw all the attention, and it was basically just absolute destruction from there on out. It is going to be super important to see what is going to go down between DRS, and as we were talking about rivalries as well, between them and ZEUS Esports, because that seems to be the only team that can actually take DRS on in terms of the standings on the overall leaderboard. And even that sort of has a little bit of a twist to it, wherein both the teams have two completely different play styles. ZEUS Esports, we did talk about them, super aggressive, and DRS like to focus on their rotations, are always going to be there in the late stages of the game, and getting those placement points is always going to be a #1 priority for this team.
Absolutely, dude. I completely agree with you. Another point to actually that I want to bring up along with that is going to be the fact that when it comes down to DRS, the real soldiers, they stick together. Whereas ZEUS on the other side, we've seen them individually, from Godless to Ably to others, just individually take on fights for themselves. And that is the X factor that would perhaps work out in favor of DRS. Ocean, what do you think?
I mean, that's actually true when you just explained it like that. I mean, teams like ZEUS, they kind of have their own different style. I mean, it actually also, boils down to region as for what each and every region just brings to the competition. Yes, DRS is kind of team that just goes with their kind of, synergistic gameplay. It just, helps them because one player thrives onto the information of the other player, and that actually helps all the players to actually play freely and independently and still be a team together. So that's kind of a thing that just separates DRS from the competition, and I would say that's pretty good.
It certainly is. It certainly is. But again, this is a different season. Of course, there are going to be different stats that are going to be showcased from all of them. But that also does bring up the question, will DRS be able to, bring that sort of a dominating streak once again for themselves? Or will it be a completely different team that's going to be able to take over? And in that takeover, we've got this awesome team that Varun and me were talking about. That is from the Nepal region. It is none other than Visit with Vibes.
And this team is a complete X factor, and I believe Ocean is going to agree with me. We were having a conversation with co-casters from Nepal as well, and expectations when this roster first came together, well, there were none. And later on, this roster has gone on to prove themselves as one of the new teams that will be shining out in the future.
I mean, if I just have to talk about it, I would simply just have a conversation around the lad Malik, right? There have been times in PMCO that the lad just is one of the last lads to survive, and he's the one who has been a sole region that the team used to be in top 3. Like most of the time, just think about it. One lad surviving, the entire team has been taken down, but his impressive game sense, his impressive style of survival. I mean, this is a battle royale, right? The survival matters, and he does that with sheer brilliance. And right now, when you have to survive in top 16. I would say this lad can play a really vital role.
Well, it is going to be a crucial, well, again, along with all of that, right? When it comes down to the play style that they've showcased throughout the PMCOs, it has worked in their favor. But now, this is a different stage, Varun. And when we talk about this stage, you could not bring up the stakes any higher.
Yeah. I mean, the stakes, as you said, could not be any higher. So this team is definitely required to, well, take their gameplay to the next level as well. And since this is just going to be the beginning of their journey, let's see how things turn out in the end.
Exactly, and what other teams are going to be bringing to the onslaught when it comes down to this is with Vibe's aggressive playstyle altogether itself. With that, when it comes to the teams, well, we've been well versed and introduced with the teams. We've seen there have been so many roster changes. We've seen a lot of teams that were able to, bring in a complete different stance altogether. And in that, well, what are the team to bring up rather than I8? Of course, because that team, I mean, they do not stop their onslaught, whatever team they go up against, Ocean.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I8 is kind of a team that loves that chaos. They thrive on the chaos. And talking about a chaotic lad, Crypto, like he has his own game style of playing, and he has his own way of just understanding what's going on. Blair is there, Uzum is there, Rebuse is there, and I guess we were having this conversation. I mean, all three of us, and that was the way Rebuse just gives the perfect support that Crypto actually thrives on. I mean, it's these two lads that have their own synergistic gameplay against the entirety of the lobby, and that just helps them overall. Just think about it. We talked about the earlier teams. Most of them had the survival times of more than 20 minutes in their own respect, right? PMCOs and previous tournaments. But these lads, even with 19 minutes of survival time, they're still bringing a lot for themselves, and that's the chaos. They just have that for themselves in the early stages, and that helps them.
It is so true indeed, and that is something that has been showcased from this team again and again, Varun.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, again and again, they managed to be consistent, but the one unique trait about this team is, as we have been talking about, how aggressive they are, and it's not just Crypto. Even in the matches that we saw where Crypto was, well, put on the back foot, the other two players, Uzum and Blade, they know when to step things up as well. Yes, they rely on Crypto to bring in those skills, but they know when they need to provide sort of those flanks, those cover fires for him as well, and it sort of allows him to have a little bit of an extra breathing space. But I mean, I8, we have seen these players on this stage earlier as well, and it's going to be super important to see what they have learned from the past experiences. I mean, the team continues to grow. As I said, they continue to grow with every single match that they play, and they are definitely going to be one of the most aggressive teams that we are going to have in this tournament.
Most certainly, absolutely. With that, let's move on along with the show. It is time to get our game started off. Let's move on to the schedule. That's, of course, going to be bringing up, well, 5 games like we discussed earlier are going to be played. Starting things off, it is going to be Erangel, but the X-Factor group that we were talking about, Group E, will not be participating in this first game. So in that, Ocean, when it comes to Group A, B, C, and D, what team do you think or want to believe is probably going to be completely annihilating the competition?
I mean, it's again. I mean, Johnny, you remember, right? Again, just putting us on the spot. That's classic. Like, just talk about it. Well, I would say for the first game, in fact, let's just go all in without the discussion of which team might just get the best for themselves. So I would say anything can happen. It's a new season. It's a new competition just emerging up again. So.
Absolutely, completely agreed. But I do want to bring up one point. Stalwart, we've spoken about it. Varun, when it comes down to the playstyle that they've showcased, they've been absolutely wonderful. But this time around, with that different lineup that they've got, I just hope the synergy is on point over there. With that, it is time to jump into the game. We've already done with the predictions. Let's move on to, of course, the wonderful duo, the casters, who are known as XP and Play. Over to you.
Thank you so much for that. I don't know why my face is this massive on XP, is just completely frozen, and XP looking, he's looking very serious. Oh, there we go, we're back. I can see a bit of a smile cracking open. I can see, but I guess I can hear you, and I guess everyone else can hear you as well. XP, it's been a while. Here we are again, Season 4. It's not the same old teams. We have a few names coming in as well, but I, for one, am very, very excited.
It is an exciting time, of course. Whenever PUBG Mobile, we talk about that. One of these teams is, going against the best of the best. And I have a question though. I wonder if they've learned to, because last time around in season 3 play, we did that. Once the Mongolian horde gets rolling, they are nigh unstoppable. But I guess the question is, have the other teams?
We should be finding that out very, very quickly. I do believe we have a bit of some technical difficulties. It's day one. These things do happen. Everything's an online studio. Everyone's operating remotely, ladies and gentlemen. You can see, the Notman has done a great job as well with the stage and everything, right? We have all these AR stuff. I don't even know what it's even called, but it looks pretty cool. You can see a lot of fans, virtual fans in the background and in the seating area cheering for the respective teams. And just to touch upon what XP said, yes, you talk with Mongolian teams, and we do have 4 of them once more back in the lobby. We have Seal Esports, we got S9, we have, of course, ZEUS, who are definitely going to be a team that I'm personally going to be looking out for. And at the same time, we also have Astro Academy, who are now playing under the banner of Stalwart. So that should be very, very interesting indeed. We do have XP back in, although I believe his mic is still not fixed yet. So you guys are just stuck listening to me and just staring at my ugly mug. But I do have word that we have almost all the players in the server. And as our analysts have already broken down very, very nicely as well, it's going to be 2 days of the group stages. All the 20 teams will be playing. We'll be having 4 groups out of the 5 groups playing at any one given point in time. From that, the top 16 will move on, and they'll be playing in the Super Weekend, where it's 3 days where the points accrued during the weekends. That's what matters. We have 3 weeks of this, followed by the finals at the end. So we have a lot of faction lineup for you guys. It's going to be a hell of a series. I feel like we have some teams really make a name for themselves previous season. We saw DRS looking fantastic from Nepal. We had Stalwart as well, looking good. Although now Stalwart, like I mentioned earlier, are fielding a whole different team altogether. So it's going to be the Mongolians there. We have a number of teams coming in from Nepal. We have a handful from Bangladesh as usual, a handful from Pakistan, and of course our Mongolian overlords, as I like to call them, because they have looked the best, I have to say, in the past few months. But that being said, though, it's a brand new season. We might be seeing some of these teams maybe perhaps taking the crown away from our Mongolian friends and maybe trying to make a different result. So we have a number of teams here. We of course have 7 Seas as well. We have Stalwart Esports, A1. We have a couple of new names coming in, right? We have Ruthless, like to be called, I assume. We also have Wizards with Violence. I do wonder what they have in store for us, and a little bit of a surprise for me. Before we jump into the game, I do have a bit of technical difficulty. We're going to be going to a very quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be back with it, so don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, my name is Aditya Talukdar. My in-game name is Venom Nightwing, and I play as supporter soldier for Team Venom Legends. So it's been quite a long journey till PMPL, but this season we're back with more grind, more dedication and more focus. Qualifying for PMPL means that you've already gone through a lot of top class competition and will only rise from here. We know that the teams in the tournament are all as good as every other team, and that's why they're here. But my team wants to stand apart and break our limits. Last time we had a good run throughout the group stage, but we couldn't carry our performance to the finals, and we were really disappointed. But this time the competition is with ourselves, and we're ready to break our limits and show everyone what we're made of. I hope our fans will be with us all throughout our journey and support us with all their hearts. Watch our matches live on the official broadcast channels of PUBG Mobile. This is Nightwing. Thank you and take care.
हेलो गाइज, मेरो नाम चाहिँ अजय श्रेष्ठ हो र मेरो इन गेम रोल चाहिँ सपोर्टर र असल्टर हो। अहिलेसम्मको पिएमपिएल जर्नी एकदमै टफ रहेको थियो र अब आउने सिजन अझै टफ हुनेवाला छ र त्यसको लागि हामीलाई अझै ग्राइन्ड, अझै डेडिकेसन अनि अझै फोकस गर्नुपर्छ र हामी त्यही कुरामा लागू परिरहेको छौँ। पहिलाको पालिको सिजनको पिएमपिएल चाहिँ हामी विजेता रहेको छौँ र अब आउने सिजनको पिएमपिएल चाहिँ हामी डोमिनेट गरेर जित्नेछौँ। पहिलाको पालिको सिजन चाहिँ एकदमै क्लोज कल रहेको थियो त्यही कारणले योपालि चाहिँ हामीले अझै मेहनत गरेर यसलाई कसरी अझै राम्ररी जित्ने भन्ने तिर लागेको छौँ र लास्टमा फ्यान्सहरूलाई यही भन्न चाहन्छु कि अहिलेसम्मको जर्नीमा धेरै सपोर्ट गरिदिनु भयो धेरै माया गरिदिनु भयो त्यसको लागि एकदमै धेरै धन्यवाद र हाम्रो जति पनि गेम प्लेहरू हुन्छ त्यो चाहिँ PUBG मोबाइल स्पोर्ट्स अफिसियल च्यानलमा लाइभ हुन्छ त्यसमा आएर हेरिदिनु होला सपोर्ट गरिदिनु होला धन्यवाद
Hey guys, my name is Gibby and I play IGL and Fragger for Team Paradox. It's been a long journey to PMPL and this season we're back with a lot of grind, dedication and focus. My team wants to stand apart and break all the limits. We want to be the first Australian team in the pro scene. We didn't qualify for Season 3 of PMPL because we didn't have enough synergy. But this time we are better than ever. This time the competition is with ourselves. We want to do better than we ever have and we want to break all the limits and win the title. I hope our fans will be with us throughout the whole tournament and will show us their love and support for us. Watch our matches live on the official PUBG Mobile broadcast channels. This is Gibby from Paradox. Thanks for listening and take care.
Hey guys, this is Shapitz and I'm the fragger for Future Session 1952. It's been a long time till PMPL and this season we're back with more dedication, more grind and more focus. Qualifying for PMPL means we have already been through a lot of top class competition and we are only going to rise from here. We know all the other teams in the tournament are as good as every single team and that's why they're there. But my team wants to stand apart and break our limits. The main reason we couldn't become the champion of PMPL Season 3 is due to lack of experience. But this time, the competition is within ourselves and we want to perform better than the past. This is where we break our limits and secure the championship title. I hope all our fans will be with us throughout our journey and will support us with their heart.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be jumping on in, and I believe the game is actually live while we sort out the small little technical snags that we have here in day one. It tends to happen. Everything's online. Everyone's operating remotely. It's obviously a new challenge, which I'm sure everyone will be able to overcome very quickly. We'll, of course, have XP back as well. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we're wasting no time. We're going to be jumping on in. Match number one, it is going to be an Erangel. And we're going to be staring straight at Nima from DRS, who is going to be the first team who is going to be gracing our screen. So 5 games today. It's going to be Erangel, it's going to be Miramar, Erangel, Miramar, and then Erangel. Of course, the first game will have Group E sitting out. Then the second game won't have Group D. Then, of course, Group C won't be playing the third game. Group B and Group A and so on for the remainder games. But here we go. It looks like every single player, they're not having any trouble here. We still have R3D on the plane. Maybe we can take a look at the minimap to figure out where the drops are gonna be. We'll hopefully have that for you early on. What I'm curious about is whether some of these teams would have maybe swapped out some of the drop locations. Maybe they're going to be trying things a little bit more differently, trying to kind of press F5 on their strats and how they approach the games and try and make things a little bit interesting. But here we go. Wasting no time, we have the map overview for you guys, and it's going to be a bit of an eastern circle, nothing too drastic, a little bit of the military base as well in the play zone, if needs be. Of course, have a Stalwart, that is the ex-Astro Academy squad, dropping towards Lipovka. We got Venom Legends towards Milta Power. We got Wizzes with Vizzes. I'm not even sure how to pronounce the name, but WZV, the team I'm going to be keeping an eye out for as well. We got them over towards Shelter. DRS as usual, dropping towards Yesnaya Poliana. They're going to be happy with the circle because they're almost smack center. However, you head towards the center of the main island, and that's a cluster of teams right there. We have Seal, we have ZEUS dropping once again towards South George Pole, and then we have Team Bublu dropping towards North Georgia. These are locations they usually like heading towards. I8, a team I will definitely be keeping an eye out for as well, dropping alongside 7C. We got Deadeye's guys smack in the center towards Rozog as well. And I gotta say, Deadeye's guy's new logo, I don't know how new it is, but it's definitely newer than previous seasons. And it does let, I don't think I even saw this logo in the last tournament of theirs I had the opportunity to cast. So I'm liking it. It's got that owl look. Maybe we can take a look at the logo later on. R3D opting to go for a much more safer route. They're going to be dropping all the way west of the quarry region, where they're just going to be taking their sweet time, looting things up, and then slowly making the way into the zone. For the time being, it's got to be a bit of a slow start. And one thing that I note, this is something which has been a constant factor, like death, taxes, my ex-girlfriend's hating me, and the fourth constant in life has to be the fact that this Pakistani team, they love going to the military base. We got reviews from I8. You can keep an eye down south there, I8 heading straight for the military base. They don't care if it's in the zone or if it's not. That's their hunting ground. That's where they like dropping towards, and that's exactly what they're going to be heading towards as well. The only difference being there's no one really contesting at the military base alongside I8. One thing we didn't notice, if you guys had the opportunity to watch the PMWI Invitational, the Gamers Without Borders charity event, I8 did face a lot of contestation towards the military base, and a couple of times they're able to shine. They're playing against some of the best teams in not just South Asia, but the entirety of Asia. So it was a bit of a struggle for them, a bit of a struggle city for them, but I feel like that would have added a bit more extra experience for these guys. So I'm curious to see how I8's going to be faring. DRS, the champions from previous season, they have a lot to prove as well. I feel like they have kind of plateaued a little bit. But then, yeah, all eyes are going to be on a couple of these Mongolian teams. Seal especially comes to mind. They had the best week. I think they had 4 chicken dinners on day 1 of the previous season, and then they completely fell off the edge of the face of a cliff. So it was a great start, followed by a very disappointing end for these guys. So hope to see how they're going to be faring. But right now, it's a bit of a slow start. RAW, Raw, a newer name for me personally. Haven't really seen them in action much, but it's good to see new teams come about. And good to see new teams, new names, fresh faces, looking to make a statement, looking to show why they belong here in this lobby, why they've qualified, and what they can do in the server. But it is going to be indeed quite a bit of a slow start to the game here. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the tournament. It's going to be a long 4 weeks. It's a full month of PUBG Mobile action. And right now, it's just me, Play. But XP should be joining in. It's sorting out a little bit of some technical glitches we've been facing throughout so far. But hopefully everything should be ironed out very quickly. And you won't have to just listen to my solitary voice all the time. You will, of course, have... I'll have company as well. But for the time being, yeah, it's a bit of a slow start here, nothing too crazy. And yeah, Deadeye's guy's logo. I like your logo. You can see them smack center right next to PN Crew. It's a nice one. It does manage to stand out. Stalwart, though, heading towards DRS. There's a lot of congregation from a lot of these dangerous teams, I might say. We have High Voltage, we have Deadeye's guys, we have PN Crew and Stalwart, all triangulating onto DRS's position in the middle of Yasnaya, which is... Look, DRS dropped there early on. We know how they like playing the late circle, how they like playing the late zone and taking the sweet time going for the placement points. But if they're going to be swamped on all sides by the likes of PN Crew and Stalwart and Deadeye's guys, it's not going to be an easy position for them to hold on to, especially this early in the game. So I am curious to see how they're going to be faring. We have A1 as well, slowly moving into the interiors, and we will finally have a bit of a firefight breaking out. Blah, 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 from RAW. The team name might be new, but blah, blah, blah is definitely no stranger to any of us. And he's going to be unleashing a few bullets in the direction of High Voltage. Unfortunately, not quite able to land anyone. We got Joker as well, very well-known player. Couple of new members as well in this team. So yeah, it's a mix of some veterans, some very well-known individuals, along with a couple of comparatively newer names. High Voltage taking control of the apartments right outside school. They are aware of RAW's or Raw's position at the moment. They're going to be cognizant of that fact, and they're going to be playing this one a little bit more safe. There's no need to really go for any drastic plays or having to resort to any drastic measures yet. It is, after all, the first game. And even though it's a group stage, and even though the overall points here don't really matter, it is still very important that you do not place in the bottom 4, right? that is crucial, because if you place the bottom 4, you are not going to be playing a super weekend. That means you're going to be sitting out 3 days of action where the points actually do matter. You do not want to be in a situation like that. And even if you manage to have a fantastic week 2 and week 3, the fact that you weren't able to participate in the first super weekend could come and bite you in the butt. It could make life miserable for you and just add unnecessary stress and anxiety later on in the tournament. So no team would be looking to take this easy. Even though the points you accrue, as long as you're in the top 16, don't matter. If you drop outside the top 16, it is going to be gutting. So that's something all these teams are going to be keeping in the back of their minds. As Jiggle from Vibes is going to be just skedazzling. Joker rattling off a couple of bullets. Most of these players pretty known, apart from just a couple of names. Even some of the new teams we have, the org names are new, but the players are members I've been seeing for quite a while already. Aussie. Emma's just looted up, just ready to rumble here. It's going to be a bit of a slow start. Don't expect anything too crazy. No one's looking to take the first steps. No one looking to really start the battle, as the zone will finally close in, forcing some of these teams to potentially go for rotation. And when I say rotation, I8 comes to mind because they're well outside the play zone. As we do have a Groza lying out in the middle of nowhere. And I8 already preemptively moving on in. They don't want to stick on around too late. They don't want to walk into the safe zone and then just walk into a party, a welcoming committee of a couple of teams just waiting for you to push on in and just get completely shredded. So they're going to be going in a little early. And fortunately for them, there's no one on the bridge to make life worrisome for them. One team who always was a thorn on the side of I8 was 1952. We used to always camp that bridge to its very pier and make life miserable for I8. But this time around, they are not in the server. So, and I8's also going to be taking the eastern route. So they're going to be feeling a bit comfortable, as we do have a battle breaking out. And the first player to drop, unfortunately, it's going to be blah, blah, blah. He was the first player to take a shot in the server, and he will unfortunately be the first player to drop as well. And it's going to be 7Cs who's going to draw first blood in the tournament. Interestingly enough, RAW's members, they didn't try to go for the trade. They weren't really trying to push 7C and punish them for getting that kill. Instead, they're going to be playing this one very safe. They've also spotted out ZEUS passing by. That's ZEUS Esports, by the way. One of the bigger favorites, I might say, in this entire tournament. So they do like going their split pairs. They usually split up. They send a player well ahead of the rest of them. And Godless taking quite a bit of damage. He will not be dropped. In fact, it's going to be ZEUS. It's going to be spotted by A1 from the distance. So ZEUS Esports getting harassed from multiple angles, beleaguered. But RAW are still being very, very quiet indeed. ZEUS will finally be finished off. Godless has been spotted out and dropped down by Dante. And A1 from the distance, they are making ZEUS bleed here very early in the game. So right now for ZEUS Esports, they only have 2 players standing. One's been taken out, the second's out and down for the count as well. Godless will meet his maker, and there's going to be ZEUS Esports down to just 2 members. That's a very surprising start, as Vibes now getting harassed by Seal. Seal Esports, a team who have the highest of highs and sometimes the lowest of lows. So I am curious how they're going to be faring this time around. Nine Boy confirms the kill, and ZEUS now in a bit of a pickless situation. They don't seem to be very aware of where the other members are. They know where A1 is. They know where 7C's were as well, but with 2 members alive, their options are limited. They just can't run into a compound and hope to clear it out with just 2 members alive. So they're going to be trying to find a semblance of cover. They need to find it very quickly because the circle is shrinking further. And eventually, they're going to be facing a lot many teams coming on in. And not to forget, you can't forget the Mongolian counterparts as well. You, of course, have Seal right here. We got S9, Seal 9. And we obviously have Stalwart Esports, a.k.a. Astra Academy. It's not just about ZEUS that these teams have to be worried about. It's all the other 3 Mongolian teams as well. Right now, though, everyone well entrenched inside the play zone. Some of them still outside of the vehicles, R3D, for example. And I do wonder where I8 are. Oh, there they are. Oh, the zone. This is really favoring DRS. They've actually moved a little bit, but they're going to stuck towards Yasnaya instead. They will opt to move out of the Yasnaya, heading in towards the fields early on, and the circle is going to be favoring them. The question is, with the number of players and number of teams still alive, still 16 teams in contention, they're going to be surrounded on all sides, and that's not going to be easy. As I8 and A1 are having a bit of a drive off, and not too sure what Crypto is doing there, but maybe trying to build up a little bit of a supercar fortification. That is exactly what they're going to be going for. They don't really have much cover, so instead they're going to be using the vehicles to create a bit of a temporary fortification at the edge of the play zone. They are aware of A1's position as well, and A1's taking fights on multiple fronts. They're going to spot out 7C's Memo, gets to knock with Sinister. Also aware of the fact that I8 are nearby. Memo looks like his days are looking a bit numbered. He will avoid the explosion, but I don't see any of his teammates nearby coming in for the res. So Memo might be down for the count here. And A1, pretty solid start. 2 kills to the name, but those 2 kills were, of course, members of Godless. So they are looking very, very solid here early on. And there we go. Memo. Still alive. And there we go. Finally, he will fall. A bit of a painful death for him. Abandoned by his teammates. No one nearby. A lonely death. But he'll come back for the next game, so it's all good. A1 in the meantime. God, that sounds nice. Such a nice sounding car. A1, though, they have opted to keep 9boy in that particular compound, while the remaining members are going to be out in the open with the vehicles, looking to spot any lost souls wandering around carelessly, so they can get a few easy kills. And right now it's a bit of a stalemate between I8 and A1. As I say that, a few bullets will be unleashed in the direction of Blade. He takes a bit of damage, and it's a very similar setup we have over here. Uzum has got a much more smaller compound, barely a compound, it's just a shed where he's going to be sitting towards, and the rest of his teammates with that cluster of vehicles who you can see right here. And a similar setup for A1 as well. We have 9boy on the right-hand side of the corner of his screen, and a much bigger compound, where his remaining teammates are going to be waiting for anyone to push on in. If you can take a look at the play zone real quickly, it should also showcase that they don't really need to push in any further. It's a bit of a chess game right now. It's a bit of a mental game between A1 and I8, trying to find a more advantageous position for later on in a zone. For the time being, though, everyone has moved in. ZEUS are outside. I see. They're going to be coming in from the southeastern side, which is the right call. There's no one there apart from Venom Legends, who are a little bit more deeper. RAW still skirting the edge of the circle, and the play zone has finally forsaken DRS a little bit. Instead, it's going to be smack on Deadeye's guys, PN Crew and High Voltage. Now, PN Crew and High Voltage's position up north towards Yasnaya, that's going to be crucial, and DRS immediately moving up north. The problem here is, if the circle finally collapses towards Yasnaya, where they have those buildings over there, the teams who are present in the buildings right now, they're going to be in a very comfortable spot. I'm talking about High Voltage. I'm talking about PN Crew. As we finally see a push coming in, as DRS are going to be pushing into A1. And this is uncharacteristic from DRS. They're a team who don't necessarily want to take fights unless they really have to, but it looks like they have to finally go for the fights here. Enima, Molotov getting tossed on in, and it's going to force out the player there. Sinister caught on the open, and it's going to be Nima with the drive-by with the UMP finding one. He knows there are a couple of members nearby as well. Avoids a nade, but he takes so much of damage. He spots a player inside. The nade could be everything here. The nade could just completely destroy A1. And A1 Jax holding the line. The nade almost finds him 1 point of health, but he somehow manages to drop a player, and he's still live and kicking. As 9boy as well, trying his desperate best to keep his teammates in contention. He has so much work to do, but it is going to be DRS who pushes in, takes down A1, and not just takes out A1, but they keep all 4 members alive, XP.
Damn, it looks like I just joined in as the first one bit the dust, but I got to ask you a question. What did I miss? What did I misplay?
You missed DRS just flexing on A1 there. The old champions really delivering. As you have another fight breaking out. It is going to be I8 versus Bublu here. Interesting.
You're going to have to bring me up to speed because I have no idea who went where, but it does look like we are going to be in a no man's land situation right now where either teams, they do seem to have a nice little... Oh, wait a second. Just as I say that they have some cover, looks like Bublu just spotted Red Views way in the distance, laying down a few shots, and at that distance, connecting is something that is obviously going to make them feel good. But again, I just joined in, as you did mention, A1 Esports were completely obliterated by what it seemed like, because I saw a house, I saw some smoke, I heard some bullets fly, and then that's all she wrote.
Yeah, and they were in a very good position, and DRS were like, oh well, we're gonna be rotating in, and they found A1 Esports on their path, and it just took them down. Right now, the battle on the Pakistani teams, this is interesting. Domestic battles are always interesting, but it's going to be Blade. XP is going to find Zibian early on, and the problem with that pit is XP, sure, it might provide cover, but you can get shot down from above, and that is exactly what's going to be taking place here.
Especially since I8 are going to be rounding them around with Crypto going in for that little bit of a flank, which means they are going to be in a world of trouble. Smoke grenades are going to conceal their position just for a little bit. Once that smoke dissipates, it's going to be a little bit mayhem because Blade is going to find Zibian, and with that, he is going to be bleeding on his knees. Scratch that. He has been eliminated with Wolf, the last man standing in the smoke, is going to get spotted, which means now it's going to be a 1-on-4 situation. And wait a second, Crypto is going to get the knock. However, 420 gets the better of Blade.
For how long is the question here? Summer finds another one. How does he find another one, XP? This is sloppy from I8. They are giving him individual fight. They're giving him 1v1 fights. Ozum's going to be knocked as well. 420 boy, he might just pull off the clutch. It's a 1v4. And I8 getting a little too over-eager, maybe a little too overconfident. And Crypto is on 1 HP, and 420 might have done this all by himself. He's got time to heal himself up, and bear in mind, XP, he has his teammate nearby as well. Danny's still alive and kicking if needs be. And I8, they have completely choked this.
You know, you were talking about it being a domestic affair. I think what was happening here was they wanted to add insult to injury, especially since, you know, they wanted to drive over the last remaining member. And, well, if you go up against 420 boy 1-by-1, it is going to cost you a lot. And it looks like Danny has been picked up. And with that, Blade is going to be put 6 feet under, which now means I8 just have a couple of options. They can either basically run away from this fight, or he can do something drastic and take a fight against a 3-man squad now. This is, oh my God, Blade, how the tables turn. And there you have it. I8 is out.
That was DRS. That was DRS from the distance, just completely stealing the kill away. I8 had everything going for them there, and they just completely capitulate to one man. 420. Boy, oh boy, that was a statement early on coming in from Team Bublu, and I'm a fan. I like it. I like seeing that. Taking down one of the big hitters early on, as P and crew are going to come under fire from Seal.
Talking about big hitters, Seal Esports now, man. We've seen a lot of action from them in the past, but I like the fact that there are a lot of teams in contention in Yasnaya over here. Of course, on the top of your screen, you do see the Wizzes basically taking the fight to Stalwart Esports, and I do believe they are going to be exchanging a couple of knocks here and there, but oh my goodness, coming back to that I8 debacle, I think they made a mistake going in one at a time, and 420 boy just kept his head about him, and well, he got the job done. But now Ayush, he does have an idea that his teammates are going to be in the building, which is going to be rushed soon. However, him being all by his lonesome might help in the initial phase of that assault, but it will give his position away.
I'm just taking a look at the who's left alive, XP, and it's been a rough start for some big names, right? A1, I8 out already, ZEUS down to 1 member. It's been a rough start for a lot of these teams, and looking at the play zone here. So the zone was pretty much towards this part of the map, XP, and DRS were obviously in Yasnaya. They moved out of Yasnaya. They were like, yeah, there's no way the circle's going to be ending there, but it winds up ending there. And unfortunately for them, by the time they come back, Stalwart, P and crew, and Seal had made their home in Yasnaya, which is problematic. ZEUS are going to fall as well, alongside 7C. So some big, heavy hitters getting taken down early on with a bit of vehicular manslaughter as well. But this XP, I believe you like this. You like urban warfare.
Oh, I love it. I love it. And you know what? In fact, you did kind of mention that DRS kind of let go of their position as you have a look at AJ getting knocked out by Top from Stalwart Esports. Of course, Astro Academy They have collaboration coming on. They are playing under a new banner. But it does also mean now, Blade, that Stalwart Esports are going to be in that entrenched position, which does sound good on paper. But mind you, bullets are going to be flying overhead from every which direction. And that could be problematic. And well, when the zone throws curveballs like that out in the open, I guess DRS are going to be happy they're not pincing in one of these buildings.
Yeah, they're actually in a very good position here, right in the periphery. They can get a lot of knocks, a lot of kills, while the other teams are going to be rotating in. And then in the last second, they can slowly sneak on in to the play zone. Right now, though, it's a mad dash. WZV getting kept at bay. Seal. All 4 members still alive, mind you, although Wally is a bit low, so he probably wants to heal himself as soon as possible. This Reaperbot will find Steel Shot. Venom Legends going up against multiple teams here. Killer sneaking on in. I like the way Seal are moving, living up to the name like a SEAL Team 6. Just moving, clearing their angles, working from compound to compound. Look at the way they're moving in, right? XP like in a train.
It also makes sense because they are avoiding conflict and talking about conflict. Have a look at that. 420 is going to go down. Nixon gets taken down by that Apex AKM, and looks like there's going to be a blind rush as Glenn trying to go in that room.
What's going on?
The enemy was right in front of him. This is absolutely chaotic. It is pandemonium, but it looks like Slayer is still about his business. He's the last man standing, but now Nima is going to spot him as he makes that frantic dash for some cover. However, with that, P and crew are going to bid us adieu as they exit this game, which means 9 teams are alive and 27 people are still wanting to get the first chicken dinner of this season.
From the frying pan into the fire of DRS. We're trying to escape from Stalwart. Instead, it's going to be DRS. Oh, that's going to be a free knock. That's going to be a free knock. Pika, he was unaware of this particular angle from Gyald, and he tries to crawl to cover, which he will find, but eventually he's going to bleed on out. But his teammates, it's not worth for Stalwart's final member, like 2 members, to go in and try and go for the res here. So Pika's days are numbered, and DRS, the reigning champions of the previous season, XP. Sure, they struggled a little bit during the PMWI, the Invitational for the East Conference, but right now they're off to a hell of a start, but cannot count out R3D as well. They are looking fantastic, and so are High Voltage.
I think every team has kind of done their homework from the past season because we are seeing a different level of aggression, especially from the Pakistani teams, like you did mention R3D. But now, looks like Top is going to get the better of On Top from Deadeye's guys. And I was just going to bring them up because it did seem like Deadeye's guys were locked in a battle of their own on the other end of the playing field against the Wizards, but they did get the better of them with grenades going off in every which direction. But right now, Deadeye's guys, they do seem to have one end of the zone all to themselves. The problem there is that it is way too open, and they're going to keep their feet. But what's not open is this little bending side where Wizards are going to go up against Seal. Like you mentioned it, Seal, man, these guys are like a well-oiled machine. They come out on top.
So very close getting knocked out. They're coming down to 1 member, but Seal, they will hold on. Baron, I don't know if it's a red Baron or not, but right now he is drenched in the red of his enemies. He's looking for more here. Seal. If anyone of you guys tuned in the previous season, day 1, they got 4 chicken dinners on day 1. if memory serves me right, that was Team Seal. So yeah, they fell off later on in the second and third weeks, but there was something to witness. As High Voltage, next week they have they're just down to 2 members, but they have 6 kills to their name. Now R3D are in a very good position, only 4 kills, but the fact that they have all 4 alive is going to be real helpful indeed. Aussie having to go for a mad dash, he's zigging and zagging, but he's been spotted out. He's taking a lot of damage. XP, he's going to go for the prolonged spray. He's in fact going to get the knock, but he needs to move into its safety. The smoke is going to offer him a little bit of respite, but for how long? Because from all across the grass, DRS, they have a very good line of sight on him.
Good cover coming in from his teammate, though, because Aussie was in a little bit of a predicament, but it did look like Extreme had his back. Now, it is going to be a couple of matches. Like you did kind of mention that, you know, Deadeye's guys could be in a precarious position to basically rain down dead, but looks like they're going to have to be contented with R3D, because from distance, one of their members just went down. I do believe it was DRS, in fact, who laid that final blow, but it looks like Baron is going to get a kill for himself. Now, Extreme and Aussie play, they could be in a position to rack up some more kills, especially at the expense of R3D. However, at the other end of the playing field, we have Gunstrain, and DRS could basically take it all away from them.
Yeah, Aussie now, last man standing. There's not much safety here. Everyone has to go prone, so him going in for the rest for extreme might not really be worth it unless he can deploy a few smokes. There is still the possibility, but he maybe wants to hold on to his utility for the end game. Well, never mind, his teammate's already been taken out, so that decision has been made for him already. Gyalzen can heal himself up. That's a great nade. Oh, that's fantastic! He's got to find 2 XP. He's got to finish one off. He's got to find 2 kills with that one nade. And Wally as well getting taken down. Absolutely obliterated with the nade bombardment. And this is looking fantastic for the side of R3D.
It does indeed. Of course, they are in the top 3 position. He does have an idea where RG is, but RG, of course, is going to spot him out. And with that, R3D are out. And the real soldiers, ladies and gentlemen, are going to come away with a chicken dinner in game number 1. I just have one question for you, Blair. Are you surprised at all?
A little bit. I won't lie, a little bit, because okay, they are the reigning champions of the PMPL South Asia from previous season, but they play this game in a very uncharacteristic fashion. They're a team, they like going to super late rotations. They try to avoid fights as much as possible. Today, they were like, screw you guys, we're the champions, and we're going to show you why. Also, a bit surprising to see some of the well-known names dropping out. I8 as well, they're such a good position, getting a little complacent perhaps against Team Bublu. We also had ZEUS getting knocked out early on. But it's good to see that some of the known names are delivering. The likes of Seal Esports, the like of DRS, the like of High Voltage. So it looks like we're in for a show here. We're in for not just a day, but for an entire month of some crazy action.
See, let me just lay down some facts for you. I came in the game as soon as DRS did wipe out A1 Esports, and we did kind of mention that, they've changed their strategy. They left Yasnaya, then came back in and got the job done, which basically goes to say everyone's doing their homework, which means this season is going to be amazing. And with that, of course, it is an end to game number 1, but the action is going to continue on the other side of this little break.
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
Hello and welcome to our awesome virtual studio this time around right here at PMPL South Asia Season 4. It is a big thanks, of course, to our sponsor Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Now again, lads, DRS is back. The real soldiers are back in the arena. Ocean, dude, what you got to say about that?
Actually, and there's one thing that, when XP asked Blay, are you surprised? I get it why Blay was saying, a little bit he was surprised from the outcome because of the way they were rotating outside Yasnaya for a while till a fourth circle, and when they started moving in again, that was amazing, to be honest.
That most certainly was. With that, let's move on and have a look at the most valuable player, the MVP, coming in from the first game. And it goes to Gyalzen. The dude has been phenomenal. 7 kills. 1,179 damage in the 26 minutes of survival time. Just absolutely ludicrous play being showcased from the side of DRS. Varun.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, as you said, it was a little bit nuts what the team was able to actually accomplish inside this match. And, I mean, surprise factor, I mean, because I understand what Blair was saying and Ocean was saying as well, the rotation, but not just that, the level of aggression the team brought into this game. Because, I mean, I was talking about this earlier before the match started. DRS, they're really good with the rotation. They lack a little bit of early game fights as well. They made us eat our words right down our mouths. And I mean, it was impressive to see how this team actually did, in fact, get a lot of kills in this very first match.
Exactly, and it's being showcased right here with the stats. I mean, yes, MVP is Gyaltsen from the Real Soldiers with the 7 kills, but following him is his teammate, AJ, right there with 6 kills. Ocean, you were talking about the synergy that this team holds, and here they are proving your word, mate.
I mean, that's actually the way, they just like to play for themselves. And then talk about high voltage as well, Aussie Extreme. I mean, we know Aussie is made for brilliant things, and he has been just, proving us right back and forth. Nima as well, just, coming up with the 4 kills in his own fashion. And, just like you said, right, Gyaltsen, AJ, Nima, I mean, these players, they have just one thing, then that's, I mean, Mappa Ninja as well, that's very good, and that is that, they have their own independency with this in this gameplay.
Absolutely. I mean, just these 3 lads from the Real Soldiers have been able to walk away with 17 kills. That's
wow.
That's an imprint. That's an imprint into the entire lobby. Dudes, we're back. We're here, and we're going to be dominating this time around.
Oh, I mean, just have a look at one thing, guys, and that is, you see the longest distance kill, 310 meters, 260, 207, 189. Think about it in a way, and that is, after 3rd or 4th circle, we saw a lot of fights happening, and you know how close teams are. Still, you're getting like, the long distance kills. That shows that your spray accuracy is what you are working on, and that's actually really, really good for all these players. And hey, 1179 damage by Gyaltsen, then 691 by Extreme. Just the difference that Gyaltsen just had with his own damage. That's amazing.
Absolutely is. With that, let's move on to the match rankings. We do know who got the chicken dinner. But what did the other teams end up doing and how much did they fare? Right off the bat, we're looking at the Real Soldiers walking away with 17 kills. Eesh, 17 kills during the first game. And they played this like a joke to the entire lobby. But we'll see what the other teams are going to be bringing as we move on away from that first position to the second. Of course, we do have high voltage there with 22 points. And then following is ACDE Esports. So again, the top 3 teams, they've created a completely different playstyle for themselves altogether. And the points, well, clearly showcase that, Warren.
Yeah, definitely. As you said, I mean, the top 3 teams are looking really impressive. I'm really happy that high voltage are starting off at a good note because, I mean, we were talking about changes to rosters, right? And from this team, we know there was a different player that used to perform really well inside the lineup, but now the pressure is on Aussie and he's dealing with it. Extreme stepped up quite nicely inside of the game as well. ZEUS Esports, I'm still going to be careful about how they're going to be. I'm still going to keep my eye on the team and see how they're going to do in the rest of the matches, but it was an interesting game. We saw I8 take an early exit, we saw ZEUS Esports take an early exit, PN Crew as well. A lot of good names went out super early in this match, but then again, some of few in fact few big names did in fact do really well. So I guess more matches before we actually decide who is going to be the favorites to make it to the next time.
True, very true indeed. Again, so perfectly mentioned by you, Varun. Now, this is just the first game. Of course, we've got the likes of ZEUS Esports sitting on their 13th position in that first game taken care of.
Yeah.
And they are just holding back. They're just holding back. That I'm certain of. With that, of course, we also had I8 dropping in, but not being able to make that rotation. And in all of the conversations, it is the zones that is, of course, going to be making the biggest difference. With that, Ocean, let's move on with your analysis, dude, and take us through all of these rotations.
I mean, just by the start of the first zone, right? You see first, second, third zone. Look where DRS is right now. They are outside Yasna. In fact, no team is around Yasna when we see the first and the second circle. But if we keep on moving forward, right, with the other zones, as it will be just, closing up, you'll see a cluster that will be forming up to the left-hand side of Yasnaya. Just look at this area right now. If we just, pause it here, and if we just, start looking at the teams that are just, around. Look at this. This is where DRS is. You guys just, get that, right? But from the other side, like they have the openness that if the last circle was here, so they can just move forward. Same goes for Stalwart. Like there are so many teams that can just move forward to the other areas of the circle, which was really good. But if we move forward again to the next zone, you'll see where DRS is right now and where the teams are. Now teams are starting to just understand the area around Yasna, like how important it is and where do you want to play. This is where PN Crew was having a really good area for themselves alongside high voltage as well. And these other teams that just had really good areas in the top 3 because they had the circle for themselves. Now DRS starts moving in. And the best part was for them was, let's just keep it here only. The best part for them was that they had the openness to get to get inside the circle right now. As soon as the circle just shifts up, they will be having that openness. If we just play it forward, we'll see like they'll be having that openness that they had no team to challenge themselves, and they could take those open area fights. And then after this zone, the best part was the entirety of the teams. Most of the teams were in the building areas of Yasnaya, right? These building areas. So they were taking fights through nades, through maybe just movements, those rushes that were happening, and then there's eliminated their opponents. But DRS, they had the best safety cushion, that is just get inside the circle and take up a really good fight. So we move forward, we see them, they are in the circle, and the circle kind of just started favoring them as well. So Yasnaya and the areas around Yasnaya, it is the home of DRS. You cannot challenge them. You cannot dare to challenge them here.
Most certainly cannot. Could never actually, in fact, because again, as you bring up this analysis right there based on the rotations that they were able to make, another thing to bring up, of course, is going to be on the fact that this team is so aggressive, dude. 17 kills is what they walk away with. 33. I mean, honestly, they've just created a joke out of this first game for the way that they've been able to play. But again, as so perfectly mentioned by you lads as well, that this is just the start. We've got the likes of ZEUS Esports, we've got the likes of ACDE Esports, and all of them are certainly going to be bringing up that aggression potion as the games progress on. With that, there were a lot of wonderful snippets and moments that took place throughout this first game. Let's move on with the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
And I just have to say one thing though. I mean, we should not be surprised that DRS won a chicken dinner game that ended towards Yasnaya. The surprise is just the fact that they got those 17 kills. That's the only thing, because otherwise, even those Yasnaya circles, we know they're gonna get a good finish. Also, there was just one team that could have actually broken them down. That was Stalwart Esports, but hey, Galzen, he was there to take care of them.
I mean, he definitely was. Just, but moving forward, this is what I was talking about. When you see the areas, the compounds of Yasnaya, it's kind of really tricky because you never know from where the rush might just be coming. And in the later stages, the most crucial thing is no one's going to slam their vehicle, but they're going to use their nades, maybe Molotovs and all those things. And then there's these in-house fights. But hey, Aussie, I mean, high voltage, the players did try to use their nades and all, but y'all, this nade parade was so good that it gave AAG Galzen so much opening for themselves.
It most certainly did, and with that, the first game right there, we can clearly see the lads are happy with that performance, of course, and why should they not be? I mean, walking away with that many points, they certainly ought to be real proud of themselves, but with that, we move on to the damage draft, where, well, Varun, we've got teams certainly participating in fights, but look at ZEUS Esports right there, dude, with 65 damage only, and that one kill.
Yeah, I mean, efficiency again. Right there from ZEUS Esports, but we're going to see this team step up. I'm pretty sure of that. But I want to focus on DRS again. 2,534 damage, and it was all due to the fact, as Ocean mentioned, those in those fights towards the southern edge of those apartments, they can be really tricky. But DRS, I mean, they were really impressive in the fact that first they went to the open fields and then they were able to make their way back towards those apartments, take those fights, get those kills, and when the circle moved away, they were able to safely transition into the end stages of the game, and it was quite tricky for them to actually make it all happen. But hey, I mean, that's what you learn with experience in DRS. They have plenty of it.
I mean, if I'll have to talk about it. There was one thing, and that is, if you see them in the first zone, right, they were trying to take the center line of the circle. So what I felt like their natural tendency was, let's play the center of the zone, so we'll have the most control. But the circle started shifting away from them, and that again helped them only. So yeah,
exactly. I mean, they were just sticking to that edge. There was nothing to worry about when it came down to their backsides. And as they pushed on forth, I mean, it was just an armada of awesomeness that was created from them. With that, it is time to move on to the schedule that is going to be bringing up the next game. Now, this is where, Varun, we were talking about that X Factor group, right? Group E is going to be jumping in. So what are your expectations from just that particular group?
I mean, they're going to have to be careful because the other teams are definitely going to be warmed up. And also, Group D is going to be sitting out. Also, it's Miramar, so I'm pretty sure Ocean wants to say something right now.
I mean, I do want to say it, but I just don't want to jinx it if I just say it. That's just my way. But again, so for me, in my own personal sense, I would want to see what Group E does in a new map as compared to what the entire lobby was doing. So yeah, I would just have high hopes for Group E personally, but still we'll have to see if they just actually do good in this match, because it's going to be their first match. It's going to be the match that actually gives them the rightest impression that they want for these 2 days.
Well. Again, dude, again. When it comes down to that group, it is going to be dominating. It is certainly going to be an aggressive one. But the other teams, as you so perfectly mentioned, are warmed up. I am certainly keeping a keen eye out for Paradox coming in all the way from Australia. Along with that, one awesome thing that I do want to talk about is, well, us. I want to talk about us. I mean, we've got our socials right down there. And of course, if you guys are enjoying all of this awesome, juicy gameplay that's being showcased from all of these teams, do not forget to follow us on our socials. Along with that, of course, the casters as well. And please do hashtag PMPL along with that. Also, follow all of our PUBG Mobile Esports channels. We've got YouTube, we've got Instagram. We're all over the place. If you're loving all of this, then you definitely should be keeping up, because we do have so much giveaways that take place throughout the entirety of the journey itself. But that's enough banter from ourselves for ourselves. Let's move on to the next duo who are just taking it by storm. It is none other than XP and Play once again, who are going to be taking us through the second game.
Well, you know what? I can never get enough of your banter. Blotter is always fun. It's always great to see you boys on the desk as well. Johnny, Ocean, of course. Blotter, kind of sad we're not there in person, in the studio and all of that. But hey, XP, we just have to make do. I just want to touch upon what the panel mentioned as well. 2 points. Firstly, that was just the first game. Just one game out of the 10 games that's going to be played over the course of these 2 days. So anything could happen. Some of the big guns could come riding back. Teams like ZEUS, for example. The second point being Paradox. I'm looking forward to these guys.
I mean, it is going to be the first team from Down Under that's going to be playing in this tournament, so I'm going to be excited to see what they bring to the table. And, well, as you did kind of mention, the only Australian team in this group, of course, Group E is going to be playing this game, and Group D is going to be sitting it out. The action play is going to take place in the deserts of Miramar, which means, fingers crossed, we see some heavy sniping action.
Yeah, that's one thing I want to keep. I really want to be watching out for as well. Some bolt action, as you do like to call it. So, very well, XP. It's a map where we might be seeing some of the underdogs, I might say, some of the dark horses probably stepping up to the plate. But we didn't really have too much of an opportunity to praise DRS, but that was an incredible debut game for them here in Season 4, right? Like 17 kills and a chicken dinner to start things off. They're trying to make a statement here.
I think they kind of have made a statement, especially since you did mention this is the first game, and we can't really lay down what's going to happen in the remainder of the season from one game. But if they do carry this momentum forward time in and time out, it is going to be a game changer. Plus, I like the fact that, after every single game, we are going to have a little bit of a shuffle of the groups, which is going to basically keep every single team on their feet, because, you can't just get used to a play style and then, wriggle your way around it. Now you got to basically make up new tactics as you go along, which is, again, super exciting. But of course, it is going to all come down to where that big bird is going to be flying in the sky, and whether their favorite drop spots are going to be in jumping distance. But again, now you did kind of see the beginning of the last game. Of course, I had some technical issues, but did you see anything different from what we've seen in the past as far as teams go?
I saw I8 go to the military island. As usual, and nothing too different, right? We saw ZEUS drop towards South Georgie. We saw just the usual suspects. R3D, they like dropping west of the Quarry region. DRS again dropping towards Yasnaya. So I guess the biggest surprise for me rotation-wise would be, as our desk pointed out, the fact that DRS, where they went for an early repositioning, even though they had the circle from Yasnaya, but they were able to immediately fall back towards Yasnaya once they realized that the play zone was going to be ending over there. So I guess, apart from that, nothing too surprising. ZEUS were a little lost, I felt like, the way they got picked apart early on. And I'm taking a look at the standings. Look, it's only game 1 done, right? But we have 9 remaining. There's always a chance that any of these teams can easily come up the ladder. But right now, the bottom teams, taking a look here, the 4 teams with only 1 point apiece are PN Crew, Venom Legends, I8, and at the bottom, ZEUS Esports. You don't expect to see them at the bottom for long, right? Like, they have to be coming up on top. But you look at the names in this tournament and you wonder, XP, who's not going to be playing the Super Weekend?
The thing is, I mean, like you said, it's game 1, right? But it kind of seems like ZEUS, they're just recharging their batteries right now. And well, the energy is going to be high. They just might shoot out bolts of lightning at the opponents, and we just might see a little bit of a different ZEUS. Because again, see, I kind of feel that, ZEUS is still one of the more aggressive teams out there. And what we did kind of see was they were getting picked apart by a lot of teams, which means they were taking the fight on multiple fronts. So now if they kind of hunker down and, just pick one team and then move on to the other. We might see something similar. But quickly coming back to DRS, as you did mention, they had Yasnaya, they left Yasnaya, they came back, they came and they conquered. I guess it just goes to show that now everybody knows that, aggression is the name of the game. If you want to rack up those points like they did 17 kills play, you got to go out and get them because no one's going to just drop them in your laps.
And that's one thing. Like the last event I had the pleasure of doing in PUBG Mobile just a couple of months back, where I was doing the PMWY, right, where two teams who really blew me away. And that's a tournament where we had teams like ZEUS were all playing. We had teams like Dallas to Murder and Navi really taking the fight to them. But I want to see if these teams can deliver. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to be wasting any more time. We're going to be taking the skies once more. However, instead of the evergreen forests of Erangel, it is going to be, as XP pointed out, the dry, deserted ruins of Miramar. I hope all of you are hydrated. Grab that H2O, down it, keep yourself well hydrated. You don't want to be dry and parched. And here, taking a look at the plane path, XP, this is an east to the west path. We do, of course, see there's two islands towards the eastern side. No one drops there, XP. This makes me sad because the first time Miramar came out in PUBG, I used to drop on those two islands and loot there like a little rat.
That is why, Blay, we are sitting over here and casting these games and not playing in them.
True.
Because, if you want to go and grab all the wonders in the world, you actually got to go do something. You can't hide in a corner. But of course, these teams are not ones to shy away from any sort of gunfights. And it does look like everyone is going to be here with spots, as you can kind of make out that the plane path cuts the map pretty much in half. Now, the question is, Blay, the million-dollar question, where is that first circle going to form? Is it going to be happy for everyone, or is somebody going to be really disappointed?
Los Ecos.
All right, he
Let's go.
He says Los
Prison
Ecos. I kind of feel it might be a bit towards the northwest. I kind of feel El Pozo, Hacienda is going to be in contention.
All right, we're going for some
come on
risky guesses, right? I'm going for Prison Island. And that's high risk because you never ever see, or maybe a couple of times. Oh no! It looks like neither of us. You saw that? You saw the circle? I saw the circle. I saw the circle. I saw the circle. It counts. Unfortunately, we're going to be going for a very quick match rehost. We should be jumping back in very quickly. The four teams are going to be playing now. We have obviously the one name which is sticking out for a lot of us has to be Paradox Esports playing, right? We have S9 jumping in. We have T2K as well as Future Station 1952.
Now, that is something that is interesting because I do believe 1952 were kind of like the underdogs back in the last season, and we were kind of rooting for them, and they did just scrape through.
And they were the bane of Stalwart Esports, aka I8's existence, especially on Erangel. So for them to be coming in, I want to see I8 go up against 1952. I think it's a story that's been going on for a few number of months here. But ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we do have a bit of a technical issue with the server right now. We're going to get it sorted out. In the meantime, we're going to be going to a very quick break, and we will be right back.
DRS gaming.
Exactly, DRS, the real soldiers, and they play like soldiers as well. They're really tactical with their approach to the game. They have the best rotations. They don't like to take risks in situations where they might just end up getting eliminated. So they like to play it safe. And that has shown us what this team is capable of. I mean, they have been really consistent in every single tournament they've played. They have really good players in form of Mafia Ninja, Nima, and Gyals. And one of the best IGLs is there, Mafia Ninja from Nepal. So I have huge expectations from DRS. I mean, I always have.
We all do, but the only problem that sort of itches me is their reluctance in taking those fights. Now, we do know this is one of their plus points, but then again, when fights are right in front of you, we've seen them sort of trying to hesitate, and at the end of the day, they just fall down over there. So if they sort of work out on that one aspect, I think they might just have a really good chance to retain their title. So we would wish them all the best.
One more team from the Pakistan region, it is going to be R3D Esports, who have been, well, surprising.
They have, certainly. Because, no, I really do not know what they have to offer usually. Because considering the new roster changes that they've been having, things going on here and there, and one of those major problems has always been finding that perfect IGL. They've changed a lot of them. So, you know, under different IGLs, you have different play styles being inculcated. So, I really do not know what they're going to be offering this time around. Now, again, if you talk about the previous PMPLs in which we have seen them, we did see them perform well in Vikendi, but this time we do not have that one. So that is of course going to be one major issue. Again, they have to work out on the maps like Erangel and Miramar and Sandhawk again to find out what really sits for them. But either ways, I do not know in terms of fragging potential or maybe in terms of strategy what we really have to expect out.
I mean, that is where the roster changes for this team might just come in handy for them, because they have 3 new players, and Hassan and Adil, they're going to be super important, as you said, in terms of the firepower they bring to the table. But what is going to happen, only time will tell. But for now, good luck to R3D for the match.
High voltage.
Exactly, and high voltage this time they're going to be a lot more interesting, because the man that we saw perform for this team the last time, Assassin, has left the roster, and that sort of brings a lot of shifts within the team's dynamic itself. And with that, I mean a lot of the fragging power will fall upon Aussie, and also the man replacing Assassin. It is going to be an experienced player nonetheless. It is Wadu, sir. So we're going to have to figure out what this team will be able to accomplish.
Yeah, well, the biggest objective for them would be first to get the synergy just right. Now, with Assassin being such an instrumental player for the team, that's going to affect the team's mentality on multiple aspects, and a lot of questions are going to be raised as to how they are going to be performing, right? Well, the answer is directly once the matches begin. So, best of luck. DRS gaming.
Exactly, DRS, the real soldiers, and they play like soldiers as well. They're really tactical with their approach to the game. They have the best rotations. They don't like to take risk in situations where they might just end up getting eliminated. So they like to play it safe. And that has shown us what this team is capable of. I mean, they have been really consistent in every single tournament they've played. They have really good players in form of Mafia Ninja, Nima, and Gyals. And one of the best IGLs is their Mafia Ninja from Nepal. So I have huge expectations from DRS. I mean, I always have.
We all do, but the only problem that sort of itches me is their reluctance in taking those fights. Now, we do know this is one of their plus points, but then again, when fights are right in front of you, we've seen them sort of trying to hesitate, and at the end of the day, they just fall down over there. So if they sort of work out on that one aspect, I think they might just have a really good chance to retain their title. So we would wish them all the best.
One more team from the Pakistan region, it is going to be R3D Esports, who have been, well, surprising.
They have, certainly. Because, no, I really do not know what they have to offer usually. Because considering the new roster changes that they've been having, things going on here and there, and one of those major problems has always been finding that perfect IGL. They've changed a lot of them. So, under different IGLs, you have different play styles being inculcated. So, I really do not know what they're going to be offering this time around. Now, again, if you talk about the previous PMPLs in which we have seen them, we did see them perform well in Vikendi, but this time we do not have that one. So that is of course going to be one major issue. Again, they have to work out on the maps like Erangel and Miramar and Sandhawk again to find out what really sits for them. But either ways, I do not know in terms of fragging potential or maybe in terms of strategy what we really have to expect out.
I mean, that is where the roster changes for this team might just come in handy for them, because they have 3 new players, and Hassan and Adil, they're going to be super important, as you said, in terms of the firepower they bring to the table. But what is going to happen, only time will tell. But for now, good luck to R3D for the match.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 1 of Season 4 of the PMPL South Asia. We are going to be jumping in straight into the second game as well here, X. You're not going to be wasting any time. The match is already underway. It is going to be the first time that we will have the opportunity to see Miramar here in Season 4. And with a few new teams joining the fray, teams like Paradox all the way from down under. We got S9, we got Future Station 1952, and T2K as well. This should be a fun one.
It should be a fun one indeed, and it looks like we are going to have a different playing path at this time. We're going to be heading down south. I guess, well, it's not going to be splitting the map in half, but again, all the distant locations can be reached if you know how to glide ride. But of course, everyone is going to be heading off to their favorite pickup spots, and it does look like action's going to break out. But again, let's see if you're going to be correct this time around, Blair. Where is that
Chumasera
first circle going to form? All right, he says Chumasera. I'm going to have to go against him and say it could be El Azahar or the treatment plant this time around. It could be a bit towards the northeast. I guess we'll have to wait.
Okay.
Find out.
It's like
I'm just waiting for that right now.
Well, we're both wrong. Actually, no. It cuts halfway through Chumasera, so I win.
But the majority of the buildings are outside the circle. Only the Asera
can
of
you see?
Chumasera is in.
You can see El Azahar, like you can see the words. It's not even there. So anyway, I win.
You win this one.
Thank you. But we do have quite a lot of the water in the play zone. So it could be a bit of a kind of a bitch cliff fight at the end here. But ladies and gentlemen, early battle potentially about to break out here. DRS drawing not first blood, but getting the first knock in 7C.
Guess what though?
Do they know? I'm not sure about this weapon for that range, Avery. That's very ballsy of you, and he will be knocked down. But a quick trade. Is ZEUS able to take down Fear? However, first blood will be drawn. Fear finishing off the knocked player, and ABDE will be the first casualty in the server, and ZEUS has to run for the hills.
Well, for everyone who likes to be geographically correct, that was a good jump and a miss. This is taking place at El Azahar, the southern sectors of it, and ZEUS is running for his life. Now he is going to find a little bit of respite behind that wall as his teammate Godless is going to come in, but looks like Memo's Uzi is going to be a bit too quick for him. Now, Godless did trade off over there as Memo's gone down, which means it's going to be a one-on-one situation, and Smoke 2 is going to go up the man himself. They are going to be trading a little gunfire, but have a look at that. We do have backup coming in for 7Cs, and it's going to be a last one-on-one. Ale was...
It's two separate... It's a 2v2, right? But it's two separate 1v1s, unless, yeah, the finish off will come in. Now, Fear is running in to bolster the defense of his teammates here, but this is... The question is, is the res going to be coming on in? Are they going to be going in for the reses? Yes, they are. Memo finding a little bit of some cover. In the meantime, ZEUS smokes will be deployed, but they're not going in for the res yet. This is curious. Icy taking his sweet time, healing himself up. ZEUS coming in, pushing in a little bit more deeper to a more safer position, further away from where a nade could potentially find him, take him down, and also knock his own teammate. And it's going to be Godless who's going to hold the line XP, and he's indeed going to find Memo. Now it's going to be a 3v2. There is a player coming in from above. I believe Godless should have heard that sound, unless that AK-47 of his concealed the sounds. And look at Ale from above, but he's going to be spotted out as Dari knocks him with the UMP, and all of a sudden, the tables have turned. Fear in a 1v3.
Not only was that lightning fast reactions coming in, but I must say one thing, the communication between ZEUS Esports is phenomenal, because that position was given away early on, and now they're going to go in as a team, trying to make sure they get the better of the last member from 7Cs, and there you have it. Fear is going to bite the bullet, and with that, we have the first team to be eliminated at El Azahar, and it's going to be ZEUS who come out on top. Looks like they got the memo, and, well, they are blazing their guns now. They're out for blood play.
Yeah, and considering how grim it looked at one point, right? It was like 2 knocked. It was a 2v4, I believe, and somehow they turned it around. And of course, it was Godless. Who else but Godless who manages to stand tall and deliver? I8, however, are in a bit of a pickle here. We can take a look at A1 battling over I8, and they finish off 2 members of I8 very, very early, leaving Uzum and Blade try and run for the hills, and A1's on the hunt. A1 looked really good. They were the team who took down 2 members of ZEUS early on the first map XP, but then they came up against the unstoppable force that was the DRS. Who just came knocking at the door, and they huffed and they puffed and blew all the walls and all the roofs down. So Kind of an unfortunate end for A1, but right now they're off to a good start, finding 2 kills and also getting control of this part of the map, forcing IA to relinquish their position. Taking a look at the map of DRS, as usual, going to be very far away.
All I can envision is DRS is the big bad wolf and the little piggies just running all over the place. That is all I can envision right now. But again, a blast from the past. I love that. Circle is still going to be the same as we saw earlier. Only a couple of teams are going to be outside, with the majority of the teams in and around Los Leones. Now, expect some sparks to fly up north at El Azhar once again, as R3D, the team from Pakistan, is going to be basically heading on a collision course with ZEUS Esports. Now, DRS Gaming, the real soldiers, the winners of the very first game of Season 4, are all by their lonesome. I mean, they don't really have a lot to worry about right now, especially since, you know, you have a lot of places in the circle they can traverse to later. But again, it is kind of slow right now for the fact that so many teams are so close by one another play, but they are being a little restrained. They aren't really giving their position away, and they're not really taking chances, are they?
They're not.
I like that. I kind of like that. They're playing
fair enough. But I also feel like look, here's the thing with the group stage, right? You, as a team, you get to play, out of 10 maps, you get to play, what, 8 maps? And that means you have to deliver, because it can easily spiral out of control and you might not place top 16, and then boom, you just have to sit on your thumbs and watch everyone else accrue all those crucial points in a super weekend, right? So I feel it has to be, as always, a good, healthy mix of playing it safe and then taking the fight when you have to, or sometimes even surprising your opponents by bringing the fight to them. That's what we saw DRS do in the previous game, and I want to see more from them, and not just from them as well. I also want to see some of the underdog teams, right, really deliver. R3D, they struggled in the previous season, if memory serves me right. But this has been a good start, top 4 placing in the first game, and already they're looking to get some fights and get a couple of kills here and there. So some of these teams, if it's like the previous season was kind of like they kind of sorted out all the teething issues. They're now much more battle hardened, so to speak, and they're ready to deliver. As we do have the zone moving in, and RAW and DRS going to be coming in all the way from the northwestern front, as Seal are going up against I8, and Uzum will drop XP. One by one they fall, and I believe they have only 1 member remaining, or is it the end?
Well, when you're caught out in the open all by a lonesome, chances of getting away are just a little bit tricky, especially if you're going up against one of the Mongolian teams. And this time it's going to be Seal flying in as they are going to regroup. Now, I do believe I8 are down to the last man. I'm going to have to confirm that and let you know, but it does kind of seem like they have a rocky start because they've only got that 1 point in the last game. However, again, this is just the beginning, and you did kind of mention, if you just quickly talk about R3D real quick, you know, they did have a shaky start last time. Like you did mention, they are battle-hardened, and it goes to show that, you know, that they've got a little of a handle on their nerves, so to speak, but again, it is too soon to call it. Now, of course, as the blue zone is going to force all the teams closer to one another, only one question is going to be on everyone's mind: where is the next circle going to be? As there you have it, we have airdrop dead smack center in Los Leones.
I don't think anyone's really going to be going for that. It's too risky. I do want to point out, I love R3D's rotation here. Right, they're taking the eastern side. They know that the chances of teams really camping towards the cliffs is quite minuscule, and they have chosen correctly. The zone's going to be collapsing on itself, so majority of the teams in the middle, there we go, won't really have to move too much.
If I may quickly add one thing, it is actually, you know, you're actually absolutely right. The way R3D avoided that fight with ZEUS Esports, especially since they took those roads just east of El Azhar, I mean, they really do have a handle of the environment around them. They're making sure that they're, you know, scouting out positions and avoiding early fights. And now, of course, as they are going to pretty much hunker down, possibly at Minas Generalis, we are going to see some action break out.
Seal 9 and Raw, they're on a warpath for each other. I don't think they're aware yet, but if you can take a look at the we have the airdrop, the MK, the Mark 14. I don't think anyone's going to be picking that one up, but maybe someone might. But yeah, there we go. RAW, they spot Seal 9 in the distance, and they immediately alight from their vehicles, and they're going to be taking a few pot shots at Seal 9. Unfortunately, not able to quite land any blows. As I say that, they will scratch a member a little bit. That's about it.
I like how the special forces are going up against one another. It's going to be Raw versus Seal.
RAW and Seal 9. Yeah.
I like the name too. Ruthless?
Obviously, like, aggressive warriors. But are they aggressive? We're gonna find out. If they're not aggressive, I'm gonna call them out. I'm like, buddy, you have to live up to your name. Like, if they just hunker down and just hold an angle or hold a compound, I'm gonna be very disappointed from RAW. Paradox did take a sweet time coming in from down south. They were, I think, near the prison island, and now they're making their way in. So far, they have been able to avoid any confrontation with any of the teams, but they will eventually have to go up against what could be, if they continue the current trajectory, maybe Venom Legends, or if they're unfortunate, they might get spotted out by Seal.
Could be a possibility, but have a look at that. They're still in the vehicles, which goes to show they're going for that high ground, which is just east of Seal 9. Now, Seal 9, they are going to have some concrete walls as cover. They are in a few buildings, which means Para is going to be out in the open. And what I'm expecting from what I can see on the map is they are going to be high up on top of a mountain. So, they are going to be, they're going to have a good lay of the land around them. And as far as confrontation goes, I doubt they're going to do something right now unless they want to take a long-range fight and, just test their metal and see what they're made of and make sure that their hands and thumbs, are all warmed up. But as for Para right now, I think they're just going to be happy making sure they're in the circle, living to fight another day. But looks like action is going to break out up towards the north as DRS are going to be locking horns with ZEUS Esports.
Everyone's in a vehicle still. Every single member. Bear in mind, for ZEUS, they are a man down, so they have to really make a decision whether they want to stick around and fight. As I say that, Nima is going to alight, and it's going to be rattling off a few shots in the direction of ZEUS Esports. You can make out on the top left of your screens, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the steering wheel icon. You can see AJ has alighted from his vehicle as well. So I'm curious to see if they're going to commit to this fight. ZEUS deciding that they need to hold the line, and it's going to be Godless. Now, I see Icy in the distance, but they are spread quite thin. They do have the road, and they had a little bit of that depression for cover. So I guess a few warning shots, XP, but not really committing to the fight will be either of these two teams.
Quick thing. Now, if you have a look at Darius' position, he's further up inside the circle while Godless is still not making a peep. He's not making a single sound. And let me tell you one thing. DRS are oblivious to his position. And mind you, Blade, we've seen this in the past, that ZEUS are not the ones to shy away from, staying out in the blue for a bit longer to come and hit teams from behind. As, of course, we have a look at the airdrop, and we have the second Mark 14 dropping down. But it does seem like no one is going to be grabbing that boy up as of right now. But again, expect some backstabbing, so to speak, from Godless as far as that skirmish up north is going to be concerned. But it does look like, have a look at that. AJ, again, keeping some distance between himself and his teammate. I'm just saying one thing. This team has definitely done its homework.
Yep, he's bringing up the rear. R3D, a deal. He's got backup as well coming on in, and it looks like DRS. Well, the last time they did something like this was against A1 in the previous map, and they completely obliterated A1. R3D, though, they have shown that they are not going to be cowed down this time around. Top 4 placing on their opening game here in Erangel. And Miramar is a whole different ball game altogether. Now, they have the compounds, but the nade from Mafia Ninja is perfection. He finds Adil. Anubis sneaking in from behind, but he's going to be running in straight into the AK of Galzins, and they're starting to fall in DRS. Now, everyone regrouping. AJ coming in as well. This is looking rough for R3D, and even though Adil will be rezzed, will he have time to go for the heal? I doubt it. Mafia Ninja gets knocked, though, but here comes the remaining members of DRS just swarming into that little hut. The player running outside trying his best to make his escape, but he will be put to his knees and taken down. One remains for R3D, and as I finish saying that sentence, no one left alive. DRS, they come and they kick ass.
They did kick ass indeed. And let me just say one thing. The moment Adil was kind of caught off guard, I did kind of spot this on the map. His teammates play were distance away, and the fact that they did a little bit of a U-turn and came back in to try and support his teammates, I think the better option would have been that they cut their losses and live to fight another day, because although it did seem like Anubis would have provided amazing backup coming right from behind the enemy, he was simply overpowered and overnumbered, and as a result of which, well, DRS, like you did mention, they came, they saw, they conquered, and these guys don't seem like they want to let the foot off the gas right now, because well, they seem to be steamrolling any and everything that is in their path.
it's a worrying sign if you're any other team. You're like, oh, okay, DRS are looking very dangerous. They're not the old DRS. They're not the DRS is going to be going in for the placement points. And by the way, they're very good at rotations. They're amazing at rotations, at reading the lay of the land, and always, even though it looks grim for them, you're like, we're DRS, and somehow they snuck their way in, and they're going to get a top 3 placing without even firing a single bullet. This is a different DRS. This is a DRS who, while maintaining that really good ability to rotate, that intuition to know which road to take, they're also going for early circle battles, and they're going for early fights, which are winning in a very convincing fashion. So this is a very worrying sign indeed for other teams. So also a worrying sign for RAW is that they are getting pincered by Seal Esports.
That was little bit over there by Sada, who was in his buggy and he was immobile. That is not what you're supposed to do, especially if bullets are going to be rattled in your direction. And it does look like Raw did just lose one member. They might just lose another, which means they are going to be reduced to a 2-man. Make that a 1-man squad, as I doubt that Revive is going to come in. And now this is, again, something that you see a lot of in Miramar. These long-distance engagements, which on paper make no sense, but it does kind of help out because, you are depleting and you are pretty much busting up that armor, which, might not seem like a lot, but it definitely helps in the later stages. Now, of course, as teams are going to make their way in, 2 teams already in the fight of their own are going to be Future Station 1952 up against Wizzes with Vibes. And although Praveen is down on the ground, looks like that Revive is going to come out, which means it's once again a 4v2 situation in their favor.
Let's see, the vibes are going to be good here for the side of Assassin and his men. A lot of gunshots in the distance, though. As Paradox coming in to fight from Pre and Crew. Right now, both Vibes and their opponents, their Future Station, they're in a very good spot. But this is the fight I've been waiting for. I wanted to see Paradox really go up against some of these teams, but they are getting mowed down and taken out. Shift deleted by P and Crew. And P and Crew says, kids, welcome to the big club. Look at the big boys club. You better deliver. And they just completely obliterate them. But that's not wasting any time, XP. You're going to be jumping in straight into Future Station, who are going to be pushing in against Wizzes with Vibes.
And it looks like only Baba is going to be taking the fight over there, while his teammates Entry is going to be down on his knees. And mind you, they still have all 4 members alive. However, they are split up in pairs. And, well, this split is not going to be something in their favor. But now Baba, I thought he could have gotten a knock, but Jiggle comes in from behind, puts that knife deep in his back, and with that, Future Station down to a 2-man squad. And if I quickly can, I did kind of predict that, Para would be up on a high mountain all by their lonesome. Again, they are new to this kind of gameplay. That was a beautiful grenade. It was just a little short, but looks like the Scar L is going to get the better of him. And I'm just going to come back to Para in a second because this is an interesting fight with Seal 9 going up against Stalwart Esports. It's an all-Mongolian affair.
It's an all-Mongolian affair. As we speak about Mongolians and another bunch of Mongolians, and they're going to be taking the fight to DRS. Here's Seal versus DRS. Oh, baby. I am rubbing my hands together in joy. Nade's going to be tossed in by AJ. This is the first real test here for the side of DRS. And look at Baron pushing in, getting a little too over-eager. But Killer comes in from the side. He's going to get the knock onto AJ. A quick trade taking place. And now, Seal, they still have 2 men up and running. But for the side of DRS as well, it's Gyalton and Mafia Ninja. They will get the res in time. So it's still a 4v4. But Zake and Wally, Zake needs to heal up real quickly. Wally pushing up as well. He's trying to gather some information, trying to figure out where the other members of DRS are. The res will take place. AJ, meanwhile, healing himself. As Zake and Wally, they need to push in tandem. They need to figure out how to get another kill and equalize things. Mark Ninja taking a lot of damage, but he will somehow still stay alive. Gyalden trying to go for the jump shots, trying to find something of some vision, but instead he's getting shot at from the distance as well. Zake will be knocked down by AJ amongst all the commotion, and DRS will hold on, and they will wipe out Seal Esports. DRS have come to play, they've come to kick ass, and they are doing it magnificently. They are not losing a single man in any of these team fights.
Man, DRS are definitely going to be synonymous with the terror over there, and that grenade was just beautiful, and Monkey's going to be lucky he is still alive on a sliver of HP as his teammates just got blown to bits with that double mark of a grenade. However, the revives are going to be coming in, and oh my goodness, DRS, they are on a high right now, the way they just wiped off Seal. Of course, a little bit of help coming in from the distance as we did kind of see a few shots connecting. However, you can't take it away from them. The real soldiers are not here to mess around. But right now, Seal 9, they did find themselves in a little bit of a pickle, but now all 4 members are going to be back up on their feet as yet another Mark 14 is going to drop down from the heavens above. The question is, someone going to use it this time?
Not a single AWM yet, which I'm sure makes you a little sad, XP. But
I give
right now, it doesn't seem like any of these teams really need any snipers. I would love to see ZEUS get their hands on the AWM, because I feel like Godless and Zeal especially are just insane with the sniper rifles. But right now, all eyes on DRS. I gotta say, I don't want to jinx anyone, but I kind of feel a chicken dinner coming in for the Nepali boys. They are looking incredible, nigh untouchable, but Seal 9 are getting touched in all the wrong spots by the bullets of Apex and all the members of Stalwart Esports, rattling off his Scar L, dealing quite a lot of damage. We already have a knock taking place, a second knock as well, and Seal 9 are in a bit of a pickle, but they're not going to over-aggress. Stalwart, they're just going to hold their line. They're going to be okay with a couple of knocks and just going to try and reinforce their position. Meanwhile, for ZEUS Esports, I believe they're down to 1 member. Oh, actually 2 members, my bad. Zill's still alive, and so is Icy. But they're going to be going up against DRS. Good luck. Good luck,
Well,
Zeus.
they are going to be going up in DRS, but the thing is, they could be held from the distance because obviously all those smoke grenades are going to be giving their position away. And as far as ZEUS is concerned, they still have some cover to work around with. Now, the question is, if DRS makes a push in tandem, that could be devastating because we do have a few grenades going off, and Zeol is going to be zigging his way from some fire. That one could be big. That is going to force them towards the left from DRS's point of view. Now, this is when they need to move in, but of course the circle has kind of shifted just a little bit, which now means that DRS have to gatekeep ZEUS. But again, there is a problem to that. They are exposed to the other end, and I think they're making the right call. Move deeper into the pit. Make sure you have some rocks for cover. Make sure you have some smoke grenades because, well, ZEUS are out of there.
Yeah, ZEUS deciding, this is a fight he don't want to take. Meanwhile, T2K have obliterated Wizzies with Vibes. The Vibes not looking good at all for the Wizzies. As DRS now, they're kind of exposed here. Now, they have this vehicle for some cover, a couple of pieces of rock, but it's not a very comfortable spot. T2K have all 4 members alive as well. They have wiped out an entire team in the form of Vibes. And, Nima, he's on fire! He's just burning alive out in the open. The humanity! As Blend will finish him off, and DRS finally, they bleed. They finally take a casualty, but the amount of kills they've already have, I think they're going to be still very comfortable with it. T2K in a very good spot though, XP. All 4 alive. They're in a pretty good angle where they won't, and when no enemies have a real eyesight on them. And AG gets blown up as well, and suddenly DRS, they're looking so good, and now it's looking a little tricky for them.
Well, again, I did kind of mention, they are in the open, and now all the other teams are going to be focusing on them. But it does look like, Lay, I'm going to have to correct you on one thing. DRS are still untouchable because it was their own Molotov which lit him on fire. The enemy can't do anything. Only the teammates can kill him.
You kill me, I kill me.
That is exactly what happened over there. And right now, trying to kill. These boys are trying to kill. The thing is, they're going up against the real soldiers. So let's see if all that training is going to come in hand. Of course, a lot of smoke is going to be deployed. Vision is obscured, but Frankie gets the better of Mafia Ninja, and he is on a little bit of a rampage. And wait a second, is that it?
They got wiped out. They got wiped out. They got shot. They got shot by 3 different teams. It took Stalwart, T2K, and I believe even Future Station helping them out a little bit. Sorry, I think it was ZEUS helping them out a little bit to finally take down DRS. And finally, I guess every team in the server in the lobby can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief because the Grim Reapers of the battlefield have finally been exercised by a priest, I guess, at this point in time. Future Station, though, they still have 2 members alive, although, as I say, that Magnet will eventually bleed to death. Stalwart Esports, the ex-Astro Academy side, the 2A in their name, a little bit of tribute to their old org, still up and running, and they will finish off Future Station, who find themselves in the past.
Magnet was, of course, in a little bit of a pickle over there, stuck to that metal box. Of course, that is what his name suggests. But right now, ZEUS is going to go in for the revive, which again is going to come in. The circle is going to move in about 3 seconds, but they are pretty much inside altogether. Now, it is going to be open warfare, and it does look like Stalwart would have the best position in this circle. Mind you, however, look at the way T2K are spread out. They do have the high ground, and the thing is, they can make up those angles, especially if they can get rid of ZEUS Esports. Now, ZEUS Esports, if they get spotted out by either team, or if even one of the teams is shooting, they are going to become a target. And I do believe they could be the first ones to be wiped out in this little Mexican standoff, unless they move to Stalwart's position.
I kind of feel that's not going to be the case. I feel like if T2K concentrate too much and try to take on ZEUS, that they're going to be sitting ducks for a Stalwart. Because bear in mind, even though they have a slight higher ground XP, Stalwart are, T2K, they eventually have to move in because the play zone is definitely not favoring a couple of the players, right? It's going to be towards ZEUS. But the problem with the zone is there's barely any cover there. It's a bit of a hillock, a little bit of sloping hillock, and Action, who realizes where ZEUS are. He goes poking and prodding, trying to gather some information, and ZEUS are gonna send him scurrying back. Well, he'll be able to heal himself up. But now they need to figure out what they want to do. It's a 4v4v2. The problem is the 2 members left alive. That team is ZEUS, and you can never, ever count them out.
Never count them out, but the thing is, right now, T2K, the fact that they are split up is something that's going to be in their favor, as Dari is going to take a lot of fire. In fact, he's still shooting at apes from Stalwart Esports, while I do believe it was Action. No, it was Top from Stalwart, who did get a little bit of ZEUS is alive. All this time, mind you, T2K are just laying back and watching the show, making sure they get the best position. And oh my goodness, Dari, man, these guys do not give up. And there you have it. I did kind of mention that, the moment ZEUS open up, they're going to get caught from all angles, and it is going to be GGWP for them.
What a battle, though. They managed to knock out a couple of members of a Stalwart, and if it wasn't for T2K, I would have even, fancied the chances. But potential final battle here. It is going to be a 4v4, slightly favoring T2K because a couple of players for Stalwart are still kind of low in health. They need to heal themselves up, which they will. They're going to be popping their painkillers and their energy drinks and all the good stuff. But it is going to come down to the 4v4. It's going to be one of the best teams in entire South Asia, the X-Astro Academy squad against T2K. Who XP, I like them, but I feel like they have too many ups and downs. Is this game going to be the up?
Well, it could be the up because I like the fact that they are still distance between them, and the fact that they have that slight little ridge that is going to be tapering towards their position is something that's going to help out. Now, Stalwart Esports, again, we know that this team is hard hitting and they are smart as well. I am going to expect a few more smoke grenades to be deployed, but mind you, the moment T2K open fire, they are going to have to get up. The question is going to be, are Stalwart Esports paying attention? Because they are going to anticipate that, the entirety of that side of the zone is basically occupied by the enemy. And the question is, do they want to go one at a time? Oh my goodness, Action was quick on his reaction as he gets down in time, making sure he is not taken down. But again, it kind of seems even Stevens, but of course, in T2K's advantage. Now, the next circle is also pretty basic. It's just imploding in on itself, and no teams are in the zone. Wait a second, correction. T2K have made it.
T2K have made it, and now it's a battle of trying to keep Stalwart at bay, but the smoke is obscuring their vision, and Stalwart's going to use that opportunity to sneak on in. Oh, that's great reaction from Pika, he says towards Jane, as he's going to knock the second player down, and T2K, XP, they're falling by the wayside. It's a 2v3, because Action has been knocked down as well, but Pika's going to come in to finish off the job. He needs to be aware, though, they have spotted him out, but Top is providing fantastic cover fire. Frankie is getting wrecked from every single angle. One player remains. It's all in Sundation. There's nothing he can do to hold off the onslaught of Stalwart Esports, and that is going to be their first chicken dinner, the second game going the way of the X-Astro Academy squad. XP, the big boys, they've come to play. Stalwart and DRS and everyone else might be feeling a little nervous at the moment.
Well, they definitely should be, because that was clinical the way they wiped them out. Now, it did seem like the way T2K pushed up at the very end, I think it was a little uncoordinated, because 2 of their members basically gave their position away. And like I said, I kind of anticipated that if they get taken down one by one, that is going to be all she wrote. And, well, looks like that is all she wrote. was coming in with that epic win. Again, making sure you have all 4 members alive right up until the end, going up against the big names like you did mention. I mean, that is what experience is all about, and I did definitely think it kind of helped them out this time. But of course, that is going to be the end of the action to Game 2 in Miramar. I'm pretty sure Blay would agree with me that we need a little bit of a breather. So why don't you all grab some snacks for yourself, because the action is going to continue on the other side of this little break.
And we're back, and we are back. What an amazing start this is turning out to be when it comes to day 1 of PMPL Season 4. All big thanks along with that to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro, hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Now, dudes, I mean, the real soldiers right there did showcase some amazing prowess, but came down to a completely different set of affair where T2K against the Stalwart fight did end up going against Mr. Jane right there.
I mean, oh my god. If we just talk about that fight, it was just amazing overall. But then there were just a few lads that were just outshining, and in those lads, if we just talk about it, it's just this one lad, Frankie, doing amazing stuff for himself. 1030 damage, 7 kills, 2609 survival time, 1 assist, and healing done 270. Now that's a lot given the fact you are a lot in the in the final zone fight, so you need to heal as well. And because the circle was not with them, it kind of became a tricky affair.
It most certainly did for the side of T2K. But on the other front, talking about Stalwart, the way they played, actually, the synergy that they were playing with, Varun, that was looking really amazing, dude.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, it had to be for them to actually survive the situation that was there with DRS and T2K being present at one point on their flanks. And also, I mean, I want to wait for the standings because we have the list of the top players in front of us. Frankie's there from T2K, IC is going to be there representing ZEUS, and then we have 3 players from the side of Stalwart Esports, Apex, Action, and Top as well, with combined of 8 kills between these 3. So I want to see, because even Train to Kill had a lot of kills for themselves, exactly what the situation is going to be like. Because at the end of the day, what we want to look at is the total number of points these teams got for themselves from this matchup.
Exactly, and that's going to be so very crucial as well, because as you so perfectly mentioned, I mean, Jane, we were looking at roughly about 3 kills plus. We've got, of course, Frankie right here with 7 kills, so that itself altogether converts it into 10, and we still have 2 more players to talk about from the team, but we'll move on to that when we move into the match rankings itself. For now, it's the match summary that's going to be taken on our streams, Ocean.
Well, Frankie coming up on 3 different occasions. One is the longest skill, 293 meters. That's impressive. Highest damage, we saw that. Highest skills as well. And after that, it's Pika, just coming up with most utilities. Now let's talk about utilities in Miramar. It's important, given the fact the circle was out in the open. You need those smokes, you need those nades, just maybe flush your opponents out of the area. And well, they did it with ease for themselves. I mean, the thing is, if you look at the final circles, like, they were not exactly in the zone as well, but they had those minute ridges from where they were just trying to throw down those nades and maybe smokes for their own assistance, and that was really, really good. But look at the 7 is the highest skill number, then 4, like there was a slight decrease, but overall it was a pretty good game.
It most certainly was, and this is just the second game of the entire journey, and that is certainly looking pretty good for so many of these teams. With that, let's move on to the match rankings. That's going to be showcasing how many points that these teams walk away with. 1 point difference. 1 point difference between Train to Kill and Stalwart Esports right there. Amazing performance. But, of course, you cannot forget the real soldiers right there also tuning in with their points at 11 kills is what they got.
I mean, and here's the best part, that Train to Kill, they are sitting with on the first with 26 points without the chicken dinner. That's the thing that I like the most. Also, I mean, DRS, amazing performance. Again, I'm going to bring it up. We were talking about how good this team is with their rotations and how they used to used to like to avoid those fights. Not anymore. As Blair said it, this team is now possessed with a demon and they are out for blood in the matches that they're playing. First 17 and now 11 kills. I believe they're already going to be sitting on the first position, dominating and outnumbering everyone with just those kill points.
Exactly. Again, I mean, Ocean, talking about the other team that I wanted to kind of bring up is going to be Paradox. They did not have a good start for this day as of now.
Yeah, I mean, for that, I mean, I'll just have my way of explaining, and obviously I'll do that when the zones will just arrive for sure. And yeah, I mean, because of their rotations, that was like the most important thing. So if we just go on to the zones, I would say it'll be like really good to just talk about it, because in the early stage, if you see where Paradox is, they're a bit onto the southern side, and from where they're moving, they are actually moving in the chaos in the early stages rather than going away from the chaos. Like that just becomes a really kind of headache against you, which you would not want. But let's just let's just pause at this moment right now, and let's just see as of what we are just going to talk about. Look at where Paradox is. Obviously, they will be taking the fight onto the other side, but this right here, these two teams just did really good for themselves. I mean, DRS and ZEUS right from the start when they were having a fight against we talk about team like 7C. I mean, that was an impressive fight for the drop contestation. But if we talk about this moment right now, let's just look at this. Alongside Lavender, you have so much of an open area to just to rotate. If you talk about the center lines of the zone, so a team like Stalwart, like they're going to be like really happy for themselves. But again, ZEUS as well. I mean, if they want to rotate, they had so many areas, so many open areas, so many movements for themselves. Even if they felt lucky, they could have just moved from the other sides as well. But yeah, obviously that did not just happen in the contestation. But look at the amount. Yeah, look at this. Look at from where they had to just play. But Stalwart, the circle did favor them. They never had to just rotate. They never had to play around it. But the circle played around them that kind of just helped them. But again, this is where you see a lot of fights happening, and that's you see that, right? Venom Legends, the players being taken down by the zone as well, and then by ZEUS as well, and DRS. I mean, this is where DRS was taking up a fight against C9, and they managed to wipe them out. And then it was let's just pause it here. Look at this. FS was obviously inside the circle, but this is where you see a lot of clusters that there is. For Stalwart, they have this area. For PN, they have this. T2K, well, they have this, and ZEUS as well. So ZEUS entered in the zone in a really open situation, but DRS, because they reached here, they kind of had a lower ground for themselves. So they were, even if they were not, but they were still kind of being surrounded by their opponents, and that kind of just became bad for them, and you will not see them in the upcoming zone. But teams like T2K, teams like Stalwart, like they had a really good area, and that is the only reason that they had the final circle fight amongst themselves in a 4v4 situation, which was incredibly amazing.
It most certainly was. I mean, Warren, just to kind of bring up the other thing that I noticed when it came down to T2K, what is your opinion about that fanned out approach that they were trying to create? I mean, yes, we can understand that was a flank angle, but then again, I mean, I don't know, what do you think, dude?
I mean, it is Miramar, and when you're stuck out in the open, you're gonna you will want to get as much information as possible before moving in. As we did see an Ocean mentioned as well, ZEUS, DRS, and T2K, all of them were on certain edges towards the end where collision was it was unavoidable. DRS, they moved in first. They were collapsed upon from 3 different directions as we saw them go down. So T2K, their objective was to try and survive. If you are going to be fanned out, your chances of survival, they do go up just a little bit. I mean, individual players might get taken down, but you are going to try and see if that one man makes it to the other side. But kudos to T2K for what they actually made it, converted it into. They actually took up the fight with that approach. And in the end, it was, I mean, we did see them go up against Stalwart Esports in an all-out war where individual players did get picked up. But before that, they just turned things around really nicely.
Absolutely. I mean, nothing taken away from both the teams, because after all, it was just that 1 point difference between both of them in terms of the output that they were able to showcase, that combined aggression against each other. But in all of that, we started it off right off the first minute itself in, of course, ZEUS Esports. That was part of this perfect fight. So let's move on to the open planning pro moments, and this is what I'm talking about right there.
I mean, in this fight, you remember, right? Godless changed everything in his own team's favor. I mean, look at this. The lad just found out one player just takes one down and immediately wanted to take the other person down as well. I mean, 7C, they did try to just take their opponents by surprise, but that did not happen because the strategy of staying at that higher the upper side of the building, that also failed miserably. And then this fight was amazing in a lot of manners. Like DRS, they held their ground with ease.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to hold their position quite nicely and they were able to pick up a few kills from there on out. But, I mean, we did see IA go out of this match earlier on as well. And I want to talk about that because we did discuss this during the pregame as well, making it to the Super Weekend. You only have 8 games to do it during these league play days and 2 of them are done for that team. So they will have to bring in a lot of action in the matches they're going to be playing coming up next. But that grenade on the players of C9, it was so impressive. And I believe Experiment mentioned it as well during the cast as we were talking about Paradox. The play style, Ocean, well, you and I were expecting this, right? It is going to be a little bit of a weird play style for them to actually get used to. Do you think they will be able to do it in today or either tomorrow?
I don't know about today or tomorrow, but if they don't, then obviously they'll have to do it in the Super Weekend if they qualify, right? Because that is the most important. That's where it all counts. And talking about counting, well, I love numbers, and 25-48 by Stalwart with 10 kills, but this is the efficiency from T2K's side, right? They have 14 kills as well and 1905 damage. Like, they were not being too aggressive on the fighting stunts, but they had their presence felt.
They most certainly did. But on the other front, when you talk about the teams on the right-hand side, Johnny, this is where we can definitely expect a lot more playstyle changes to come in because we've got Paradox right there, we've got R3D, I8, all of them walking away with no kill points whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, 7C Esports, they were caught in an unfortunate situation in that early fight, and Ocean explained this, Paradox, I8 and R3D. All 3 of these teams are the ones that were trying to rotate in from the south, and when the circle moved up north, they were caught off guard completely, and it was just an unfortunate situation, but maybe in the future matches they might be able to recover, because, I mean, the points are going to be lacking for this match at least.
Absolutely. With that, let's move on to the storyboard, the overall ranking. That's going to be showcasing maybe what Johnny did mention. I mean, DRS, they're on a roll. They are certainly creating strides as they move on along. And here we are looking at them on the first position, kind of confirming themselves with that 19 lead difference. Ocean.
Oh my god, 19 points ahead of Stalwart Esports, a team that just got a chicken dinner for themselves. I mean, this is the thing, right? This is consistency, and DRS Gaming, they have been showcasing consistency for themselves. But, well, talk about one thing. T2K, just one match and they are in top 3 right now. That showcases that if they stay consistent as well, they might just be in for good things as well. I mean, it was their first game, they were in top 3, I mean, at second position as well, so that was incredible. High voltage as well, just, with one game, and they did not play the previous game, so I would love to see what they do once, the group just chimes in. So it's going to be these minute things that just, change a lot of things for themselves, but still, top 16 is the game, and we're just done with 2 matches, so upcoming matches we'll have to see what happens with the overall rankings, as it will be shuffling a lot for sure, Johnny.
Exactly, I agree with that. And as you were talking about the chase of Team Train to Kill, I mean, ZEUS Esports and Seal Esports as well, we see them trying to make their way into the top 5. But as we move down the standings, I mean, Paradox, I8 especially because Paradox, this was just their first game, so they will have more opportunity to make it back inside the top 16. But I8, 2 games are done. 7C Esports as well, 2 matches done. Still struggling a little bit, but I guess they just need to get their hands warmed up.
Well, they better get them warmed up real soon, because the kind of playstyle that all these teams are showcasing in the lobby is looking ludicrous for Season 4 at PMPL right here. And in doing so, well, I mean, we're here to gain. We're here to gain because the awesomeness that they're showcasing in the lobby itself, in the playgrounds itself, is definitely entertaining us quite a lot. But with that, we've got 2 games done. We still have 3 games remaining for the day, and of course it is going to be shuffling between these 2 maps itself, which is going to be, well, Erangel and Miramar. But before we move on to the 3rd game, we're going to go on a short little break. We'll be right back.
Bablu from Pakistan.
Well, not just name, but it is also an emotion, right? That sort of is synonymous with every single fan out there for this team. Now, what has been the X factor that Bablu had been missing in the previous tournament has to be Khan 420. And now again, this X factor, we did talk about the merits, right? Again, the pressure being such an important factor over here. can he live up to it? Because now he's going against, let's say, the likes of Ruthless. Now, he has to outperform him, right, for Team Bubble to really shine. But then again, you've got the likes of course, Teen Wolf, you've got Pikachu coming in, and that is again one of those things that I'm really looking forward to. But a few problems that we have seen with Bubble is they tend to focus too much on their rotation, right? So if they can take those fights along with that, if they can find the perfect balance, then that might really work out well, along with that supremacy that they bring into the map of Miramar.
I mean, one more problem that I've noticed with Team Bubble over the years that I've been watching them is they always have a slow start to the tournament. So the first few days are going to be super crucial for them. If they start building up the momentum right off the bat, then this team might just be able to lift the trophy. But whatever happens, good luck to the roster and good luck to Bubble Clarity for PMPL South Asia Season 4.
All right, and we're back again with the action continuing on. Of course, we've got 2 games done right here at PMPL Season 4, all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. But now it's time to move on across through the schedule. Of course, that means let's bring up the stat, which will showcase who have won and what map are we on for now. Ocean.
Alright, well, it is Erangel again, and this time Group C is not going to be there. That means, the inclusion of Group D once again, and Group E is going to be playing. That means, Paradox, well, they have another chance to just, start up on a really, really good run. I mean, for them, the major thing is being in top 16. So for this map, I do have hopes from them as well as, the other teams. I mean, it's actually looking really good for the teams, obviously, that have had chicken dinners for themselves, right?
Most certainly, most certainly. On the other front, Johnny, when it comes down to teams that you would want to be rooting out for in this third game, which ones are you going to point play?
I mean, as Ocean said, I want to see some action from Paradox, so I want to see them step into some fights and make it to the late game stages, and hopefully we're going to see how they fare up against the players and teams we have seen in the past as well.
It's interesting, you guys are talking about that, but have not yet gotten down to, well, especially Ocean, right? I mean, you've not spoken about Clarity Esports at all, dude. At all. But now
We wait for the
Miramar. We
Yeah,
wait for
right.
Miramar.
All right, we'll come back to that. Right now, it's the first time to get busy with game number 3. That means it's time to, of course, throw it over to the wonderful casters who've been taking us through these games. It's none other than XP and Blay.
Thank you again very much for that, Blotter, as we're going to be jumping into the third game of the day. It's once more going to be Erangel. For those of you probably wondering, where's Sandhawk? We'll have Sandhawk next week. We'll have it during the Super Weekend, and we'll have it during the league stage. Right now, it's only Miramar and Erangel, and I'm okay with that, XP. Right now, though, we will be seeing Group C sitting this one out, meaning I guess a few teams will be breathing a bit of a sigh for relief because they won't be having to deal with 7C, Stalwart, A1, and RAW. So it's a chance for some of these teams to really deliver. And as the desk alluded to, one team who we've only seen one game from them, but there's been a lot of hype behind them, has been Paradox, and they were kind of quiet in that opening game of theirs on Miramar.
Well, again, I guess you could just say it's one of those things you get, when you're starting something new, you do have those jitters, you are a little bit nervous, and I guess that is what we could chalk it up to. However, it is game one. It was nice to see they did at least, pull the trigger just a little bit. They did have a few damage points out there, which means give them a little time and they should be a well-oiled machine. Again, all that pressure mounting on them is going to be something that, changes the course of action. However, I do believe that this particular tournament for them is going to be something of a little bit of, something to basically build up experience on. And they're going to be playing for the prize. Nothing is going to be on the line. But with that, of course, as you did mention, we are going to be jumping into Erangel once again. And maybe, Blay, just maybe, this might be the map where they shine.
It could be. It could indeed be. But so far, what we've seen has been the big dogs deliver. Right. I want to see, of course, some of the newer names obviously shine. And again, reminding everyone, sure, even for Paradox, it could be them trying to get confidence, trying to, feel a little bit more comfortable playing against some of the big dogs in the region here. But then again, you don't want to be one of those teams sitting out the Super Weekend, right? You don't want to be these teams who doesn't qualify for the Super Weekend. So it's not that hard. Just have to crack top 16. Except everyone is so very good in in this lobby. But here we go. It's going to be an interesting playing path, XP. It's going to be all the way from Zaki towards the Sosnovka military base. And no prizes for guessing where I-8 are going to be dropping.
Well, we do know things are always going to be, there in life. And the military base is one of them. One thing that did kind of stand out for me is barring a couple of teams and a couple of fights where it was basically head-on, right? One team up against another. Mm-hmm. A majority of the fights, a majority of the knocks were basically, forget third party. It was basically everyone. It was like a free-for-all kind of situation, which means that, these teams, again, they are adept at picking fights head-on. However, you've got to be careful. You've got to have that 360 vigil all around you. You've got to make sure that you are on your toes. And right now, looks like the circle is going to be a little easy this time around with the majority of it on the Northern Island, which means it could get difficult for a few teams down south. And looks like I-8 could have some company. That is exciting.
Wizzies with vibes, dropping down alongside I-8. Now, are they going to take the fight to I-8? Not many teams go for it, even though it's an open secret, not even a secret, it's a known thing that I-8 will. Doesn't matter what the zone is, doesn't matter what the plane path is, they're going to be heading towards that military base, and rarely do they ever get challenged. So the fact that Wizzies have dropped there is going to be interesting, and also something which I'm very curious about is Future Station 1952. They're no longer just 1952, right? It's Future Station 1952 right now. But we all remember, I'm sure everyone remembers from the previous season, how they have been a thorn in the side of I-8 with that western bridge whenever they want to rotate back into the main island. We'll get back to that a little bit later on, though, as we have Bublu on our screens here. A bit of a quiet start for both Bublu and I-8 so far in the tournament.
Now, of course, another collaboration over here, Clarity and Bublu. And I did kind of, just brush up on the analyst desk talking about them. And, of course, Miramar is that one map where these guys stand out, head and shoulders above the rest of the opposition. However, that hasn't been the case so far. This is going to be Erangel, and everything is going to be different this time around. Like, as you have a look over here, North Georgia Pole, we do have Bublu at one end of the city, while Seal 9 are going to be running frantically through the corridors on the other end, making sure they have tip-top loot. Now, again, with the fact that the winners from the last game, Stalwart Esports, are sitting this one out, it's pretty much a chance for another team to get that elusive chicken dinner on day one. And again, once you get a win, once you rack up a good number of kills, boy, it's all about that momentum and the fact that, you feel good about yourself and you feel a bit more confident. That is what we've seen. But now if you have a look at the circle, everyone's going to be happy with where they are placed. And have a look at that. Viz's with Vibes, I think they've been vibing on a different level because they're like, you know what? The circle isn't really going to be in our favor, especially like you did mention, Future Station 1952. Boy, we know that they love creating those roadblocks, right? I think they made the right decision over here to kind of push towards Milta, which means, again, if they've been doing their homework play, they should be ready for a fight up against T2K because this is their town.
Does it look like T2K's logo and R3D's logo and Wizzy's with Vibes logo? All three belong to the same family, right? We'll get back to it later on because
be heavy into rock.
Probably, very horns, horns influence. I would like to see if Future Station want to kind of bridge camp and be a thorn on the side of I8. I'd like to see him actually push up the bridge a little bit, right? You know what I mean? Don't allow I8 to even cross the bridge or have a player just lying in wait because for a fact that I8 are going to be making their way into the main island via the western bridge. But what's interesting for me here, DRS as usual going to his yes and I. What's interesting for me here is the northwestern side of the play zone. Now you got ZEUS and Seal 9, you have Team Bublu, and you have Paradox. Talk about landing amongst a pack of wolves.
Well, Paradox are definitely going to have the work cut out for them. And again, ZEUS Esports now a very versatile team. We pretty much seen them drop down in multiple locations and they get the job done. Usually they love heading towards the shelter. But again, the plane path was above Georgia Paul. So they're like, you know what? We're going to be happy with the containers and West Georgia Paul. But again, the thing is, as far as Georgia Paul is concerned, you have a lot of entry and exit points from the city. So having those early skirmishes, unless the zone is due to fight, is something that is not really that common, especially if you have a look at Paris' position. Now, judging by what we see on our map, if they are well kitted out, they could potentially gatekeep a few of these teams. But again, they're going to be exposing themselves from fire from elsewhere. So they're going to be about their wits right now. And again, this early on play, having those long distance fights is not going to cut it until or unless your motivation is different. If you want to just basically build up your confidence and momentum, by all means, go in for those fights. At worst, you lose, you back out. But at least their head is going to be in the game, if you know what I mean. It's all about getting that right headspace as well, right? You got to be confident, plus you got to be willing to go and grab that win. And sometimes when you start getting knocked out, man, it can be quite deflating.
Yeah, and I feel that's where that mentality, right? We talk about just pure individual skill. We talk about teamwork. We talk about tactics and all those, all the good stuff. But one thing, as you did very correctly point out, one thing which tends to be forgotten is that mental strength, that mental ability, that resilience to be able to bounce back no matter how grim things look. We do see the 1952 Future Station have opted not to stick around towards the ferry pier, which is fair enough. They don't want to necessarily battle off against I8. But look at I8. They seem to be cognizant of the fact that there was the possibility of Future Station 1952 blockading the path. So they opt to go towards the eastern bridge, the eastern side of the military island, which is an interesting decision by them. But they also need to be careful that Wizzies with Vibes aren't lying in wait. So that should be interesting. So far, what surprises me, though, is towards Georgia Pole, there hasn't been a single battle that's broken out, which is very surprising considering the teams that are there, like Seal 9 and ZEUS. They would be going for fights given even a slightest opportunity. But so far, not a single knock, not a single death yet in the server. And we're going to be heading into the second circle very soon.
Well, what that means is there's going to be absolutely chaotic in a few circles to come. But have a look at that. Bublu, R3D Esports up north are already rotating, and I love the fact. Have a look at this shot. You got to keep your vehicles in pristine condition. And mind you, we have some gas canisters behind just in case you're about to run out of fuel. So I like the fact that this team is pretty much all set out for that little expedition later on. But right now, Baron, he is going to be hitting the deck and just trying to ascertain some movement in the distance, which could be coming his way. in the form of Future Station 1952. Again, you did kind of mention it, really uncharacteristic of 1952 to kind of move inland this early on. Usually we see them, pretty much playing from the periphery, but I guess they're going to be learning from the past, and they don't want to make similar mistakes as they did last time. Again, the thing is, if you get caught off in rotation, especially since everybody else has moved in, it could be difficult, barging your way through. I think that is something they are keen on avoiding this time around.
Yeah, and honestly, I would hate to see, like, we casted the previous season, right? And a lot, like 85% of the players right now in the server were the same teams and players who played in the previous season. So I would hate to see everyone just continuing the same style, the same approach. And the fact that they are adapting and evolving over time, I feel, is a good sign for a lot of these teams. Taking a look at the zone, it's going to be a bit of an Eastern shift. But it's not going to be too drastic for any of the teams. DRS are going to be pretty happy with the way the circle is shifted. This time around, they're very comfortable playing the edge of the circle, the periphery, not really going for any early fights. And why do you have to? You're already far and away the leader on the table right now. They still have one more game to go before they can, sit back and relax. They don't have to play the final game of the day. ZEUS going to be taking a sweet time sneaking in from the western side, but I believe that there should be a battle breaking out towards the western side of the play zone very quickly, because I'm just looking at the number of teams, their XP, and the fact that all 64 players still alive and kicking in the server. At one point, it has to break. At one point, there's going to be a flurry of bullets getting unleashed and a flurry of bodies dropping down on the ground.
That is going to be something that we are eagerly awaiting with bated breath, as we do see these beautiful cars, the Tesla, in fact, frozen over, getting a little bit of a nice parking job. But I am going to kind of anticipate action breaking out at the ruins sooner or later. One thing that did catch my eye as the map was on our screens, there you have it. Forget everything else. Ladies and gentlemen, we have First Blood, and it's going to be Frying Pan. There you have the action is going to break out as Deadeye's guys are now taking the fight to PN Crew. And Frag Sir, his vehicle did not make it up top, but his teammate definitely did. And with this grenade, PN Crew can keep them at bay. I'm just excited. I'm excited that something finally happened. I heard some bullets, and I'm a happy guy.
Yeah, like I said, the first blood getting drawn there by Venom Legends, but it's just the one casualty, the one kill. But this is an interesting fight, as you pointed out. PN Crew, a force to be reckoned with. They're going to be going up against Deadeye's guys, and this is interesting. I feel like they're almost in two minds. They're like, okay, are we going to push? Are they going to push? Are we just going to stick on around? But PN Crew have managed to sneak inside that area. Again, this is towards Rozok, but there are a multitude of these warehouses and buildings to work with. So even if you don't want to take the fight, you can always fall back and play your positions from these houses over here. So PN Crew, they do have the high ground advantage right now. But Deadeye's guys are spread quite thin. They have control of a couple of buildings with the where they can be sitting on top of those of the rooftops and gathering information. So I believe, considering they're not really hard pressed to rotate towards safety, that this is going to be one of those classic stalemates where both these teams are going to be waiting for the other to really make a move.
They say practice makes perfect, right? And I'm going to just use a phrase over here, muscle memory. Now, Deadeye's guys are synonymous with Rozok. Now, I'm going to assume that this particular team play knows the ins and outs, every nook and cranny of this little town. So that is something that could come to their advantage. But mind you, when we were having a look at Slayer, forget everything. Stop the press. That's it. I mean, I am not even kidding. I am feeling good right now as the big bad gun is going to be dropping out from the skies above. It is an AWM and looks like no one's going to be picking it up.
It's well, it is next to Vibes. They could try and go for it, but it is kind of on that island, right? That island just next to Rozok, kind of like separated by the bodies of water. Yeah, I don't think it's really worth it going for. But Venom Legends, they opened things up. They got the first kill. They'll be looking for more. Right now, they have the some trees and cover. There we go. You can see that it's right next to Vibes, but it's on that little island, right? Little piece of land. And I don't know. Is it worth traversing? They don't know what's in it. We know what's in it.
Let's send some positive vibes towards them and let them know that hey, there could be something that you might want. But have a look at that, a plethora of colors. It's like a kaleidoscope just broke in front of my face as everyone is going to be in each other's grills, so to speak. And this is when bullets are going to be flying, Blay, and bodies are going to be dropping. Not the way we like it, but it is going to get chaotic.
That's a lot of players in that play zone, XP, and 63 players still alive. So far, the only team to have suffered a casualty is R3D, losing a deal early on to the side of Venom Legends. But look at this. It's a kaleidoscope of colors, and soon it might just be red painting the grounds. Bublu towards the ruins, and Paradox has a creeping up. They are aware of where Bublu is. They can hear the vehicles. I'm sure they spotted a couple of players as well. And Wolf is trying to be a bit of a lone wolf, and if he's not careful, if he gets picked off, a trade, and even a res could be troublesome for the side of Bublu. And I feel like Bublu are in kind of like they have a false sense of security. There's no one in the vicinity. But Paradox are going to be biding the time. They're not going to be the team to rattle off the first bullet for the time being, at least.
Also, if you just have a look at the minimap, I do see another dot nearby, and I do believe it could be Seal 9. Now, of course, Seal 9's attention is not on the fight in front of us right now. Elsewhere, it does look like R3D are picking a fight with I8 as Blade is going to be brought down to his knees. But right now, Hazard, he does have an idea that he's got a couple of enemies moving around his position. The question is, his teammates, mind you, are going to be behind him. Now, this is where a few shots could be coming in. He does take one out, and with that UMP, he's going to be quick on the show. He puts him in the ground as soon as he went down.
I love that. Quick, patient play. He knows there's someone else nearby, but when he knew he had a couple of seconds to confirm the kill, he will indeed do so. In 420 boy, nothing much you can do. The nade was good, though. A little too deep, unfortunately, for him. So Hazard's going to have no trouble patching himself up, maybe just using a couple of those painkillers. But now Bublu, that little illusion of safety they had, it has swiftly been swept aside by losing a member. And Paradox putting things up with the one kill. But still, XP, considering how late it is in the game right now, the fact we're 15 minutes in and we've only had 2 kills so far. So once the action really breaks out, it's going to be pure, sheer pandemonium.
Oh, absolutely. And also the fact the circle kind of, helps this kind of gameplay, because we've got a lot of urban areas in contention, which means a lot of teams can be in the same city as you have a look on your screens right now, just in different houses. So everyone is scattered around, and there you have it. It's all thrown out the window as we are going to be heading down under. And this is when things are going to be interesting, because now not only are we going to see head-on collisions play, we're going to see some vehicular manslaughter.
You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. And that's a lot of ground to traverse, especially for P and crew, all the way up north still towards Rozak. I have a MK14 getting dropped amongst the ruins, where unfortunately I believe it's just going to lie there gathering rust because there's no one nearby. Deadeyes, guys, wasting no time, immediately using their supercars to zoom in, not just into the play zone, but deep inside. And I like how they've staggered their approach, right? They're not moving as one full unit where they can get completely wiped out. They're sending in one player, then a second, then a third, ensuring ensuring that even if one player gets taken down, they will have that information. A Seal is getting pushed. Baron taking quite a bit of damage, but he knows there's a player right next by this nade. How's he going to line this one? He's going to bounce it off. Oh, Icy's nade doesn't quite go inside the little hole, and Baron might be using an opportunity to leg it. No! He gets spotted out by ably and taken down. That is going to be the first casualty for Seal, and it is going to be against a countryman in the form of ZEUS Esports. They've had a kind of a quiet couple of games, XP. Is this the one where they're going to open their account with the yummy chicken dinner?
Beautiful movement coming in from Icy over there. I'm a little confused as to why Baron had to get in his buggy to try and make his escape. I do see the points over there, but again, they should have kind of anticipated that, that position is going to be covered. After all, it is ZEUS. Now, Seal 9 are going to be a 3-man squad taking the fight to ZEUS Esports. Elsewhere, it looks like Aussie is going to get taken down by Sandesh, courtesy of that Scar Rail, and he goes in to seal the deal. However, his work is not cut out, as he's going to have the enemy pretty much on an all-red position, while the other members, Badu is going to be taking a fight with G.I. Jane. Now, Jane is going to go in for a reload. Badu G, he could put a little bit of pressure on. Mind you, his teammate is behind him, and now Blay, they're going to take damage from the blue, and that could be the make it or break it factor, as it looks like Badu, in fact, is going to take down Jane instead.
What the heck? He's just wiping them out, but he will finally taste dirt as DRS have joined the fray. Still, all 16 teams in contention, XP, as Seal, however, are getting harassed. Hustler, on a sliver of HP, will manage to patch himself up in the nick of time. but he needs to make a little bit of haste because he needs to res his teammate as well. Meanwhile, vibes are making life miserable for Ian and ZEUS. Just milling around, trying to gather information, but the smoke's getting deployed. They might just wait for the smokes to just dissipate, right? They don't want to just push in and suddenly kind of walk into a trap. But with that time, in that time, rather, Killer has been res. They're using a lot of nades to clear out the watchtower. Wally's just crawling on that ground floor. In the meantime, though, DRS going up against Frankie from T2K. There's 2 members alive. Nima has no idea where Frankie is. Frankie can get an easy kill here. And a knock. He spots a player on the Molotov and then give away Nima. He needs to get his gun out, but no. It is going to be M249 and he's going to get the knock. 1 player for DRS and T2K might get the vengeance here. Galton should fall.
That's
and it. DRS are no more. They had a magnificent opening to the tournament, XP, but this time they will go out in the last place.
Beautiful play coming in from Frankie over there, keeping his cool about him, getting that first knock with the grenade and then gunning them down with that melter of a weapon, the M249. But right now, we're going to come back to the fight between Seal and ZEUS, and it looks like Seal are going to be at the receiving end of things. But wait a second, it's ZEUS Esports who've suddenly lost 2 members, which means Abel and Icy are going to be the last 2 members standing, and this has gone completely awry for this team as Seal now have the upper hand. It is going to be a bit of a pickle in the smoke. It's going to connect.
Oh no, Killer! He goes prone at the worst time possible! He almost got the drop onto IC, but XP ZEUS, they will not be denied. They lose a member, but they wipe out Seal. And now, that's going to be the opportunity for Bublu to rattle off a few, take a few pot shots at ZEUS, but they're quite a distance away, so they're just not going to bother returning fire rather towards Bublu. Bublu needs to make a bit of a move though. The Platon's eventually going to be moving on in, and right now they need to leave that particular compound. Meantime, Paradox going up against Deadeye's guys, and look at that, 3 members, a rescue mission, and Rated Sir is going to get shot from multiple directions, but he's got backup arriving in the form of OnTop, and OnTop and Shifu, they need to make a little bit of haste here. There's an opportunity for them to completely destroy Paradox, but they need to make a move, and right now Paradox, 2 players down, they're going in for the res. We'll get back to the fight a little bit later. We can take a look at the kill feed though, and Hakit and G1 has been taken down by Shifu Sir with a precise grenade. In the meantime, Seal9 looking to avenge their namesakes in the form of Seal Esports by making life a little miserable for the side of ZEUS as they spotted out Bublu as well, and Seal9 just spoiled for choice. Who do they shoot?
I like the fact that Clarity got the better of that situation, making sure to traverse around, and now Shifu, if that grenade go off in front of his face, he's going to be out, but it looks like Rated is going to make sure he keeps his HP up again. Again, I have no idea how Para is still alive, because I kind of thought it was a mistake, all of them clumping behind that one rock, but it looks like at the loss of 2 members, they are still in this game, and ZEUS Esports are going to be bowing out in the 12th position with 4 kills to their name. Now, the 2-man Para, it's going to be Wiz and Parakeet. They are going to be going up against Rated. Rated could explode in a million pieces right now, and the grenade is right next to him, but in fact, he gets the better of the opponent. And again, switching to that first-person perspective when you're close by, and this is where SoundSense comes in, because, well, their vision is completely obscured right now.
Oh my lord, Parakeet gets the knock. It's a 1v1 and Parakeet just rattling off bullets, and he's finally gonna drop. What a valiant effort from him, but it was not to be. But Deadeye's guys, XP, sure, they win the battle, but at what cost? 2 members survive. That was a hell of a battle between Paradox and Deadeye's guys, and, well, Deadeye's guys, they survive. Shifu and Rated Sir still there to hold the flag up high. We're down to the final 9 teams, 26 players still alive in the server, and I8, they're still yet to get a kill, but they still have 3 players in contention. Blade, Uzum, and Reviews, and we have R3D's 1 member on that church. I'm sure he's got his teammates nearby as well, but they could get sandwiched between 2 teams.
Judging by how many people we have at the church, looks like it could be a Sunday in the world of PUBG over here, because, well, everyone is at church, but of course everyone's going to be trying to kill each other. That is not what it's all about. But now you did kind of mention they don't have a kill to their name, but they still have a 3-man squad, and they need to make the best of that situation. Elsewhere, we were talking about Deadeye's guys. I'm surprised that Para even survived till that long a time, because I was expecting them to be blown to smithereens as soon as they hit that rock. But again, they did have a little bit of luck on their side. But right now, Assassin, he does have the grenades. He is trying to keep I8 at bay, but now they do have the smoke coming out, and that grenade would have been devastating. But now Uzum is going to be the first brave man as he finds cover behind the wall, and just as I say that, Delta saw that, and boom goes the dynamite, and with them, Uzum is brought down to his knees.
Wizzies with vibes, baby. They're going in here, tossing in a lot of nades. A follow-up nade could find reviews as well. Oh, but it's a little too deep, though. They have all 4 alive. 2 kills in a name, and we have Vibe as well. I keep getting confused in Wizzies with vibes and Vibe. What are two
We do
teams
have
with
vibes, and we do have Wizzies with vibe, and the logos are pretty similar as well.
I know, it's like we got vibes over here, but we have vibes over, we have vibes at home as well, and that's the one we have over there. If you guys are aware of the meme. But R3D are going to opt to relinquish control of the church, and I think it's a right call. They were getting shot at from multiple directions, and they decide that's not a position they want to hold on to because they can easily get flanked from behind. But as they reposition themselves, it is going to be Blade unleashing a flurry of bullets, but they've taken quite a lot of damage as well. Reviews, he's not even going to bother to heal himself. He's going to just take the fight, and he might just fall to the zone, and with that, IH will also bid us adieu. Final 6 teams in contention and 13 left alive.
Well, with that, of course, all the teams in the circle with some prediction are going to be coming out on top. Future Station 1952 are looking good right now as they have full control on that compound, and all they need to do is make sure they screen all the players and keep them at bay. Now, Seal 9, have a look at that. They are dead smack in the center. They do have those rocks for cover. They have a few burning vehicles for cover. That is something that is definitely going to help them out. However, Vibes, they have that tapering slope, but it looks like he is going to be spotted out as Enki from Seal 9. Mind you, he does have that little bit of a high ground thanks to those rocks. He's going to come out and snuff out his life. But again, on paper, Future Station should be running away with this game if the circle is in their favor.
Well, Vibes has taken the vibes away from the Wizzies with vibes because they just knocked them out, knocked out the final member. And Wizzies with vibes had 4 members alive a minute back, and now they've been knocked out like in a blink of an eye. So Deadeyes guys as well will eventually fall. As Seal 9, as you pointed out, XP, they have this rock, they're surrounded on all sides, but they have cover. And they're not just going to sit still, right? They're going to be keeping their eyes peeled for anyone to push in to their position. They're going to dare them. You want to take this position, you have to walk in to a hail of bullets. So it is 11 left alive in the server, 4 teams still there. Future Station and Seal 9 with all, I do believe, 3 members alive apiece, alongside 5. T2K still standing with 1 solitary member, and he's being very, very quiet.
It is going to come down to the next circle and where it's going to shift, because as of right now, everyone is going to be happy in their position. Now, if it shifts to the direction of either team, yes, it could give them an advantage. But mind you, the moment the circle shifts, all the teams are going to be mobile and there's going to be a crossfire and someone is definitely going to be caught in between. But as of right now, Seal 9 are looking good. Future Station are going to make sure that they have that warehouse on lockdown, as Entry is going to take the first knock from their team, which is going to give them a little bit of a chance to move in. And Vibes, this is their moment. Assassin is going to get taken out courtesy of C Wine. However, his teammates could res him up. But again, C-Line, the fact that they have pretty much their crosses trained on their position, it looks dicey play. Ooh, have a look at Inky. Sneaky buck.
Oh, this is... Oh, but Killer's aware. Killer's aware. Oh, Killer spots him out and immediately gets on his feet and takes him down. I like the play there from C-Line, trying to be very cheeky, but Killer, well, he lives up to his name. And now it's a 2v3v4. Future Station, they still have that warehouse, but not for long, XP. Eventually, when the circle moves on, and actually, no, I still think they have the edge of the warehouse in the zone. So Future Station, I think they should have this, right? I mean, they're the only team who's got cover.
Oh, that's a good nade. That's a good nade on every side. Oh my goodness, I thought the trajectory, and Prabeen with the double knock, Magnet and Entry are going to be blown to smithereens, and a backup grenade, making sure they are put 6 feet on their wives in the blink of an eye. Play have suddenly changed turned the tables around. Wow.
Yeah, the complexion of this game has completely shifted the way of Vibes. In a blink of an eye, all they needed was that 1 nade. Now, Seal 9, despite being a 2-man team, are in a very good spot there, but a well-placed nade could completely ruin their day, and Vibes are very well aware of it. And suddenly, I felt like Vibes are in the worst spot possible, XP, but right now they are in a very good position to get the chicken dinner, as Magnet will... Actually, that's a delayed kill feed there, but a knock does take place. Resh should be coming in for the side of Vibes, and this is the opportunity that Future Station were waiting for. I love this from Clutch Baba though. He's going to wait. He's going to use the vehicle as a bait. He's going to force Seal9 out from their position. And Seal9, how are they going to escape from that cluster of rocks, XP? On the left, they have Vibes. On the right-hand side, you have Clutch Baba waiting for them. A nice spray from Killer. He's going to be traded. It's one man left standing for a Seal9. And Baba is going to try and use an opportunity to finish them off. But it is going to be Vibes on a rampage. 17 kills. Make that 18 now. And they should finish it off with 19. Clutch Baba, he's got to live up to his name. He's got to be the daddy of clutches. But this is not looking like it's going to happen.
They're going for it.
A 19 kill game for Vibes. And XP, I got to say, they're the team who deserve that name right now. I don't know about Wizzies with Vibes, but these guys, they're vibing hard.
Man, are they vibing or are they wiping one short of the big 2-0? Forget saying making a statement. They just laid down the law. They told everyone that the new sheriffs are in town, and well, you better watch out because what a game they played. Again, let me just point something out. Congratulations on this deserved victory play, but you've got to give them props. The way they kept their heads on their shoulders, screwed on straight against all sorts of adversity against them. Especially, mind you, they made their way down from that school, from the church, mind you. We thought they were done for. Every single position they took, we thought, oh my goodness, they're getting themselves deeper and deeper in the thick of it, and well, they just came out on top. Beautiful composure. I love it.
Absolutely, and I'm super happy to see, you know, we've had DRS pop off, we've seen Stalwart Esports pop up, known names, known teams, known expected favorites, so to speak, and to see Vibes perform in that fashion, not just get a chicken dinner, but also drop 19 kills is fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, not going to be wasting much time. We're going to be going to a very quick break. We have the desk on the other side of the break to break down all the action. A lot of breaks there. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to this virtual wonderful awesomeness of this PMPL Season 4. A huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. We've got 3 games done. The third game just took place and dudes, that was a legendary play coming in from Vibes. 19 kills. What a way to stomp into the lobby.
Oh my god. If you know, well, I have to say something about this number 19. That is, till 19-minute marker, we had all the 16 teams surviving, and 3 minutes later, we had only 7. Just think about the chaos that actually went in those 3 minutes. I mean, that's incredible, Johnny.
I mean, apart from that, I have a question for you, Ocean. I mean, is there something going on between the teams themselves that we don't know about? First game, 17 kills to DRS. Second game, T2K comes in with the 14, and now it's Vibes with the 19 kills. I mean, is there a competition going on to see who gets the most kills in a single game? If there is, I am absolutely loving it right now.
Well, if there is, Glacier is definitely just getting numbers for himself as well. 7 kills, 1271 damage, 2705 survival time. Given the fact the game went down to the 8th circle, till the end of the 8th circle, and 5 assists and 304 healing done. So yeah, the lad did good, and because of the healing numbers, he's also the medic coming down for his team. So it's amazing. It's amazing.
It most certainly is. I mean, that is just the kind of play that we want to be able to see from these teams, and these teams are showcasing that with every single game that's being brought on forth. With that, moving on to the top players, we do have 3 players coming in from Vibe, of course. I mean, a 19 kill game. That is just a killer attitude and play that this team just vibed in along with this third game.
Also, I mean, just a quick little thing. It's the support that's sitting on the first position. All the assaulters are behind him, so that is some incredible support right there.
I mean, Johnny, you know, Killer and Assassin, right? They have had it for themselves in previous tournaments as well, right? I mean, these lads are those lads that are known to deliver. And given the fact that they are with the team Vibes, they will deliver. For sure, I'm telling you, in Super Weekend, this team is going to deliver great results.
Most certainly, I cannot wait for that. But before we do so, of course, the league plays are the opportunity that these teams are going to be trying to capitalize upon to, well, of course, be in the top 16 to move on for that Super Weekend awesomeness. But for now, we've got, of course, the match summary, where indeed this team of Vibe, all 4 players right here, Ocean.
Yeah, and let's talk about the assist numbers right now. I mean, look at Assassin. He has 6 assists for himself. That is, assists are obviously for your team to just, get those information. So then comes on Glacier with 5 assists as well. Flush Baba from Future Station was still surviving till the end. He has 3 assists. That means if you were surviving till the end, you were not only just, gathering the information for yourself, but for your team as well, on which team was capitalizing, because you see, Assassin with assists, and then Assassin is there in the highest damage numbers at 3rd, and Flush Baba on 4th. So yeah, if you're surviving, you're doing damage and you're giving assists as well. So it's a really good, a team scenario overall.
Exactly, a synergistic performance definitely being showcased from this team. But along with that, let's move on to the match rankings coming in from this game. The standings are going to be showcasing how many points were they able to walk away with, and 34 points for YB Esports right here. Wow.
Oh my god. Well, I mean, if you're talking about 34 points, right? This, I would say, actually gets them to the 2nd position in the overall ranking. So I would just love to see where DRS is, because I remember DRS was the first team to get eliminated. So that just, comes down, like, what is the plus minus for all of this, right, Johnny?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the plus minus, what the impact is going to be on the overall rankings. We're going to look at that. But I have to say, I'm quite happy with how Future Station actually turned things in this game. They were struck in a really tricky position, and they knew they had to go, like, just scream to Valhalla and run in order to make the best out of it. That's exactly what they did. Did not really work out in their favor in the end, but that is the only possible option they had in the scenario. But I mean, as you were talking about DRS Gaming, their fight against T2K, it took an interesting turn, because they were caught completely off guard in the open, and T2K, they were able to capitalize on the situation and just turn things in their favor.
So true, of course, because when it comes down to the real soldiers, they've had an interesting start, of course, but this time around, when it came down to this game, things did not favor them, and this is where, of course, Ocean's analysis is going to be required that much more, because it's the rotation itself, right, Ocean? That this team of the real soldiers were caught on, and that just did not favor them.
Actually, it's partly rotation as well, and partly the gunfight that they were taking, right? Because if you talk about the rotation, till the 19-minute marker, you'll see every team had their own comfort spot for themselves. Look at this. No one would have guessed at this moment, if we pause, no one would have guessed that the circle would go down to the areas of Pochinki. Just think about it, right? Because Pochinki kind of just goes to the lower side. So the center line comes down to this area. So everyone must be thinking that, from school we'll have to get here, from maybe the sidelines of ruins we'll have to get here, and everything. But then the circle just starts showing its own colors, and it goes for a hard shift, and another hard shift. And so those hard shifts, just think about it, right? It, again, just think about it. Now as well, the center line should be actually around this area, this open-ish area, like something like this, this kind of an area. So DRS, again, this is where, their rotation comes on. Kind of outside the circle, so they'll have to make it inside the circle. T2K, kind of outside the circle, they'll have to make it inside the circle. But the best part is, I8 was here previously, and I8 made it inside the circle in a really good manner. But moving forward in the next zone, you'll see an incredible shift by the circle, along which, if a team is around Pochinki, well, they have played it. If they are not around Pochinki, it's going to be really tricky. But look at Vibes as well right now. Where Vibes is? Let's just, pause at this moment itself. Because Vibes right now, they are not in the circle, but they have the central, like a proper rotation to actually be at their own comfort spot. But FS, like this team had the most amazing movement for themselves, because they were onto the backlines of Pochinki right from the beginning, and that is what actually got them to those 12-point mark as a 2nd position that they actually got. But after this is where the cluster was refined. This is the 19 to 22-minute marker when you'll see a lot of teams getting eliminated, but FS is still there in their own area. Look at this. Now, if you pause here, look at where FSC Wine is at his own area. Does not need to move. The circle's just gonna contract to him or his own self, and this is where Vibes just plays their own game to actually have this much area for themselves. This is Vibes' area. This is the area that Vibes had to play. They had to conquer this, and once they did that, they had the entirety of the game for themselves. And this is just the most brilliant waiting game that they did, and then they just had it for themselves.
They most certainly did, and what a graceful performance it has been, because again, walking away with that many kills, walking away with so many points, that certainly is going to confirm their spot on the overall standing itself, as I like to call it, the storyboard, and that will also give them the opportunity to, well, maybe take a little bit of a breather, because of course it is the top 16 teams that move on into the Super Weekend itself, and for now we can clearly say that Vibes has made it. And
I mean,
yep, along with that, we are going to move on along with the show of the flow. It is time to move on through these wonderful moments that were created throughout the game via the Oppo F19 Pro moments.
Exactly, and these were some incredible moments. We saw, well, the first blood happen quite late as compared to what we used to see earlier on, but this time, I mean, we did have a conversation about this, me and Ocean, earlier on in the day, as to how careful the teams are going to be. And to be honest, this is what we expected to go down in match 1. Late game fights, late game action, but I mean, then DRS just happened to both of us.
Yeah, and then talk about this fight as well. I mean, Team Shield, they thought they had it, but ZEUS with just 2 men surviving, they just had brilliant turn of events. And then R3D, they eliminate one, but the best part is they don't push at the church area. Rather, they try to move to the other side. That is, amazing presence of the surroundings that they had. And then this Mexican standoff was brilliant. I mean, Vibes, they had that minute cover for themselves. That minute, not even a mount. That's not even a mountain, right? That's not even a flat. That's just a minute cover for themselves. Along which they played, and that brilliant grenade. Oh my god.
Exactly. That was I believe that was the chicken dinner winning nade for them, because had those two players stayed alive, had Praveen not done what he actually did right there with the utility that he used, then maybe we would have had an even fight between Future Station and the players of Vibes, and then it would have been a 50-50. But no, Praveen, he just wanted to win the game for his team, tosses out a nade, just finishes off before the fight even begins.
Wow. Just 19. And then the second highest kill numbers is 5. That's all. 19 to 5. 3,351 to the second highest damage number was 1402. Just think about the difference that Vibes actually... So it's like, Vibes just, created a difference that was just seen in the entirety of the lobby. They had their impact almost around every team. Their butterfly effect was there overall.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was quite interesting. Just the only thing I wanted to add was it was quite interesting because Vibes, they utilized their position to their advantage. As Ocean said, it was a waiting game for them, but they were getting a little bit impatient to get those kills. And the way they brought those kills was the fact while everyone was distracted because, oh, it's the late game, we have a lot of teams, a lot of players remaining, and we need to figure out a way in those circles. Vibes are like, all right, while you guys figure it out, we're going to figure out a way to finish you off and get those points.
And what they figured out was just domination, annihilation. And they just stomped the entire lobby, walked away with 19 kills, taken away the opportunity from so many of these other teams. It's just ludicrous play being showcased. But with that, let's move on to the storyboard, as I like to call it, which is, of course, the overall ranking. That will be telling us which teams are in the top 16 for now. Ocean.
Wow. Plus 12. For Vibes, they are at the second position, a jump of 12 positions for them. So that's just amazing. That's just incredible. Well, obviously, I want to talk about something which I'll say when, Lakshya, you'll talk about the schedule and everything. I'll talk about it at that time. But right now, 51 and 39. And then T2K is there. Obviously, they have played 2 matches. They'll be coming back once again. Without a chicken dinner, they're at 38. They have 38 points for themselves. That's amazing. Top 3 is actually really, really good.
That most certainly is looking pretty phenomenal right now. But in all of this, Johnny, why do you think, or where do you think is ZEUS Esports lacking?
I mean, this game was quite unfortunate as it happened for DRS, ZEUS Esports. I mean, it was a similar situation. They did have a few good early game fights, but not early game. I mean, every fight in this game was a late game fight, but still, in comparison, the early fights that they took they did turn out in their favor. But then as you move on and on inside towards the closing moments of the game, I mean, things were getting really intense. And in situations like these where 20 plus minutes in, you have a lot of players remaining, it gets really hard to keep track of exactly where the shots are coming from. And that is why ZEUS Esports fell down. But I have to say, I mean, Ocean, I know what you're going to say next.
Maybe
it's
you
the
don't.
team,
Maybe you
it's
do.
the
I don't
map
know.
that's coming up. Perhaps somewhere along the lines, we are definitely going to be looking forward to that.
I get it, but I have something else in my mind as well. We'll talk about it. Lakshya, we'll talk about it.
All right, mate. We'll certainly talk about it. But right now, looking at the teams, every single team, rather, I would say, I mean, even Paradox for that matter, they've showcased the first game that they played did not favor them, but the second one, they tried to, bring up a little bit of a progress. They took a few fights as well. So again, all the teams are trying their level best, but again, the competition is just so fierce where there are teams like from the entirety of the day itself, 3 games that have taken place, we've got real high killing numbers coming in for the teams that walk away with the chicken dinner. So amazing opportunities being created as well. With that, let's move on to the schedule, and that is going to be bringing us the details for match number 4. Ocean.
Yeah, well, now I say it. Right now I say it. So my thing is, all right, I have two things. As much as I know you guys want me to say Bablu owns the Miramar, I said it, right? Bablu does own the Miramar, and this is their first Miramar that they're going to be playing. Obviously, they were not playing the previous one in Group D. But the thing is, first, look at this. First chicken dinner by DRS, Group A. Third chicken dinner by Vibes, Group A again. And last match, Group A is not going to play. So I would want to see if DRS or Vibes get their second today, just, establish the supremacy, or is it going to be Seal or I8 because those teams are also playing this match? So I want to see where Group A ends today because this is the last match for Group A.
Exactly, and another point to bring up along with that, Johnny, maybe you could chime in as well. When it comes to Group E, we've got Paradox that's going to be jumping in for this game as well. What are your thoughts for that?
I mean, slowly and steadily, it felt like even in the last match, Paradox, they were trying to figure things out. Just in the aspects of those team fights and how they want to work around those. So maybe by the end of the day, they will have enough sort of information to capitalize on tomorrow. But I believe today, for Paradox, it's just the day of learning as to who is going to be the biggest threat, who can they take down, and how they want to change their gameplay to fit into this lobby.
Absolutely. With that 3 games done, it is time to get busy with match number 4. That means it is time to move on to our casters, who this time around are, well, they've been changed. We've got the Panda Bros back in the gang again, and it is going to be none other than Necro and Pain Fixes.
Well, we're back in town, baby. And Necro, it's been quite an eventful start lately with some Nepali domination out there. Every single team, just channeling their Ayagor Kali powers. But, we've got to talk about a lot of things. We're heading into Miramar. And now the desk did talk about Team Bablu's domination in Miramar. But, I sort of have a different take on this. I think times have changed because across the various multiple tournaments that we've casted, I really feel Team Bablu as a team has stepped up in Sandhawk particularly, and even carrying that forward onto its Erangel and... my Panda brother apparently seems to have vanished. He'll be back in no time. But, heading into Miramar, now things are going to be a little bit easier for 7C because the first time we did have Miramar, they did go up against ZEUS. Now, ZEUS did bleed over there, but still did manage to wipe out the better of 7C. Now, considering the fact that they won't be playing this one out, so 7C might just have a little bit of a breather, and I believe my brother is back.
Yep, I'm back. Well, there we go. I mean, finally, a little bit of technical issues that it has been happening since the start. Yeah, it's just the first day. Yeah, I mean, this is where you always get those jitters away. But talking about the groups now that are going to be upcoming, that means Group B is not going to be playing anymore in the game 4. That means big teams like ZEUS, P, and Crew are going to be going missing. But with that being said, Game 4 is live, and well, let's just head right inside the Miramar.
Yeah, indeed. I would love to see as to how the zone, or rather where the first circle forms around, because what we really have been having over here, Necro, is a lot of standard circles, right? Nothing out of ordinary. We do know that these are the league days. This is where, our teams just have 8 matches, right? And this is where they need to make sure that they're in the top 16. And a lot of teams, or rather a lot of Nepali teams, have already ensured the position for the first Super Weekend. So this is where we're supposed to be expecting them to be going really aggressive. This is the moments where they might want to take some early fights, but what we're just seeing from them is absolutely phenomenal. That being said, taking a look at the flight path trajectory, we have it all the way from Torre Armuda all the way down towards Minas del Sur. So this is where we might have maybe seen something happening around Los Leones, but well, folks, we've got a little bit of a match rehearse going on, and actually I had a lot to talk about. Now, well, a lot of people have been asking what went wrong with ZEUS. So I might as well ask you the same question. What do you think is going wrong with them?
I feel like this is the same ZEUS that we have been seeing in the past, but I just feel like we're not seeing that aggression that we saw. I just want to see ZEUS a bit more on that aggressive page. But the problem is, yeah, they are taking those fights. But just the problem is, it feels like the firepower this time, it does feel kind of less. But what do you think, sir?
I mean, well, this is typical ZEUS. I'm not surprised at all. Now, I would want you guys to rewind a little bit to the last PMPL. Isn't this the same way how ZEUS started? I mean, the first day they were kind of collapsing, and the second day they come in and they're right on top, something like what teams like BTR seems to do, and this has always been their forte. So I'm a firm believer, right? I do know that if any team can come back, that suits themselves. And in fact, all they have to do is make sure that they are in the top 16, because that's what it takes to just play the Super Weekend, where your points are actually going to get refreshed, right? But a team that is having major issues over here has to be one of my really favorite teams from Pakistan. That's going to be I8. Necro, what's going on?
I have no clue about I8. I mean, it's like the problem over here is that they're just not really getting a lot of screen time. And the main problem is that we haven't really seen a lot of pop-off moments from I8 before. And I feel like this is where I8 needs to kind of step themselves up, because you've already, up till now, you've seen the Nepali supremacy throughout the day. I mean, all the games seems like they are just unstoppable. And I feel like other region that can actually stop that, without a doubt, it's going to be Mongolia, because they have some of the best teams out there, without a doubt. I mean, we gotta say they have some of the most powerful teams, and hopefully, as you did mention, ZEUS, they kind of like to step back in the first day and just watch how teams are to play, and then later on in the second day, this is where they like to strike back. But this is where I also ask you another question. What do you think about Steel and Steel 9?
Well, Seal and Seal9, they've had a rather mediocre start. I would not really say that they've popped up really big. I'm yet to see some good performances from these lads, because the one fight that we did witness in the last game of Erangel, against ZEUS, they were lacking a lot of communication over there, right? Once Baron sort of decided to retreat, he needed to make sure that his teammates were watching them. And these little mistakes sort of tend to lead to your downfall over there. But I've got some interesting insights on Team I8 that I would love to share with the viewers, right? So today we've been seeing I8 trying a different lineup, a different composition over here. We are watching reviews. We've not seen Johnny lately, and I think Trinda missed out on the last game as well, where Blade did join in, right? So they're trying now new stuffs, and which clearly shows it's not working out for them. Now, the major concern for I8, I believe, has been the military base drop, right? The time that they take from, usually with the flight paths that we've seen, they've been going a little on towards the upward side, right? So they take a lot of time going down to their drop location. Then they take a lot of time to loot, and while they sort of get inside the circle, it sort of tends to get too late. And now this is where the other teams sort of capitalize on that situation. Now again, this in contrast to what really happened in Los Leones, the last Miramar game, where they got absolutely whooped by A1 Esports. Now they did realize, right? They dropped right beside them. However, they were not prepared for the fight. Like I am saying, they've been having major communication issues, which clearly pertains to the fact that they're trying a new formation, a new lineup, a new composition. And I think it'll take some time for them to settle down. But baby, they better be quick, because if they don't, the number of games in hand, things might look really shaky if they need to qualify for the Super Weekend number 1. And by all means, you do not want to watch a PMPL Super Weekend without our favorite team.
But the thing is, like, I feel like day one is probably the best day where you can actually try and figure things out, right? Because I feel like day one is kind of like big teams like ZEUS and even I8, I would say, they're just kind of sitting back for now. They're just kind of, let the water flow. They're just trying to see how the flow is. And once they actually adapt to it, I'm pretty sure they're going to be getting their kind of grip all tied on it. And that's what I feel like day two is probably going to be most interesting to see, like how teams are going to be figuring out on how teams play. Because up till now, I feel like, as I did mention, it has been Nepali domination. But getting back to I8's drop location, as you did mention, it's kind of the military base in the Erangel. And this also means rotating outside from military base is one of the most toughest things. But with that being said, let's just move inside the game, and then I'm going to continue the convo that I was having. So as I was saying, rotating outside the military base is one of the most, I would say, difficult things to do, because you never know how things are looking like on the bridge. You never know how things are looking like aside from the bridge. So there's just so many things to take care of.
And to make things worse, you've got Future Station 952, right? The age-old rivalry that we were talking about. And this time they did a decent job to sort of dodge them out. But now let's not make it about Erangel anymore, because we are in the deserts of course, Miramar. And here we have a very, very different flight path trajectory all the way from La Pobreria heading towards Chimasera. Now, this sort of, puts me in a situation where I really have to figure out where the circle heads out. But, I'm going to put you under the spot. Where do you think the circle is going to form next?
I would really say I'm going to be seeing a centralized circle, like a standard circle, nothing really fancy here and there. But one thing I am seeing, Paradox this time. I mean, in the wildcard region, Paradox, they were kind of going near the San Martin area, but this time it seems like Paradox has switched up things.
Well, I mean, you talk about Paradox. Well, they're still in, kind of testing the waters, like you love to say. They're kind of finding their own place inside this lobby, right? Because the pacing is different. The way teams have been playing lately is quite different. Because last time I really felt that, during the initial days, teams tend to get a little aggressive. But today, I do not know. Teams have gotten so competitive. They're not taking fights as late as 19 minutes inside the game. But like my friend did predict, we do have a standard a standard Miramar circle, but taking a look at things, we've got quite a cluster around that southeastern side. So a lot of teams need to start rotating, and we know the golden rule of Miramar, right? You need to make sure you're around the centers, you need to make sure you've got that higher grounds and team vibes. Well, apart from the fact that they had a massive big chicken dinner, now they sit right in the center of the zone.
Yeah, they definitely do. I mean, Vibes has been one of those teams. Of course, in the past, they were called Carnage, and that has been their drop location since the past. They have never left it, and ACDE as well. I mean, they have been dropping inside the same thing. Again, even in the past, these three teams were dropping inside Los Leones. They have been clashing against each other. But the best thing about that is that, okay, well, hold on. It seems like the person who was taking a lot of shots on someone who was out in the open this time is not going to be able to find a kill for himself. He's going to be definitely so disappointed in himself.
I mean, we're witnessing some, M24 headshots right from the very start. Now, I also wanted to talk a lot about this, right? With this PMPL, we have that aim assist off. So we're not going to see a lot of those M4 6-time sprays happening around. This is where we're going to come down to those age-old DMRs, maybe those bolt actions a lot in play. So already, high voltage are displaying that for us. And now, C-Line, a team that really started off well, did manage to find the players of high voltage really with their pants down. They apparently are in trouble. Now, Amra has definitely lost out on his life. Now, we've got, again, a skirmish happening around this Los Leones area. Now, this sort of brings me down to another question. Do you think it's worth it? I mean, I know it's a big city, right? Now, we're going to witness that beautiful headshot where apparently Amra just got a little bit greedy, to go in for the kill. But yeah, coming back to the question that I had, Necro, I mean, do you think it's worth it? 3 teams dropping off in Los Leones, considering Miramar being such a huge map?
Actually, right now, it's 4 teams. Even Seal has joined in the fray. So 4 teams inside one place. I would definitely say it's not worth it because... I mean, in the past, we've seen these 3 teams, right? TDK, A1, and IA, which was back in the time called Stalwart, but now Stalwart has picked up Astro Academy's lineup. But yeah, so I8, these 3 have been dropping inside Los Leones, but the main factor over here is that they have never clashed against each other. Like, they have never fought against each other. And that's the best thing about these 3 teams. They know how much personal space to give to each other, and that's how they like to work around. But over here now, Seal is the one who is kind of an uninvited guest, so I don't really know what to expect here.
Are you suggesting that, we've got a little bit of friendship going on? But I think that has changed, from the last league to this league, where A1 just went ham after I8, and, well, they could not really figure out what was going on. But that being said, a few other things that have really changed in this PMPL, like we talked about the aim assist being switched off, right? So this sort of makes those close range battles really difficult. Now, you just cannot expect you to be going in with maybe your barrel and expect, to be moving around, hip firing and get that accuracy. So this is again where we would sort of witness that SMG supremacy, and we are actually doing that, right? A lot of teams have shifted towards that AMP, or we've seen a few players still, playing around with the Tommy gun. That being said, taking a look at how the circle is formed, Bablu, again, one of those teams, in fact, their first Miramar game. Now, the desk has, sort of hyped them up, right? Bablu kind of owning the Miramar, but considering how they have planned out the rotation, this sort of looks a little bit flimsy, considering if they sort of rotate around that lateral area, this is where they're going to have that good, that perfect opening that they need. Otherwise, they will have to deal with a high voltage squad who apparently are missing out an assassin, because of course he's playing from a different squad, but we do have Killer, a little bit of finding over here, finds out Hazard and takes him off, finishes him out.
Oh man, I feel so bad for Hazard, man. Like, you cannot really expect someone to be that out in the open in this early of a game, right? I don't really blame Hazard over here, because he was just trying to make a rotation happen. He had no clue that maybe someone will be there like that in such a, unlucky positioning. But Hazard, well, better luck next time, bud. You will pretty much get your life back in the next game. But now, as we were talking about teams like Clarity Bubble, now they are slowly and steadily taking the rotation all the way from the bottom right. Now, as you did mention, taking the rotation from above, but the problem here was they might have clashed against Raw, because you can see Raw is straight up cutting it through from the top to the middle, and I feel like there could be a massive chance where they can either clash against each other, or maybe at least like rattle off a few shots where a little bit of damage would have been taken. So for now, Clarity Bubble is clearly taking the safest route possible. But over here, the main question really comes down to 7C. Now, the rotation they're taking, they're pretty much surrounded from all the different sides. Same thing goes with Para. So what do you think? So what kind of rotation should they opt out for?
Right now, I'm rather interested, 7C, choosing a completely different drop location. I think they're still shocked with what happened with them in the last Miramar game. By ZEUS, they forgot that, you still can go to Elazar. ZEUS is not playing this time. But I think the only reason behind that is because, of course, the flight path trajectory, right? It sort of did not favor both Elazar and Puerto Price, so rather they opted for this one. Now, this one is really deadly, because had they gone to Elazar, their entry inside the circle could have been rather easier. Now that you've pointed a really good point out there, that how does 7C move in? Well, they will have to take the northern route, but we've got some shenanigans over here by the boys from Stalwart. We've got Pika taking up those mountains. Now, we've got to talk a lot about them, right? We did see them in the S Championship. In fact, the first chicken dinner was by these boys, right? They were looking really exhilarated, and some massive bold action shots being taken, and that's a beautiful knock.
Yeah, that's a skull cracking shot right there. We heard that skull cracking right over here. That's how good that shot was. Pika single-handedly taking 2 players down. Actually, the second player, he just healed himself. That wasn't really a headshot. That was kind of a chest shot there. Fortunately, misses the second shot. That means the rest should be back up, but the damage has been dealt, The helmet should be taken out as well. That means now that lad has no helmet anymore, but take a look at the flank coming in through from Action, and just like always, Action just likes to have so much action.
Yeah, I love this. This is from Stalwart, right? You get a head blown off. You know that the players are down. You know the other players also pretty much low. He needs to choose between reviving his teammate and healing himself up. Now, this is the perfect opportunity where, Stalwart felt that they could capitalize on it and rather went in for the flank. And before they could even realize, 2 players were just taken down. And, well, this is definitely not a start that, they would have wanted. But, Stalwart, my oh my, now they're gonna start making noises. Now, of course, we did see them getting the chicken dinner in Miramar, but Team T2K did have the better kills. But now this is where things get tricky for DRS. I believe they've done their homework. They do understand for a fact that if they go head in, they will have to deal with Stalwart. But we have a different fight brewing amongst it. It's gonna be Bablu against Seal.
This one is gonna be a good one. I can already feel it in my bones. And here we do have Baron spotting a few players out, not really able to find any connection, and that's the main thing you need to find in fights like these. Clearly, Seal has a massive advantage because they have a higher ground, and this is what Bubbly realizes. They instantly start making those rotations happen, but you can also do see that 3-1 split coming in through. Now, this is where the question arises. Is Seal aware of the flank that is coming right behind them? I'm pretty sure they should be at this point in time, but it seems like no, the flank has finally retreated. Danny does realize, well, it's way too risky to go for those kind of things. Maybe sticking with your teammates is probably the best thing you can do, and that's what he exactly does.
You know, right now it was a smart decision by Team Bubbly over there because they were in no position to fight, right? They did not have the higher ground. They were completely unaware of where the other players of Seal Esports were. So it's better to just back off when you do not know the whereabouts of your enemy. So that's a standard principle, and Team Bubbly do realize that. I mean, of course, when you've got an, an IGL, like Team Wolfie definitely does give you those pointers, and the players are well versed with that. But in this tournament, this is where I'm really interested to see how my boy Khan420 performs, right? Because he's been one of those lads that has been making all that difference, right? He's gotten that extra oomph to the squad, and well, Team Bablu, to be honest, have never looked better.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, you have been talking about that Vlad Khan420 boy, and even since the PMCO, you have been, just so impressed by this lad. And definitely, I also want to see this lad perform because up till now, I mean, as you did mention, Bubble didn't get a chance to play on Miramar, but this is finally a chance where they get to show their skills on the map of Miramar. And hopefully, as Ocean says, they own the Miramar. Hopefully, they do the same thing again this time, but a little bit, a few shots being rattled off. Assassin down to half HP, but it's fine. He can heal himself back up. Vibes looking in a comfortable position as long as they're not really getting flanked because the surroundings do look kind of open.
I mean, talking about Team Vibes, I really wanted to touch upon them, right? Being one of those all-star lineups, you've got the best players from a few of those teams. I think primarily around, P and crew, you've got a few, you've got High Voltage, you've got someone from Carnage. But my oh my, Necro, aren't we in for a delight? So much bolt action warfare breaking out in front of us. And, well, Pika, he went in for another try. That being said, the second airdrop did come in and also does contain Grotza. And how do you feel about this weapon? We've talked about this a lot, but in Miramar and 7C, Memo getting it, is this the answer?
I personally love Croza myself. I feel like it just has so much firepower in itself, and the fire rate is just absolutely incredible. So I feel like Croza in itself, I've been calling it a shredder, and I feel like it is a shredder, but again, it just really comes down to the man who's holding it. And I feel like Memo right now, he's holding it, and I feel like they really do need it desperately because 7C, I mean, if they are going to be popping off with that Croza, that can be definitely their saving grace on the overall ranking for the day one. But hey, here we do have Vibes. It seems like they have locked their eyes against Stalwart Esports. That nade was quite close, but didn't really deal any critical damage, so Stalwart Esports is looking decent for now.
I mean, considering how Team Vibes are positioned, I absolutely love it. Now, this is where the role of Jiggle really becomes very instrumental because Assassin is going to try to bait the players of Stalwart out, maybe, possibly action. But, Team Vibes really, really need to be very, very careful because if they sort of get complacent and if some other team comes in out of nowhere, they're going to be in deep waters. And now Stalwart also realizing that this is not the place to fight. They might want to retreat a bit, maybe form a different angle, but we've got the same old fight breaking down in front of us, and this time Teen Wolf will have to make a hasty retreat as he gets back into safety, but with one of his tires flat.
Oh man, Bubble is just always keeping on backing out from this fight. They do realize that, I mean, up till now, the performance hasn't really been that great. And if they want to at least make anything happen, they need to at least make sure that they have some safe, secured placement points. And that's what I feel like they're prioritizing the most. And Seal as well, I mean, it's like, all right, guys, if you don't really want to challenge any fights, neither do we. Like, we're not really interested in fighting anyways. So they're just going to be backing off in their own compounds, having a little bit of more comfort zone, I would say. Because out in the open, Clarity definitely needs to watch out their back at the same time in the front lines, unless if you have something good planned out.
I mean, Necro, this sort of breaks my heart. But, you know, teams are not going after each other. They are playing so safe. I understand. Understand that you need to qualify. You need to have enough points. But the sort of makes things in those end zones really randomized, right? You do not know where the circle is going to favor while you're trying to get inside. Someone gating it will definitely come in. But that being said, Pika is charging on towards Vibes, where we've got Prabeen watching it out like a rattlesnake in the desert. But no, Pika spots him out and does take him down though. But Killer, can he get a trade? That's a big question. A bit of think that his head has been spotted over there.
This is two star teams fighting against each other. Nades being lobbed in from both these sides, with the advantage over here clearly tilting on the side of Stalwart Esports, because they have got themselves a knock on the enemy lines. And take a look at those nades just bombarding in through. They're breaching in slowly as deadly Vibes. Oh no, they're crumbling down. The Pika gets caught off guard with the positioning of their enemy lines. He doesn't really expect anyone to be on the right lines there. And still, it seems like Vibes are fighting back in the strong suit, and it seems like both these teams are in hot pursuit up till now. Vibes for now take a little bit of chill pill, falling back, healing themselves up, getting themselves capable again to another fight. Now it seems like they're going to be re-engaging, but no, instead Stalwart Esports is prioritizing those races the most, and Vibes as well. They do not want to overcommit.
I mean, this is really standard coming out from the Mongolians, right? They always tend to do that, where we've got Apex taking down Assassin, and I think this is it, right? Unless an Arnold Jiggle pulls off some a miracle out of nowhere, I think this is done for Team Vibes. I mean, their run has been great. 9 kills chicken dinner sort of will get compensated by the fact that now Stalwart, they're just thrashing them. Well, Top is leading the charge over here, will get the final kill. And this is where we have to talk about, you know, the mistakes being made by Vibes, and that is the lack of proactiveness. This is where, you know, Prabeen should have understood that, you know, just proning in down there is not going to help his cause, right? He rather should have you know, crouched over there and made some early movements when the push was being made. So initially the first knock did not work out, but we do have a different fight brewing amongst us, and this time it's A1 going up against Seal.
Exactly, and getting our heads back in that previous fight, I feel like for Vibes, repositioning could have been the key difference maker. But look at this now. Again, so many utilities being used inside these games, and utilities as well, they're pretty much on point. They're doing a great job funneling those enemy lines in a certain direction. But look at Dante. Oh, barely on a sliver of health, but not anymore. That nade is way too good and way too precise. That is going to be sealing the deal on Dante. And unfortunately, he's not really going to be in the game anymore. And, well, Seal, seems like up till now they're looking quite great. All 4 players alive. They have gotten themselves some flawless executions up till now. And A1 Esports have fallen prey.
Yeah, I mean, A1 Esports will have been a little bit lackluster lately, right? But finally, we've got Bablu taking a fight, and they've got Keith right in front there, just playing around with that Tommy gun. Now, this time, the aim assist ain't gonna help you, buddy. But still, you know, Team Bablu do manage to find out Keith, and there you have Paradox getting taken off. But this is where the trouble does not end for them, right? Because you've got T2K right beside you.
Man, one thing I can definitely say, Fixes over here, is that you're having a great time with that aim assist being, like, turned off, you know? I mean, I can tell that.
It's making such a massive difference, right, in those close-range fights.
It is. I do understand, you know, in those close-range fights, I mean, if aim assist is off, it just gets so difficult. But, okay, Jane, out in the open. I like the confidence, but I feel like that was just a little bit of overconfidence there. Did get punished, so instantly moved back in the nick of time. Frankie is going to be the casualty, but he shouldn't really worry about it a little bit more. He should be back up on his feet. Now, Sandesh, a man from PN Crew. Now, this man has been such a phenomenal key in the past for PN Crew, and hopefully he keeps on doing the same for TDK as well. I mean, yeah, in the second game, they got themselves quite a lot of kills, and hopefully it just keeps on going.
I really do hope so. But, you know, now as things are, I'm looking at IH, you know, getting a few notches here and there, getting a few knocks here and there, and this is a really good start. But Hustler, he's managed to connect a body shot onto his Inky. Now, they're brothers outside of the game, but in the Battle Royale, in the Battlegrounds, well, they're all your enemies, right? Every other person that you see apart from your teammate, you're going to take your shots at. And, I mean, this is going to be a rather trickier rotation coming in from Seal, right? They've got to get inside the circle. It's the 5th circle that's going to close in. Now, talking about difficulties, we do see the players of FS 952 got in a bit of a pickle as they are going up against Business with Vibes. We've got Reaper just spraying down with his arm, getting those kills one after the other. Have they wiped out the entire squad?
Yep, they did. They did. And unfortunately now, well, they're going to be out the equation. 1952 falling prey to Wizards with Vibes, and it seems like finally the Wizards are vibing. And, well, in the game, another fight erupting. That's going to be Seal9 going head-to-head against TDK. Now, I do want to see that fight over there. What exactly is going on? It seems like for now, Frankie, oh no! He was on the down slope, and that's why he couldn't even fire any shots, and he was switching the weapons at the same time. That's so unfortunate and unlucky. And TDK, they're taking quite a lot of damage from this zone. And, well, the final bullet from Crypto connects, and that's going to be it for TDK as well. What do you think of that fight fixes? Like, that's so unfortunate.
We'll definitely get back to it, but right now we have got another action breaking right in front of us. Smokey and Fair both down over there, and Wizards that need to get those res back up. I really need to understand where the other players are. Ale does come in, but is he gonna make it in right time? Memo, in fact, he's finding a different angle altogether, but DRS, they're in the nearby fray. They might also want to chime in, but considering how their games have been, they're gonna want to take things slow. Look at AJ, he's waiting for the right moment to just bounce in. But Wizards with Vibes after that beautiful squad wipe, they look to be in a whole world of trouble, Necro.
Yeah, they definitely do look to be in a whole world of trouble, but still keep this in mind. DRS is live in the game, and they also have the highest percentage of winning this game. And, well, if you want to win, you got to take out the biggest threats, and that's one of them is, of course, going to be DRS. The other one, without a doubt, is going to be Stalwart Esports. I was going to say, but it seems like aren't really looking that comfortable inside this game up till now.
That ought to happen, right?
Yeah, it does ought to happen. And I would say, yeah, you did mention about those kind of changes coming in through, but I feel like I8 squad has been playing with each other since a long time, and I feel like at this point, the players should be comfortable playing with each other. But, okay, another fight erupting. It's going to be Seal9 versus Seal. Two Seals.
You know what happened with I8 was a completely different story, right? I will talk about that later, but now we've got the push coming on towards Ale, who apparently managed to take one down, but eventually gets traded off. Now it all comes down to go to old Memo. He's going to clutch it out, but this time says no by rules. Now, again, now that is one fight that has been over. 7C have been eliminated. Now Seal, they've been in a little bit of trouble. Now this is where we've got to get back to I8, and this is where problems arise when 4 teams drop in Los Leones. You found no vehicle. You've got to walk your way inside the circle, and that's the 5th circle ticking in. Regardless of the fact that I8 had a really good start, no vehicles means you're donezo when you're actually playing the map of Miramar over there. But now we've got DRS and Stalwart locking heads, and there you have Galton just spraying down that M249, but Pika will get a really good angle and gets a good knock.
Well, that's a good poke and go kill right there for Pika, and that's going to be rewarding them quite a lot in the future stages, and that's what exactly is happening. But take a look at the rotation coming in through. Seems like the cavalry has arrived for DRS, while Nima is there in the clotheslines. Well, also, there are completely surrounding Stalwart Esports, and they need to watch out because these are 2 final men alive. And, well, if you've got action on feet, it seems like, well, that's a delight to watch, but not anymore. Fraxer, it seems like he's quite jealous of action. He takes him down instantly.
I mean, Mafia Ninja just lying beside them. Any single moment, he might just want to make the move. I think he spotted out action. He's got to take a few shots, but no retaliation coming whatsoever from Pika, who apparently wants to survive till the very end. He needs to get those points for his team now. So this sort of fight comes down to the fact that you've got Dead Eyes, but instead, DRS opts to just blow up that vehicle, and Nima does get the better of them.
It's like he threw the nade, the car pretty much flew in. Oh man, that was kind of funny. Well, but you have Mafia Ninja now. He does have his eyes locked on Dead Eyes because he does hear that buggy. going in through. But one thing he doesn't know is where Fraxer has positioned himself. He only has heard that buggy, but he hasn't really heard where Fraxer is. But still, it seems like Fraxer has decided to kind of go and stick to his teammate. I feel like, especially when you're not really in the condition to kind of separate from each other, I feel like sticking together is probably the best thing you can do. This is the final kind of, these are the end games, and this is where things do get really crucial. Any kind of chip damage is really important in these kind of moments.
Yeah, indeed it is. I mean, if you can just damage down the armor just a little bit, it's definitely going to help you in those final few circles. But, we've been talking about Seal a lot, right? They've been avoiding a lot of fights here and there, but somehow they've made it in those final circles.
That's
and
so
now
good.
we've got that Mexican standoff building across. But take a look at DRS, that spread, right? That's a 2-1 split. You've got AJ just walking, in fact, waiting for the players of Seal to come out right out in the open, and the moment they make their way inside the circle, that is where he goes ham. But Dead Eyes, they've kind of been sneaky. They haven't really made their presence felt. They've been playing that survival game, but this is where we might get to see them in action. But it's going to be really, really dicey because Rated, apparently he's the last solo player surviving for his squad.
Yeah, and I feel like over here, Deadeyes without a doubt do have a lot of advantage, but considering the fact that they only have one man standing on his feet, that takes away the entire advantage, right? They also had a higher ground. This means Seal, when they try to rotate inside, they will have to move in through open grounds, and AJ separated out from the pack. It's a 2-1 split. That being said, AJ, I do like his positioning, but this also means he also needs to move inside. Well, further grounds are pretty much open, and let's just see how is he going to be moving in forward. He does utilize the smoke for a while, which is going to be shrouding him inside. Should give him a little bit of temporary cover. That's what he uses for the best. But over here, Rated are taking a lot of damage from Baron. Seal as well doing quite a great job replying back on the guys who are sitting on top of the hill.
What Seed needs to do, they need to isolate and take down AG. That's going to be so crucial for them. But no, instead they're making their run inside the circle. Now Baron has made it really close. Waller, he's being the support over there. He's the one who's going to be holding the fortress over down there. And he makes sure his teammates get into safety. Now he's going to be making the move. But now we've got a 3v3 situation brewing around us with Killer taking quite some damage out from AJ over there. But this sort of puts me in the position to ask, why aren't the players of Seal doing anything about AJ?
I feel like over here, their main kind of gameplay is to try and stay alive as long as possible over here and try and deal as much damage as possible, and that's what they're really going for. And at this point in time, it's been so long since they kind of had the last track of AJ. I'm pretty sure they probably must have lost track for exactly AJ's position, because AJ, we did see him repositioning himself a little bit to the left side, but well, the first knock has been found. That means a window of opportunities has been opened for Seal. Let's just see if they're able to actually capitalize on it. Baron as well moving in from the backlines, but it doesn't matter. It seems like DRS are capitalizing it on quite well. They're replying back in style. This is where Seal kind of starts sweating. This is where they need to do something. Baron as well falls apart, and Seal slowly and steadily, they aren't able to grip it on tight, and it seems like DRS might just come out on top, and yes they do. DRS, another game in day one. It seems like, well, Nepali supremacy continues again.
Well, another game, another chicken dinner for the boys. And this was the final game of the evening for DRS, and boy oh boy, these lads know how to end things in style. I mean, they started off with a chicken dinner. They're gonna end the evening for them with another chicken dinner. And talk about their positioning. Everything has been stellar in those final few fights, right? I've been loving them. They've been, a lot of teams, even Blair was shocked, right? When in the map of Erangel, they did come in. They were looking so aggressive. Then they sort of had that little bit of a, bad run, and they knew they had to change the tempo. And once they did that, I think this is the perfect mix, right? You need to know when you need to get aggressive. You need to choose your fights right. But again, talking about Team Seal, they did have a lot of kills going in for them, but that was just not enough. Again, Nepali supremacy does continue. But what we're going to be doing right now is take a quick little breather, because we still have one more game to go. But before that, the analyst desk needs to come and break it down. But after the short little break.
Keeping it real.
Hello and welcome to, of course, this perfect day where we have the Season 4 for PMPL started off, and it is an incredible start it is because the teams are looking so good, but along with that, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for, of course, making this happen. But back again, Ocean, dude, I mean, DRS, what has gotten into them? What is happening right here?
I said that already, right? It's the last game of the day. They need
Yep.
to have that lead for themselves, and they did that. I mean, they again just marking up my predictions true, so I'm really happy for that for sure. But I would say it was an incredible game, Johnny.
Yeah, it was an incredible one, but we do have another incredible thing that is going to be the MVP of the game, Killer from Team Seal Esports, and it was an incredible performance from the lad. Look at that, 8 kills and 2 assists coming in with a good damage number, I have to say, for an individual, 801.
Yeah.
Absolutely, that is looking definitely like he was part of so many different individual fights throughout the entirety of the game. That had certainly resulted in the team walking away with decent points, but it was of course DRS that took the game by storm in the end, and well, they've got their cards set up right, and when it comes down to the day itself, it's certainly seeming likely to be their dominating day, Ocean.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if we talk about DRS, I mean, obviously they have that first position for themselves in the league days. So that means, they're not going anywhere out of top 16, right? Obviously, definitely,
True.
that's just one thing. But talking about the top players as well, Stalwart Esports, again, just, trying to have the decent run right now. They are looking pretty good. Muffin Ninja coming up from DRS as well, and Inky from Seal 9. So, yeah, all in all, it was kind of a dominating gameplay, as what we have seen from these lads previously as well. They have been delivering once again. I mean, Killa obviously has been an incredible player, and then coming down from 8 kills to 4 kills for the lad that's obviously top from Stalwart, and then Inky again with 4 kills as well. So slowly and steadily, yeah, the performance is there, but we'll have to see if they can deliver in the last game as well.
Absolutely, and that, of course, is a question that only time can answer. For the moment, these dads are looking absolutely ferocious in terms of the playstyle that they've been able to showcase. And with that, let's move on to the match summary. That's, of course, going to be for Varun to analyze for us.
Yeah. And I mean, match summary-wise as well, and even in the list of the top players, we did quite clearly see this. It was a game that was dominated by the players from the side of Mongolia, picking up a lot of kills, be it Stalwart Esports, be it the players from Seal Esports or Seal 9. They did really well for themselves, but I have to say, I mean, it was an interesting turn of events with how the game came to an end. And DRS, so this is the sort of playstyle that we do usually expect from them. This is something that has been mastered by them, the patient gameplay based around their positioning inside of the matchup. But focusing on the match summary, Killer was definitely a killer in this game with 8 kills, and then on the second position we have Top from Stalwart Esports with 4 to him, and then I believe Baron was actually responsible for doing quite a lot for his team as well with the 6 assists that he has. So Seal Esports, I believe, after this game, we're definitely going to see them take a bounce on that overall leaderboard.
Absolutely, but before we have a look at that storyboard, let's move on to look at the match ranking, the game standings coming in from this game, and it is going to be, well, clearly indicating Seal Esports had a really good game. 14 kills to the team, walking away with 26 points. Along with Ocean, we've got Stalwart. I loved Stalwart's play. I mean, with that bolt action, that was just so spot on speed.
Actually, yes. I mean, the bold action momentum was really good. I mean, if they see someone just moving forward, they'll aim for the head, and they did it in incredibly amazing fashion. But yeah, this game, even though it was DRS's chicken dinner, I would say it was a really slow game by DRS.
Yeah.
Finally, because you remember, right? They started off with 17 kills the first game that they had, but this one was comparatively slower. That means they were just trying to just pace themselves around the zones, and that was a really amazing thing. But now, if we talk about vibes right now, I mean, their previous game, we know the way they were moving forward, but this game, it's kind of in ups and downs things. But Paradox, like, this is the thing, Miramar has not been delivering results for this team.
Not at all. I mean, Johnny, we started the conversation from this team as well when we were talking about the groups, and we were anticipating that today we will be able to see G1 and the likes to, of course, be able to bring in the games for themselves. But sadly, that has not been the case as of now. With that, when it comes down to the performance that was showcased from DRS, well, as so perfectly mentioned by Ocean right here, it was a slow-poked affair. So let's move on with the zone analysis, David, and take us through it.
I mean, talking about the circle, right? That's the most important thing. We're saying the slow affair because look at where DRS is right now, obviously away from the fights. 7C, I mean, obviously flight path was kind of onto a different side, so they did not go to the side where they would be colliding with ZEUS. No doubt ZEUS was not playing in this one, so it kind of helped them again and again and again, because they were taking up their rotations from the backlines of Puerto Palacio. Again, it's a really good thing. But this is where you'll see, a lot of fights were happening around the areas of Los Lunas as well. I mean, we know it. Like, it's a city of chaos where everyone just tries to move forward. And that's where, again, Paradox, they start from here, they move here, and again, they just, get feeded up onto the fights, which they should work on, I would say, and they will eventually work on. But this is where the fifth circle is, and as soon as this circle just moves forward, look at this right now. I saw, Seal 9 was giving troubles to a lot, like a multiple number of teams, back and forth. The teams that was just, outside the circle, like they had chances to take down 2-3 teams, 2-3 players. And I guess, I remember, this team tried to take down a few players of Team Seal as well. They took they took fights from a lot of teams as they were just trying to move forward. I remember they took a fight from Raw as well, taking down a few players. So yeah, Team Seal 9 was doing really good because they had a really good higher area for themselves. But then again, a lot of teams as well, they were trying to move from the outskirts of Los Lunas. Well, they were being pincered down. But this is where, if you look at this, right, this is where you'll see DRS is trying to find up their own area. I mean, they had a really good rush inside the circle. And right from the first game, if you remember the games around Yasnaya, that was Erangel, DRS just, loves their openings as they get inside the circle, and they feed on that information. And once they have a situated area inside the circle, they try and apply pressure on their opponents. And that's what they did on Stalwart. That's what they did on This with Vibes onto the backline. So a lot of pressure was being applied by these lads. And then eventually they got their chicken dinner again.
Well, what a play, what a way to close your day for the first day itself, of course. But when we move on from one game to the next, we have seen an indication where, well, it kind of does seem like a Nepali domination that's taken over for the Season 4. With that, let's, of course, combine the snippets that we saw take place throughout this game number 4 via, of course, the Oppo F19 promo.
And I mean, it was an interesting game from the start to the very end. As you were talking about the bold action as well, we did witness it in this match as well. But this is what we were talking about, the sort of performance that was put up by Killer, by the players of Stalwart Esports as well. And it was quite intense. I would like to add a few things to what Ocean said about the zone breakdown as well. I mean, as he said, I mean, Los Leones, it is quite chaotic. Los Leones is basically Fort Knox when the circle is quite close to it. It's really difficult to get in, but once you get in, it's even tougher to get out of situation. That is where Stalwart Esports and DRS actually had a little bit of an advantage, because they were on those isolated points, and well, as fate would have it, the circle would be close to them as well, so it made things a lot easier for them. But these are the situations where teams were basically stuck in a death valley, right? You have a cluster of teams that are trying to move up north, and it is Miramar, so well, you're gonna get into a lot of fights.
Yeah, actually, and these are like the final momentums in which the fight was happening, and Mafia Ninja did execute those fights brilliantly in the final moment. But before that, if you remember, Gyalzon, as he was just focusing on one player, he was being shotted from the other side as well. So Miramar is all about of being aware of your surroundings. Well, DRS, they were till the end pretty much aware of their surroundings, but Team Seal, oh my god, double the number of kills as DRS has.
Wow, incredible play. But talk about 7C Esports as well. I mean, we saw this team also participate in fights, but it does seem like when it comes down to the kill department, they were not able to, well, as you so perfectly say, not having a good fight situation for them.
Yeah, I mean, good fights and bad fights, they do happen for, I mean, if we're talking about Bablu, 7C, you can talk about Bablu as well, right? 3 kills.
Yep.
1059 damage. That's a showcase. T2K, 2 kills, 967 damage, and this is the same T2K in the previous Miramar. You know how dominating they were. They were stopped by Stalwart only itself, as the teams were just against each other. But talk about Stalwart as well. 9 kills, 1990 damage. It just showcases that Miramar, in fact, this circle gave a lot of open ground for the players to just give damage to their opponents. It was all about capitalizing on that damage to just confirm that knock into a kill. You see those high graphs, that is excessive damage, but you see those low kill numbers, that just showcases if a player goes down, either there's an instant cover by the teammate, or there's an instant minute ridge or something that just gives a cover or something. So the conversion of knock to kill was something that was a bit challenged to quite a lot of teams.
Absolutely, and this has certainly been showcased in terms of the way these teams were able to walk away with the points that they were able to get with that. Let's have a look at the overall rankings. The storyboard certainly is going to be dictating a DRS gaming day for sure, with two chicken dinners, already 73 points to this team. Varun.
Yeah, I mean, DRS, they have been impressive throughout the day, quite consistent as well. I believe they just had one bad game so far, and I mean, the last one, they're not going to be in it, so make that 2 bad games. But still, 73 points coming in from the 4 matches that they've played. It is definitely going to keep them in the top positions for now, and as Ocean said, I mean, we will be seeing this team move on to the Super Weekend. But I have to say, I'm quite impressed with Seal Esports, and how they have jumped up 6th position with just one good performance. Seal Esports, if this team manages to be consistent, I mean, it is going to be incredible to watch them perform. And mind you, let's go back to Season 3, right? They were doing so well for themselves until it all fell apart. And it was week 1 back then. We are in week 1 right now, so I'm still going to be quite skeptical of what I say.
Well. But again, I mean, another thing to bring up is, of course, going to be, Ocean, the fact that it's only day 1, right? We know these Mongolian teams, the ruthlessness that they end up playing with is going to be chiming in from tomorrow onwards, perhaps.
Yeah, probably. I mean, that's totally, well said by you, because ZEUS Esports, I mean, they are just, playing to qualify right now. If you talk about Seal, I mean, they are playing to qualify in the top 16, and that's what they are just, having their eyes up right now. These are specifically those teams that love to just, actually not let your opponents get to the head, to your head, and that's like the best part of these teams. They save their actual strats for when it matters. I mean,
exactly.
You know how they are, right? So, yeah.
Exactly. And it's a Super Weekend every single time that teams like these are certainly going to be bringing in that domination. Yeah. With that, we've got one final game to talk about. Let's move on through the schedule. We've had some wonderful plays, but now, as we move on to the 5th and final game, what can we anticipate from these teams, Johnny?
Yeah, one thing's for sure. I mean, DRS is not going to dominate this one since they're not going to be playing this matchup. So, I mean, that's an opportunity for the other teams to actually capture a point.
That's true, but still having an average of 18 plus points, I would say that's amazing, right? From DRS. Even if they had like one bad game.
Well, the bad game also, they walked away with 2 kill points in that as well. So, I mean, the team, they've gotten really, really aggressive. But we're going to have to see if this sort of performance has given away too much of their stats based on... Well, again, another thing to actually bring up, Ocean, would be the fact that they're changing those stats as well, right? From game to game, we've seen that. First game on Erangel was a complete different rotation based on how they played it compared to this Miramar that we saw, where it was so slow and they were just sticking to the edges.
Actually, yes, but I don't know why I have a feeling that this map, if the zone actually just gets to the northern side, I have a personal feeling that this might just be a Mongolian match, to be honest. I don't know why. I have a feeling that ZEUS might just take this one. I mean, again, they are playing just to qualify, so they might just have just a normal national gameplay, being in top 16, that's all. But I don't know, I just have a feeling if the circle goes north, it might just be their game.
And intuition. All right, Johnny, what's your intuition telling you, mate?
I mean, my intuition is, I want to watch this one because I agree with Ocean. I mean, even my gut feelings tells me, ZEUS Esports, we are going to see them in action because they have actually done this before. This is an old habit of theirs. Like, on day 1, they're always going to be like, oh, we are losing matches, we are missing out on points. And then in the last game, they're going to be like, no, guys, that was just a joke.
It certainly was. And again, I mean, every single player from the side of ZEUS we have seen can perform by themselves itself. I mean, it's a one-man army is what that team's players are. And that is, of course, where our eyes are going to be gauged out towards. But alongside that, we shall also keep a keen eye on towards the other teams, as we do have, of course, Paradox right there, as Group A is not going to be playing. And, well, hopefully the final game for Paradox maybe goes in their favor a little bit, because right now they're off to a dicey start. Ocean?
Hopefully, it might just be good for them because they need games. I mean, from today, starting this game as well, moving forward, they will be needing games and they'll have to just deliver results. Otherwise, missing out on first Super Weekend, it's really harsh on a team because then they have less number of obviously Super Weekends to play. And then, hey, in Super Weekends, 1 chicken dinner equals $1,000 as well. That's like a key thing as well.
And the points, right? The points themselves. If you don't participate in that first Super Weekend, the other teams that have participated, they've already moved on and created a lead for themselves in those points, and that is where things get a little trickier. But of course, we'll see which side is the PUBG gods going to be favoring, so to say, when it comes down to this game's chicken dinner. But alongside all of this, you guys sitting back at home enjoying the stream, do not forget to hashtag PMPL and let us know what your thoughts are. What team are you guys going to be rooting for? And again, we've got all the official pages right here that you can go ahead and follow as well, because there are so many giveaways that end up taking place throughout the entirety of these tournaments. But now, one final prediction I want to ask you guys. Are you guys going to stick with the Mongolian, or are you going to wanting to change?
Okay, I'll start rooting for Paradox now. Let's go.
All right, there we go. Let's see if that happens or not. With that, it is time to jump into the final game, and that means it's time to cue in the Panda Bros. It's going to be none other than, of course, Necro and Paying Pixels. Over to you.
Well, thank you so much, Lakshay, and of course you can show some love to us too. But this time, Necro, I think I'm gonna be vibing with the desk, especially Ocean, considering the fact that he's gone for ZEUS Esports. Now, reason being why, of course, they've had that little bit of a time to understand what really happened to them in those previous 3 games. Now, they did sit this one out. Now, they are going to be coming back into action, and we do know when ZEUS gets that time to think, they reply back with fashion, baby. But, I would still want to know, do you support me or do you have any difference?
Nah, I was literally going to say the same thing. I'm going to be going with ZEUS inside this one, because I feel like, as you did mention, they've gotten enough time to kind of read and try and instantly, instantly counter the playstyle that they play in. But, only time would tell us that how ZEUS are going to be thinking about it, because we never know, right? I mean, sometimes if there's a hard shift taken away from the ZEUS side, then anything can happen, just like how I8, right? I mean, they didn't get any vehicles for themselves, and in the end, they just started running on their feet, and that's where they just got caught off guard in the rotation.
I mean, had it been Sanhok, would have been a completely different story. We could afford to go inside the zone without a vehicle, but definitely not in Miramar. Even heck, in Erangel, you can still manage to do that. But now, talking about Erangel, let's just get directly into the game, as the Big Bird is, of course, in the sky. But the big question over here, Necro, will of course be pertaining as to where the circle is gonna form. Now, I'm gonna say it right now. I'm gonna say it.
Okay.
I did not like those first 2 circles, right? They have been really default. That is not the way we like to start things off. Now, how do we like to start? That is something customary to every big tournament. That is with a certain circle, and by all means, that has not really happened. But imagine a case that we get to see a certain circle this time. But again, picture this: we do not have I8 playing this one out.
Oh man, well, that would just be kind of like teasing them, and I will really feel bad for them, because it's just like just putting salt in their wounds. And well, with that also being said, the plane fly path is in front of you, lads, and it's going to be starting all the way from Kamishki, ending towards kind of Kori in the between side. But now, this plane fly path, even if I was in here, as you did mention, I mean, the problem with them has been kind of going all the way back to a military base. It takes a long time if the plane fly path isn't really favoring you. And that also being said, I mean, IIT is not inside, but it has been, one of those problems with them. But hopefully, in the future, I mean, as we did mention, it's just the day one. We can't really judge a team over it. But that being said, a lot of teams have been scattering over. PN Crew, well, pretty much the same drop locations they like to go towards. TDK is right next to them. Stalwart Esports going towards Yastan Polnaya, as they have realized DRS is not in the game anymore. So, well, it's okay. Okay, now, with also this being said, wasn't the first circle just in the same kind of category where it ended near the haystacks?
I mean, that's a sad fixes that you're looking at. But, I'm going to be hopeful, right? I'm going to be hopeful because we've got a little bit of that Stalwart coverage. We've also got quite some chunk out of that Lipovka area. Now, if it shifts towards the eastern side, that is something that I would want to see. Because considering the fact, look at the teams, right? We've seen the majority of the teams kind of having placed themselves in the central and the western areas, right? Now, imagine the circle taking a hard shift towards the eastern side. Now, this is where the teams will have to rotate, and this is something that we're all craving for quite some long time, especially in the map of Erangel, where fights tend to start off really, really late. Now, you're talking about things starting off really late. This is one of those teams that sort of defies that logic, right? ZEUS, the moment they spot someone out, they go after them. And now we've been talking about that, right? Sometimes they need to have that extra leash attached, because sometimes they're too aggressive and they do forget that there are other teams around them, and they sort of get overwhelmed and find themselves in really precarious spots.
I mean, it's like at this point in time, you can count ZEUS in one of those alphas in the lobby, right? I mean, they are one of those alpha males who just don't really care about anything, you know? All they want is blood, and they do get it. ACDE, though, this time, separated out from the pack. He's kind of away from them, but this also means that the drop location has kind of collided. It's going to be between Raw. So I do want to see which team actually does come out on top. I mean, it's exactly, yeah, they have gotten themselves the kind of houses area of Georgia Pool, the left side, and Raw is all the way on the contender side. So especially when these teams are rotating, I'm pretty sure they are going to be clashing against each other, and I do want to see like who comes out on top in this legendary fight. But the circle, yeah, I feel like still I'm a person who really likes that open circle near Yasnaya.
You do? I mean, I think after the Erangel 2.0, that's where I started liking it as well, because you've got those extra little bit of ditches, those, nooks and crannies, the crevices to play around off. But, that being said, Necro, quite a lot of interesting things have happened, considering we do not have the real soldiers in this game. This is where Stalwart indeed have taken over their drop location. Now, P and crew are taking a quick gander at them. I think they're sort of kind of oblivious about the fact that Stalwarts have dropped over here. They've gone in for a really early rotation. Now, that sort of could have bitten them back, but I think they've realized that, and they sort of have backed off. Now, this is one of those P and crew I'm not really I'm really not accustomed to see, right? Because if I talk about P and crew, this is where I would love to see, Sandesh. But as life goes on,
wrong team, bud.
he's playing for a different team altogether, which sort of has put P and crew in a little bit of shambles, not just a little bit, a lot, in fact, where they're sitting at the 15th spot. Now, this sort of is a matter of concern, right? This is the last game that you're playing. You've got 4 more games, and you need to make sure that you're playing, the Super Weekend.
Yeah, I mean, I do like one thing between that, this orcs just keeping going. It's like you see one player popping off in a tournament, and they're like the next tournament you don't see the same player with that same team anymore. You just don't see him.
Yeah.
He's completely on the other team. The owner's like, okay, bro, you're playing way too good. You're coming on my side, bro. I'm not letting you go anywhere else. I don't want my boys to fight against you either. I want you to join my boys.
Well, I mean, sometimes, you gotta let that green money speak, and a lot of other things, right? We tend to kind of completely change things rather than fix things, and this is where I really love DRS, right? They've been there together as a pack of brothers right from the very start, and this clearly reflects in their performance. Now, this is one of those teams, this is one of those hype teams that we've been talking about, Team T2K. They've been trained to kill, and they definitely have been living up to their name so far. One of those primary concerns I had was that synergy, but looks like they've gotten themselves together. But going up against a team like Raw, and the ruthless, aggressive warriors are having a really tough time in the big leagues, right? Going up against the big teams. They surely have their nerves trembling a little bit.
Well, the ruthless aggression definitely did not work out this time, and they just got punished instantly. But take a look at this. It seems like Paradox are challenging a head-on-head fight against High Voltage, and High Voltage, another skilled team, and especially we have been talking about this team, how good they are when it comes to that tactical approach inside the game. And take a look at that. The house is just getting bombarded. It's like a cluster strike called inside a house, and Wadu is barely surviving on a Risk is 1 HP left on this lad. He's going to be using the first aid instantly, but he's pinned inside that little room, and yes, he doesn't really have a lot of edge to move around, and he's going to be taken out.
Yeah, I mean, what of course being that latest addition to the squad, and I think it's gonna take quite some time for him to gel in because, well, let's be honest, high voltage. I really, anticipated them to be falling down really hard, but I somehow feel that they somehow have managed to hold on. Right, the players are still performing, and I think a lot of pressure is, of course, on my man Otzi, and I think he's been living up to it. Considering you miss out on Assassin, one of those very, very instrumental players for your squad. Despite the fact, I think High Voltage have done pretty well up until now. But, let's talk about Deadeyes now. This is one of those teams, right, that did make it to the top 3 in the last game of Miramar. Now, having Hungry Box, taking a break from competitive, one of my favorite players, a brother outside the game, and his absence sort of haunts me because the past Deadeyes we did have, that definitely was really deadly.
Yep. And with that also being said, take a look at R3D now. Such a late rotation. And this is the same thing if you remember, Fixes. They have been doing this even in the previous PMPL in the Season 3.
Yeah.
R3D has been one of those teams who kind of rotate all the way from the back. They let the blue zone cover themselves, and then they just move in with the blue zone. And this has been kind of sometimes a little bit of problem as well. And sometimes it has also led them to some victories. But I feel like it has been more of a problem than more of kind of a good thing for them. And I feel like this is where they need to realize that either, okay, if you're one of those teams who don't really like to go inside the circle, or at least be the one, or at least be the first one to go inside, they can try and go out for late rotations. I feel like going with the blue zone isn't really a good thing, especially in the first zone. But what do you think, sir?
You know what the problem with R3D is? The approach, right? You're playing edge to edge. Now, when you're going edge to edge, you need to be ready for fights and be ready for a lot of fights. Now, this team does come in with the thought that we're going to take those fights in the late circles. Now, you cannot have the best of both the worlds, can you?
Yeah.
And that has been the problem with them. Now they've got a direct entry inside the zone. But after that next shift, if we witness maybe a hard shift, let's say towards maybe Mansion, now that's where the trouble begins. They need to understand they have to take those fights to sort of play this kind of a circle, right? Or else you can just stick on to the good old meta that is playing around the center now, which something that they haven't done, and something which their drop does not really reflect, landing way on the western shores.
Yeah, as you beautifully pointed out, if the circle kind of moves away from them, this is where the real problems start knocking their doors. And this is where they need to find a safe rotation. And when it's kind of the late game situation, it's really hard to find a safe rotation. Pretty much almost next to impossible, unless somehow you get really lucky while teams are kind of busy fighting against each other. You're the one just straight up whizzing past through them and getting inside the circle. And those kind of lucky moments don't really happen a lot of times. But take a look at this. It seems like one team is definitely feeling good for themselves. It's going to be Deadeyes, and they're not scared of challenging any fight against any kind of team, especially high voltage. One that is all the way the back lines. It's a 2-1 split, and it seems like slowly and steadily he's also trying to back his teammates up, but at this point in time, it's way too late.
I think it is, and I really do not like this approach out of high voltage, right? They went in for that 2-1 split. Not something that I would encourage. Yeah, not something that I would really encourage, but Cloud still, he's living up. Did have that ghillie suit, but does not really help him, and this is where things get really dicey. Right now, Otzi is right out in the open, and well, he knows all his teammates have fallen, and suddenly this little angle that he wanted to create has backfired, and which could have actually made difference if he was with his team. Now, with 3 players, you might not want to try that kind of a split where, we are looking at teams, staying way too late in the game and not taking a lot of fights. So you do not want to be caught off guard, right? Imagine some team passing by and spot out Otzi right out in the open. Now, Deadeyes, I believe they have now realized last play is way far off, and apparently they are doing good. Now, with the addition of Frag, I really want to see what does this Deadeye have to offer in this season of PMPL.
Well, blah 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 taken out. Frag inside. I mean, not blah, my bad, but yeah, Frag was a lad who played in Raw, and instead now Raw pretty much took over. Blah blah blah, and both Frag moved over to over there. And this is a massive switch, right? Because if you talk about Raw in general, Raw has been one of those teams who are dominating through NC, and I feel like the main reason was Fragster. Now Fragster being taken out and Blah being added, that's a huge change.
I mean, again, we kind of go back and come down to that one fact, you know. That's the one qualm, that's the one complaint we've been having with the Nepali teams and the roster shuffles. That is way too much, man. But again, you know, you've got to do what you have to do to make things work for you. Maybe win a few championship titles. But again, with DRS still being there, you know, standing tall with the way they've started the day, I think tomorrow that's where they're going to be carrying forward that sort of aggression, right? Because now they're completely clear. They do know for a fact that they're 100% going qualifying for the Super Weekend. This is where they're gonna start bolstering up that aggression by even a notch further. But you know, now things are gonna start looking really tricky, because I look at C9 and Team Bablu. They might lock horns against each other pretty soon. But taking a look at how this circle has formed around, I think your prayers have been answered, because we're looking at a open circle, not in Yasnaya though, but a little bit down onto its top of farm.
Now, these kind of circles I personally do love a lot, because now if you take a look at the open roads, right? Roads are kind of the thing that is dividing the circle into pieces. And this is kind of like a pizza slice circle, right? The roads, like it's kind of dividing the circle into a lot of different portions. And that means a team, if they have gotten themselves a certain amount of portion for themselves, that is a really good thing. But if the circle moves away from that portion, that means you will have to go out in the open, cross the street, and then try and get inside a safe position. I feel like that's one of the most riskiest things. So I feel like in these kind of moments, it just really comes down to the zone shift.
Indeed, it does. Now, taking a look at the number of teams on the northern side, right? We're seeing quite a cluster over there. And, well, Paradox, G1, he apparently seems to be lost over there. He needs the help from his teammate, which apparently has been provided. But now, Business with Vibes going up against Venom Legends. Now, Venom Legends, they certainly sound like legends nowadays, you know. We kind of not witnessing that sort of an onslaught, that sort of a domination from the Bangladeshis that we used to witness in the previous renditions. And, you know, Necro, I gotta ask this to you, man. What do you think could be the possible reason?
I honestly don't know, because now with the recent addition of Mamba joining the squad of them, I mean, Mamba, of course, a former player of TRZ, and Mamba now pretty much joining them. I feel like Mamba was one of those players who has been a key difference maker for ERZ, TRZ in the past, and now him joining a good team like Venom Legends, I'm expecting that team to shine, but that's not what we're seeing. We're seeing a complete opposite side. Instead, Venom Legends are struggling quite hard. Maybe it's just the first day, and even the analyst desk mentioned this, right? The second day is going to be the day to really look out for.
Yes, certainly, 100%. You know, I really would want the players to get their former glory days back, because they've been struggling quite a lot since last
That's a good knock.
PMPL. Yeah, that indeed was, and that had to happen right now. This is where things are starting to look a little bit dicey for Team Bablu as well. They need to get inside the zone, and they've got their players knocked out. Now, this is the shift that we have been talking about for quite some time, and I really feel this is a ZEUS circle. I was just going to get there.
Yeah, this is ZEUS all the way, baby. As I was talking about those portions, man, this is exactly where ZEUS found themselves a portion, and well, lucky enough that the zone shift comes right on top of them, and this is where they get graced by the PUBG gods. Even seems like, well, even the PUBG gods want them to win this one. Hopefully they are able to utilize the zone in the perfect manner for themselves. But hey, on the other hand, you also do see IC open up the fray, and this is what you like to see. Finally, ZEUS show themselves up on the boards, and well, if you are going to be getting those frag numbers, why not get in a stylish way?
Yeah, I mean, Zeus had to do it, right? Some way or the other. And what better way to end things on a good note, right? End the evening with a chicken dinner. But right now, what we do have is a fight breaking down between the Mongolians, right? Stalwart going up against C9, where now they're getting bombarded. Now, Stalwart, they're trying to create those spaces. They're creating that route. This clearly indicates that they want to get aggressive. They want to make sure that they've got their sidelines cleared. They do not want to take chances while they get inside the circle, maybe after the next shift. So we're gonna see a lot of aggression. The question is when.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. That's what I'm wondering as well. That being said, C9 are, seeing a lot of rotations happening. Take a look at that. Oh, that's a great find. That's a good find from Sinner. And it seems like, well, this time the beams are connecting. Stars are aligned for this man, and same thing goes with this gun. But oh, that nade was right on his screen. I'm pretty sure it would have given him a jump scare. But over here, this also gives us enough time, because right now it's just kind of a stalemate situation between Stalwart Esports and C9. This gives us enough time to talk about a team like 7C. Now, what do you think is falling down for this team? Because in the overall rankings, they're not great.
I mean, purely lack of communication and the positioning in the fights, right? Anyone could just see that and tell, especially in that Miramar fight. Ale took ages to come in aid for his teammates, but we're going to focus back onto where this fight happening in front of us. Head-to-head, both these teams are going up against each other, but T2K, they do have a different mission, as it seems, as they're going after Venom Legends. 2 players already knocked out. Now Legend is going in for the pushes. Frypan has fallen down as well. Nightwing being spotted out, and it will not be a concern for that arm to finish down that last player. And there you have it. Venom Legends again being wiped out in a really, really early game. And this is where things have started looking really troublesome for them.
Well, if you're a Venom Legends fan, that is not a sight you would like to witness, because slowly and steadily, one by one, they just got eaten alive. And, well, Fixes, seems like our questions have been answered. They're just not really able to win those gunfights, and they need to find something. They need to do something in these kind of moments.
The positioning, man.
Yeah, the positioning as well. Yeah, they were also being taken over by P and Crew, but in the end, I feel like it also did really come down to those individual gunfights, and this is where they really fell down. Yeah, advantage was definitely on the other team's side, but still, Venom Legends, they could have played that out quite well, but they still did kind of falter down. Hey, it's just day one. We can't really judge teams just on the performance of day one over here. But on the other hand, C9 now on the receiving end. That nade could be good, but hey, didn't really find any connection. Instead, action has been taken down. Pika's wall down such low, and he's burning. And yes, he will be knocked out, but it doesn't matter. Take a look at that, just breaching it through their defense, and they just don't care.
Yeah, they don't care, and they do have enough time to get their players back alive. That's the best part about Stalwart. They've gotten those 4 kills, but now they have to get inside the circle, which is going to be so much more troublesome, considering you've got ZEUS right in front of you. Now, if ZEUS wants to take this fight, I think they're not, because they would want to get inside the circle first, but we do have a different fight happening in front of us, and it is, again, 7C being absolutely obliterated by the boys from Wizards with Vibes. Now, you're talking about pressure. I think this is one of those underdog teams that has really dealt with it in a really good fashion, right? I see them being fearless. I see them taking those fights. They've been taking those risks, and that has paid off. But Godless gets just away from a different place. I really thought for a second it was the grenade, but that was a bolt action headshot. Now, this is where you need to be aware of your surroundings, and ZEUS, that late rotation, not really helping their cause.
And within a blink of an eye, 2 players already being subtracted from that squad. And ZEUS, well, now they're down to 1 last man alive. The final pillar in the squad is still alive, and let's see, are they able to hold on? And no, it's going to be the answer. Now, the knock teammate, the kill will be confirmed, and ZEUS are down to just 1 last man alive. Now, this, I just, when we talk about ZEUS, this is where I also, kind of witnessed in the past, is like, ZEUS would never actually playing in some kind of scrims and random scrims. You know how they were playing Fixes? They were dropping on the other 4 corners, like each and every single player was dropping on all 4 corners, and they were practicing on how to 1v4 teams.
Yeah, and they're really good at that, but maybe they just haven't woken up in the right side of the bed. We do know how deadly can they be, but this is the bolt action shot I was talking about. Spotting Godless out from afar, and well, either ways, had he not taken down with that, with that bolt action shot, would have been taken down from the grenade by the lads from Deadeyes. Now, Raw, they've done a really good job at sustaining in those final few seconds, but they've got to do better than this. They've got to get a lot of points. Now, again, the problem with Stalwart was that late rotation, right? So rotations have become really important, but now, Joker, this time, a little bit shy of connecting it to the head. Now I'm loving this meta, right? You've got the hardcore mode in, you've got a lot of DMRs, you've got a lot of bolt action. This is game, baby.
Yeah, this is game, and this is definitely, well, quite good. Now, with that being said, for now, a little bit of peaceful environment. I mean, maybe I'm just a little too early to say, but yeah, the hell's about to break loose, that's for sure. This is the calm before the storm. And take a look at the circle shift as well. It's quite drastic all the way towards This Is the Vibes, and Deadeyes as well are quite inside, and P and Crew has found themselves on the lucky page, and they're in as well. That means teams like Raw, Future Station, ABCDE Esports, and ZEUS, I mean, ZEUS, only one man is alive, they will have to make it inside the circle. Already has so much pressure, and well, yeah, the pressure has been released from his shoulders.
Well, I mean, sent to the depths of hell. I mean, the gods have been punished tonight as ZEUS. Well, they've not had a rather good day, but maybe tomorrow, we do know, right? Sort of tend to mess up the first day and come back really stronger tomorrow. I'm telling you, they're going to start off with the chicken dinner, but all our predictions of ZEUS getting the chicken dinner this game has been thrown out the window. But that being said, I'm really loving how Deadeyes have been approaching this circle. They've been taking fights, they've been maintaining a good position. This is where experience really comes in handy, and Shifu, we know if he gets a good position, what wrath can he, deal to all these teams, and that is exactly what he's done.
No, you missed something huge over here, Sixes. Joker ran over 2 players of Deadeyes, guys. He ran over 2 players of Deadeyes, guys, and that's absolutely huge. Joker, oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Deadeyes guys are going to be so unhappy with that one. That's kind of like assault on the injury. They were already on the receiving end, and now with that kind of a play, it should bring their morals down by quite a lot.
Yeah, indeed, it does. I mean, I was kind of overwhelmed with how Shifu was performing. I really missed out on, that vehicular manslaughter over there. Joker! Did he find that one? Yes, he did. My man's already racked up 7 freaking kills. And Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, I think, Necro, we made a mistake. We spoke too soon, and now they're gonna shut us. They're gonna shut down our mouths, and they've done that. And this is exactly what I wanted to see from them. And this sort of relieves a lot of pressure, doesn't it? But now, looking at how the circle has panned out, this one little intersection in between, and you've got that slight little downward ridge, things are starting to get hell lot of spicy now.
Oh man, that nade could have been perfect if it was just like cooked for perfection, but yeah, Joker, take a look at this shot in the slow motion. Absolutely love to see those kind of moments over and over again. It just kind of gives you a little bit of, just like itch when you see it. It's like, okay, I want to hop inside the game. I want to do it myself right now. And when you go inside the game, you're the one on the receiving end. But, well, now Raw in the front lines. With that being said, this is kind of like an experienced team versus underdogs over here, because this is the vibes. I mean, I want to personally see them actually come out on top, because this is where they kind of establish their name on the overall rankings and tell all the other teams that, hey, we're not the one who are going to be falling back in the race.
But now, considering the fact that we've got 2 teams and 2 new teams that have made their way inside the PMPL this season, and this is exactly what the fans love. Again, the Nepali supremacy does thrive, does continue. But now it all comes down to the next circle shift, which apparently will happen maybe in a few seconds, and the zone has already started closing in. Well, the better of the circle is being taken by the players of Business with Vibes, right? I really like that spread. In a 4v3 situation, it's going to be tough for Raw, but they need to find that opening, and this is where blah 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 becomes really instrumental for his team, right? He needs to find it. He needs to channel all that experience he's garnered by playing PMPLs from different teams, and he knows that that one little knock is going to be so crucial. But Bishal, being the one who's going to be handling the flank angles over here, it's going to be really interesting who opens the fight up.
God, up till now, it's just like they're waiting for Zone to conclude this thing over here. Till now, just they have kind of locked each other in the eyes. And Visible Vibes clearly do have a massive portion of Zone onto themselves, but it just really comes down onto that shift. It kind of if it kind of shifts over to the Raw side, then that can be really problematic for Visible Vibes, because they will like need to use the last bit of utility they have left, which is probably going to be those smoke nades to cross inside. And this nade, no, a little bit of a shorthand.
Yeah, a little bit short. I think Malik does understand for a fact that blah 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 is around the little shack over there, right? Few grenades are going to be tossed at, and well, the shots have been given. So player one's position has been compromised. He's been spotted. So I'm just waiting for those flurry of nades to pour in. But apparently, blah 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 has been holding himself up really well. But the best part is that they've got the better of the circle. So it sort of compensates for that man disadvantage. Now, that being said, Business with Vibes, finally, they start pushing in. The smoke screens have been created. Here comes the push.
Here comes the push. And yep, as I did mention, they will have to use every single last bit of utilities. And take a look at this. All the smoke grenades are being used, and it seems like the final
20
circle.
smoke grenades over here.
Yeah, it seems like the final circle is pretty much just going to be, you know, just smokes in itself, and they will have to just find it. It's going to be kind of like one of those games where you need to find the enemy and then take him down.
And the best part, you do not get the markers if you hit the player, so that's going to be so much troublesome. But we do have the fights breaking down in front of us as blah blah blah. He's going big. He's managed to take not just one but two players. Now this sort of has gotten things really tricky for Business with Vibes, as the last player will have to do something. But I think that's it. That's it. I mean, our Raw, the boys have done it, you know, regardless of the fact that they were outnumbered, they did outsmart their opponents. And Business with Vibes, they were so close, but yet so far 13 kills, Chicken Dinner, Necro. What an outing by these lads. Wow.
Well, I mean, yeah, what can we say in these kind of moments, right? I mean, Raw just pretty much ending the day on a good note. This should help them quite a lot, even starting the day two on a good note as well, because now they have gone their kind of what can you say, confidence up. At the same time, the jitters now, it seems like they have washed away. That means Ruthless, aggressive warriors, well, I mean, they have gone to chicken dinner, but I do want to see what's in board or what's in stack for the future days upcoming. Now, I've been mentioning this over and over again. This was just the first day. The second day is going to be where the real competition awaits.
But this is really good, right? You get the chicken dinner, you sort of ease up that pressure, then those nerves are tingling a little bit, you know, scare being there, that has all gotten far away. And tomorrow we're going to see some more aggression from these lads, but enough from our side. Now we're going to be pushing for a shuttle break, because right after that is an amazing desk coming to break the fights down.
Hello and welcome to PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4 Day number 1 is where we are at. In fact, we're reaching the end of Day 1. It is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag hook up your fun. Well, dudes, we've had some interesting days to go through. I mean, right off the bat, Season 4 is looking really spicy from these teams.
I mean, to be honest, that's true. But it has been Nepali supremacy so far, Johnny, right?
Yeah, I mean, you called it, right? You called it. Like, even in this match as well, it was the Nepali supremacy that we saw till the very end. And I like the fact that we finally got to see Wizards with Vibes in some intense action. I mean, they lived up to the reputation that we heard about them, and the team definitely delivered. But it wasn't just them; it was Raw as well, a team that had completely revamped their roster. But this time, I guess it only took them a few games to actually figure out what they have to do.
I mean, out of these 7 kills that this lad has,
Yeah.
2 came from one buggy runoff. One buggy just ran across the entire landscape and took down 2 players like of Dead Eyes guys in just one instance. That was just more than amazing.
It certainly was. It was one of those moments that certainly is going to be going down into one of those clips. But alongside that, when it comes down to, well, another team to talk about, I do want to bring up Dead Eyes guys as well. This game, they had a pretty neat performance.
Yeah,
I mean, it was a deadly performance, you could say.
Exactly.
I mean,
So true.
if you just talk about the area, they had a really good area for themselves. I mean, it was just a shadow, but that shack kind of just gave them the entirety of the momentum for themselves. Till the time they were being surrounded by the teams onto that area, right? Because the back lines was a ridge, the front line was a ridge, and then there was a shack right next to the roadside. So it was kind of a tricky situation. But before that, they had a really good performance. And hey, if we're talking about draw, we have Versus with Vibes. I mean, these were the teams that actually held the ground till the top 2 spot for themselves.
Absolutely, and they held it nicely because it was quite a wonderful moment to be a part of, because the fights, they extended quite a lot. With that, let's move on to the match summary. That is, of course, going to be for Johnny.
I mean, it was an interesting game, and as you said, I wish we had a section for vehicle kills in this one as well, so we could see what Joker was able to accomplish. But he was able to accomplish quite a lot more, as we do see him in the list for highest damage, highest kills as well, followed by Malik. And it was an interesting match for Malik and the squad of Wizards for Vibes as well, because I mean, they tried their level best in a situation that was really uncomfortable for them. I mean, the utility usage was the idea behind the utility usage in the very end was quite decent, but the execution did not really turn out in their favor, because we did see them lob out a little bit a few mollies, and I believe, Ocean, you're going to agree with me, the timing was a bit off. They could have held on to those Molotovs for a few more moments, but they were trying to create that space, which was already there for them, since there was a ridge that was separating these 2 teams in that fight.
Absolutely.
Actually,
Go ahead, Ashit.
Yeah, no, I was saying, it was all about the way the utilities were being used by them and against them as well. I mean, they were being pasted down as well, so that kind of just became a tricky affair for them.
Yep, it did. But as long as you're getting points, walking away with your teammates, that is just the way you want to be able to progress along from one game to the next. And in doing so, well, we've got Raw taking a chicken dinner, walking away with 28 points. And as Johnny was just mentioning, Visits with Vibes also chiming in with the exact same 13 kill number, going for them with 25 points. And then we've got Dead Eyes guys. I mean, this team today were phenomenal in this final game that we saw from them. On the other front, Ocean, I do want to kind of bring up the gameplay from Future Station 1952. It's almost as if throughout the day, all the games that they've been part of, they're working towards just the placement points rather than the kills themselves. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, in this, then my defense for this team is going to be that they're going to be focusing on the kill points once they actually qualify for the Super Weekends, right? Because right now, no one just wants to go over aggressive. Oh, I get it. There are teams getting 17 kill chicken dinner, 19 kill chicken dinner, but then there are teams as well that just want to save it for when it actually matters. Like that's what my belief is going to be. So I mean,
completely. It completely coincides with the gameplay that's being showcased as well from the entirety of the lobby, because I mean, we've seen ZEUS Esports just bring in kill after kill, and every single player of that team right now is sort of like just not playing it to their perfection. But along with that, it is now time to talk about the zones. Ocean.
I mean, let's just, have a look at this zone right now. Let's just keep it paused here only and just look at the name Raw, right? They had 3 players at this moment. Their 1 player was taken down. And think about the open area fights that you have to take with just 3 players. That's important. And talking about the team, look at this. They are at on the northern side of Rozhok. They have to mark their entry. And I get it. Why, Fixus and Necro were thinking that ZEUS will take it, because they were kind of holding the center lines till this zone. And now if we move forward till the next circles, we'll see, ZEUS had the entirety of the zone most of the times for themselves in the center lines. As you see in this circle as well, they were in the zone. And then Visits with Vibes was just, around the corner till this moment. Like, have a look at this right at this moment, right? Till this moment, the center line was totally clustered with a lot of teams, which I get is pretty right? You have so many teams out here. It's an open circle, but yeah, you can take pretty good fights as well. So a lot of teams like ZEUS, High Voltage, Raw, they had this zone as well for themselves, alongside Visits with Vibes and A1 Esports. if you remember, when ZEUS' players were being taken down, A1 Esports was at the highest percentage of winner chicken dinner forecast prediction. So having players for yourself is really good, but this is where ZEUS started losing up their players because of a few things, and that is there are a lot of teams that just want to enter inside the zone. ZEUS, no doubt, they have a good area, but they are not in the center line. Like they've lost their center lines. And talking about the center lines right now, like around here, a lot of teams would want to challenge it. That's where Stalwart might just come in. That's where DE wants to get in. That's where other teams, Raw wants to get in, FS as well. And in that, ZEUS wanted to take fights in different directions here. They want to take up a fight here. They want to take up a fight to the center lines as well. And in that, they lost their players and they lost the lead as well, as we'll see in the upcoming zones. When they were trying to, put pressure. Look at this. Joel is being taken down from the backside. That's where, C9 is. And you see from the other lines as well. If you're outside the circle, you're being punished down. If you're outside the circle, you're being punished down. So this is where the most important rotation from Raw comes in as they're trying to move forward. And Joker takes down 2 players from DE. And they just, change everything around the game's landscape and around themselves. Versus with Vibes, meanwhile, they had a really good area for themselves. If you just, keep it here only, there was a minute ridge here. And that was just, helping them to take up a really good fight, like along these areas as well. It was helping them take up a fight against DE. And as soon as DE was taken down, Raw, you'll see, players did reach here. They just, accumulated this half, and with Vibes accumulated this half, and then they had the entirety of the zone for their own fights as DE just was watching around, and well, fights did not work out in their favor. Now Raw will start moving forward, Joel will be taken down, Joker moves forward as well, as we just move forward in the circles, and DE, they lose their 2 players. That losing of 2 crucial players as the zone shifted, it was just a bad thing. Joel could not survive after that, being the last player. He's being spotted on from all the areas. A1 Esports, FS, well, they did try to take up their own fight, but the thing is, now zone's gonna bite them as well. It's kind of the fast side of the zone. If you are not paying attention, and if you're taking fights against each other, the zone is gonna punish you. PN Crew, yeah, they had really good area for themselves most of the times, but man advantage, disadvantage, plus everyone, looking in different directions to take up their fights, kind of just played against them. And Raw, with the perfect momentum, with the perfect timing as they entered inside the circle, they just had this game for themselves, all thanks to Joker till the end.
Yeah, definitely. Joker along with I would say blah 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 as well. The way the dudes, they were able to just bring down Vizes and they're over again, because it's not the number advantage that normally we talk about that should favor a fight. It was, again, as Varun was mentioning, right, in this fight, it was more so to do with how Vizes approached and how Raw held their ground, right? So it, well, again, works out for both the teams because they did get so many points for themselves. But alongside all of that, there were so many other snippets as well that recorded throughout the entirety of the game. Thus, it's time to call upon the Oppo F19 Pro moments right now.
Exactly, and while we are going through these moments, I guess there was just one thing that we are all going to wait for. It is going to be those buggy kills that we got to see. But this was quite interesting what we got to see from High Voltage versus DE, the fight. That, High Voltage, they were completely pincered down, but then you see them try and take the fight, run out of their covers, and, well, they were forced into that situation. And Deadice guys also were able to capitalize on the bad positioning of their opponents quite nicely. But this is what I love. Stalwart Esports and Seal9 going at it with everything that they have out in the open.
These fights more and more were all about how you get out of your comfort zone, and Joker was a perfect example of it. Look at it. He knows his team only consists of 3 players rather than his opponents that have 4 players, 3 players and all. He knows it's an open circle. He and his teammates will be surrounded by the opponents. Still, they do really good because they were out of their comfort zone, losing 1 player early in the stage.
Well, they certainly did. Alongside that, as we move on now to the damage graph, we are looking at, look at that. You've got 13 kills for both those teams. Yes, they did walk away with chicken dinner, but look at the amount of fights that they were a part of. That's just incredible. And of course, this is also the moment where we can actually bring up, as Varun was mentioning, I believe, right? These teams, they are known yet not really known. We know about the players, but we don't really know about the players. And this is the moment, the final game on day number 1, and they've proved it to the entire lobby that, all right, this is what we're going to be capable of.
Exactly, and one more thing I would like to point out, in this matchup, both of them faced the exact opposite situation. Ocean pointed out as well with Raw's rotation pathway. One thing you're going to notice with that is all of those were the high grounds of ridges that they utilized for themselves, and because of that, they were able to pick off Zeol, dish out a lot of damage on the northeastern side of the final few circles as well. On the other hand, Vibes were constantly stuck in the southern position, and they were forced into those fights from there on out. That is why heading into that final fight against Raw, they were in a really weird position where Raw were able to actually charge upon them because they were pinned down from the fight before, but that reset that happened in the middle wasn't really something that allowed them to position themselves and prepare them for the assault that was about to come their way. On the other side, though, would like to focus on Future Station for a minute because that is just like, I mean, you are going to be critical about it, but hey, in the end, I mean, they wanted those points, they got them for placements, and after that, it doesn't even matter.
You know, what works, why change it? Simple.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's working for the team to be able to, walk away with those points through the placement points, then that's absolutely fine. And again, as Ocean was mentioning as well, once you are part of the Super Weekend, then perhaps it would be time to showcase that raw aggression that is required for you to be able to collect that much more points in terms of the competition that you're going to be faced with. With all of this now, it is time to move on along and have a look at the overall rankings, the storyboard. And in that storyboard, well, we know for a fact today, DRS Gaming has dominated. They've got 73 points. But look at that. Every single game, Ocean, every single game that we move on along, there is one or two teams that make a massive jump. This time around, it's Wizards with Vibes with that 6th push, along with on the 9th position, you've got Raw.
Actually, it always happens, right? And the jump that you're talking about, it always happens around the 2nd position marker, right? We saw teams just, T2K was there, Stalwart was there, with Vibes is there. So yeah, it happens around the 2nd position, but it's never touching the 1st position. That's the amount of impact that DRS Gaming has had over the lobby. So I would love to see what they do, obviously, when the Super Weekends arrive. We know it, right? DRS is going for the Super Weekend. Wizards with Vibes, they are going for the Super Weekend. Stalwart, well, they have been performing incredible with that chicken dinner on Miramar. T2K, they are doing really, really good for themselves. Steel Esports, DE, Vibes, they are amazing. But moving forward, the 16th position marker is going to be the most vulnerable marker right now, because again, you will be playing matches. Out of 5 matches that are going to be happening tomorrow, you'll be playing only 4 matches, like talking about each and every team, right? So you'll have to have that comfortable spot for yourself that you actually qualify. Otherwise, you lose on a lot of things.
Exactly, and in losing, well, Varun, I do want to bring up I8 Esports. Now, I8 Esports' performance is a little underwhelming, is what I would say. But, again, why do you think could that be the case?
I mean, just a little bit of over-aggression, and not even over-aggression in positions where they have the options of taking those fights, because, I mean, multiple games we have seen them getting caught off guard, and they're only... it feels like their only solution to a situation like that is to jump into the action and just try and eliminate the other team. You have to think about disengaging if you're caught out in the open. You have to think about disengaging if you're caught in the middle of your rotation where you did not think that you were going to have to take a fight. So they have to try and do that as frequently as possible and just try and survive till the late game stages, because we know this team, we know these players. They like to fight, and we talked about this earlier as well. I've said this before in the past, and I'm going to stick to it. This is one of those lineups that can actually go toe-to-toe with any team in terms of raw gunpowder. So they have that with them. Now, all that's required is to have a little bit of a DRS play style in their mix where they just make it to the late game stages, and then all is going to work out.
Well, they need to be dynamic. They definitely need to be dynamic tomorrow if they want to be able to keep that 16th position for themselves, or maybe even move higher up. On the other front, when it comes down to 7C Esports, again, in the damage histograph that we just saw, Ocean, this team had almost 900 plus damage. But again, as you so perfectly mentioned, those bad fights that you're part of, this team was not able to get even a single kill off of the 900 damage that they were a part of. So tomorrow, hopefully, these teams that we're looking at from 16th to the 20th position will be able to bring their stance better. With that, let's move on along and have a look at the kill leaders that are going to be placed off of the 5 games that have taken place right now. Ocean.
Well, as of now, Kjalsen coming up at the top. 2410 damage and 14 kills with a survival time of around 22-ish minutes if we talk about it. But then look at the difference that the other players are just bringing up for themselves. With this lad having 2400 plus damage, there are with 1600, 1570, like the difference maker is the amount of damage that this lad is bringing to the tally. That that damage number alongside those kill numbers is something that's just keeping him at the top of the kill leaderboard chart right now. Killa is out there for sure. Frankie from T2K, we know this lad has the potential for himself, but then DRS Carlson gets his own teammate DRS AG as well, and that's the reason that DRS is kind of just checking every box for themselves at the top position, at the kill leaderboards, and I mean, we'll have to see what Super Weekend actually brings for this team for sure.
I just want to say one thing. I'm just glad that I'm happy that we have Killer and Killer, both of them present in the kill leader.
Killer, yeah.
They better be here. Based on the name, they better be here. And again, talking about names, well, Raw aggression, the ruthless aggression that was anticipated from Raw has also been showcased in the final game. So I'm pretty happy for that as well. Johnny.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Raw, we did expect this. I mean, not just because of the name of the banner that these lads represent, but because of the lads that are there. I mean, blah, 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 Joker, all of these are experienced players, and this is an experienced set of lads. So it was bound to happen. It was just a question of when. And, hey, last game of day one isn't bad. It's in fact really good if you have figured your stuff out, and even if you have figured out how you want to take the challenges that are going to be put up by the teams that you're facing.
Absolutely, that is so true. So well said indeed, mate. With that, let's move on along and have a look at the day summary. That's going to be showcasing a lot of stats that these teams were able to bring in. Starting right off the bat, of course, it was Erangel, where DRS took the glorious 17 kill. Amazing chicken dinner. But then from there, Ocean, as you move on forth, what do you lead us through?
I mean, if you see the green markers, that is obviously the third game, Erangel with vibes. I mean, those are the highest stats of the entire day. You see the highest damage numbers, highest heal numbers, highest knockout numbers, and highest kill numbers, right? So that's just how it is being formulated up. And it just showcases one thing. If you're giving more damage, that means you'll have to heal more as well. There's no turning back. You're taking fights, you're getting fights on yourself as well. So vibes did outshine in that match, but overall, it has been a DRS-ish day so far with the numbers that they have put on table. If we talk about, two games that they've had, they've checked down the corner of Erangel and Miramar. Both the maps they've had in their own favor. And then at the end, it was Ruthless Aggressive Warriors for the final game, 13 kills in their favor.
Absolutely, and they did showcase their final play, and that too was real synergistic. So a good day, a good outing for all the teams. But of course, when it comes down to that second page, we still have so many of these known teams. I mean, talk about A1 Esports, talk about 7C, talk about I8. These are some really talented players right there, but they are only sitting at 12 points. They're sitting at 10 points, and they're just fighting for that every single point. But hopefully, tomorrow's 5 games is going to be able to work in their team's favor. But boy, oh boy, an incredible day is what this has been. To start things off, of course, it was the perfect showcase of domination from DRS. But also, another thing to actually bring up, either of you actually, is ZEUS Esports. Tomorrow, we can definitely anticipate, or do you think they'll still probably just stick to that rhythm and perhaps showcase that aggression in the Super Weekend?
I think it's as Ocean said, they're just going to try and qualify this time, and in the Super Weekend is when we might see a bit of a switch up from ZEUS Esports. But that can also be said about a lot of big names from Mongolia, because I mean, even on the international series, we have noticed them to just sort of be the slow ones to start with the aggression, but then by the end, you're going to see them compete for the top 3.
Yeah. Well, what a day it has been. What a day it has been. It is, of course, all thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making this all happen. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun. Alongside that, thank you, viewers, for tuning in. I've been your host, Laura. Joining us, of course, is these amazing duo. That is, of course, our analysts. It is I, Super Johnny, and Ocean Sharma. Until tomorrow, take care. Bye-bye.